A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. But necessarily my truth might not be everyone else's truth. So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
If some of these platforms, because there's many channels here, and a lot of them actually do, if people were honest when they're coming onto panels or chat, if they don't want to be honest with themselves, they want to tear down other people to disguise themselves. So what I get from that is people are insecure by using a false sense of security to mask it. They're not actually, they actually ever challenge themselves. What would that look like? Of course, they'll be picking up, well, what about you? I said, there you go again. You're deflecting at that point. It's about you. If it's always about you, then make it about you. Be the best me can be that. Be the most selfish person you can be. So my question would be, then why are you living with the rest of us?
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
Because it doesn't serve them to, I'm going to sit there and hear them and say, okay, so should I tell them that they're caught up in their own world? I'm just going to replace myself. Axis, you can take over for a while. It's your shift.
Yeah, so I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Axis Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm Axis fucking Rattblood.
Axis Rattblood, I see. All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm Axis fucking Rattblood.
Axis Rattblood. Most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment? Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that. All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Axis Rattblood?
I'm Axis fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that, man. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm Axis fucking Rattblood. Oh, friends and enemies of YouTube, children of the metaverse, Dom. Tonight, I wanted to touch on for a second our amazing state of mudbaggery and becoming aware that you are a glorious mudbag. I did a little research on the makeup of our bodies, and I also went as far as to look at some of the earlier creation stories and myths, and Lord, yeah, I'm feeling a little better. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. And I found an amazing thing about us humans. Well, not so much anymore. We're not. At one time, we may have been, but now we are a compilation of adversity hit with a state of conscious information gathering and storing, and we are more in line of a genetically created golem than something of a perfected state. So most humans are under the deception that they're magnificent, be created in the image by the hands of, or even wills it into existence. And as I researched this, And I start to understand that how much grandeur does a bag of mud with an electro biofield that can only acquire and recall information and manipulate its environment and its surroundings, but can't ever truly be a part of them, and is better as a potential host for purposes that are now a little more relevant to me than independent beings with some sense of higher understanding, when in actuality, everything points to us being a lot less than what we think we are. You know, it's that the concept also of always wondered. We talk about the Son of God. Well, when the Son of God was roaming around the desert, I'm sure he had to take a shit somewhere. Was it divine? Was it magical? Was it some type of heavenly shit that no, no, she existed, and he was actually a tangible, physical human being. He was a mudbag too. I think the original state of a type of creation which we no longer resonate with was more photonic, more of a light being, a lot less dense, more able to interface with its environment on a living plane, because we're actually in a dead state, and we personify that with everything about ourselves. And the best that we can hope for is that even through ancient religions, whether they be true or not, or schools of thought, best you can really hope for is that you become occupied with an awareness, or you gather enough information that's retrievable that you become somewhat useful to yourself. But as far as us being in a be all end all or a living state, we're not. Truly. I think for us to obtain a state of being what you would consider, or I would consider, or anyone would really consider being alive, would be an interaction with life itself. Yes, the energy, the body that we parade around. When you look at its origins and its compound and its makeup, uh, it's not as profoundly amazing as you might want to think it is. And that's it's not me bashing on humans or the state of their own existence. I mean, I will as far as they are as a species and what they have to contribute or what they're not doing as a species to sustain itself. But can you truly expect the dead to bring life into any situation? And that may be a conflicting ideal within your head, and you may not understand it at the moment. But hopefully, if I squeeze enough wind through my lungs and vibrate my lips enough, you'll finally get the state of things. The only thing about you that's living, truly, is the bioenergy. Um, Consciousness is even just an awareness. It's not even a state of living. Uh, your body takes on a state of animation. But to truly experience life itself, you would pretty much have to be interacting in a 100% energy state with something else that is alive outside of the human body. And you can introflect and go as deep as you want inside of yourself and look around and try and figure out any part of you that has not already been or is not a part of learned information. You might be able to experience different states, but you're not going to be able to sustain an existence in those particular states unless you want to leave the body behind. So you get a glimpse in, you get to read the underlying mathematics of creation. You get to see the geometry, different dimensions, concepts, angles, shapes, abstract colors, heightened states of perception. But as long as you're trapped inside of a mud bag, a bioelectric mud bag, you're not going to be able to experience a whole lot of life. I'm not talking living like jumping on a roller coaster and overcome irrational fear, unless you've actually seen the way that roller coasters are assembled and how well they're unkept. That is a testament to some faith there. Or you jump out of the airplane and stand on a parachute to bring your carcass to the ground safely, or just a plummet. No, that's an exhilaration of senses. That's a quickening. That is a stimulation, a chemical release of the brain's most treasured substances. But it's not life. It's just an action. And when you try and track down that state of life even with an introspective look, you will find that you're no more than just the sum and total of some knowledge that you gathered together. Your awareness and your ability to remember and recall information, and memory being the key. Memory being the key. Because if you proceeded forth in your day, and as you proceeded forth in the day, by that evening when you slept and woke back up, you had forgotten everything you had done the previous day. Well, that would be a fruitless endeavor to want to go to a library and seek any long-term understanding. Hey, JG, how's it going, brother?
Axis, how you feeling, man? Hope all's good.
Oh, yeah, I'm hanging in there a bit tonight. I've been humbled quite a bit. Universal ass paddlings, punishment for being a disobedient mudbag. But outside of that, pretty much all systems go. And yourself, how you been, man? I've seen you around a bit today.
Oh man, I'm just tired of people. That's how I feel every day. To be honest, I'm tired of people.
Yeah, I seen you made an appearance today, and I stuck around and watched just because you were on there. And I was like, I think it was Talcott and Sanity Machine. If that was a newer stream.
Yeah, that was a shit show. Dude, fucking the Machine Lies just had something. He's got a good fucking stream going on right now, man.
The Machine Lies. I don't go around the Machine Lies or that particular crowd.
I got you. I'm just saying it's actually a really conscious, good fucking conversation going on, and it's
Cool. Let me take a little peek. Was you just there, or did you just leave there?
Yeah, no, I was in there listening and watching what was going on, but dude, all I see with these like religious folks is just how they resort to fucking gaslighting. They have a cognitive dissonance and they resort. It's like they're fucking plagued, man. They're all the same. They all fucking do it, man. People in my family do it. I see people in these fucking panels. They
Yeah.
just resort to these problematic techniques that can get them smacked the fuck up.
Yeah.
Seriously.
No,
People
I
can
agree
win.
with you.
Yeah.
Knowledge in certain hands is absolutely, especially if it's recallable knowledge. What you got to consider is all those people on those panels or in that chat were able to retain information to be able to smack each other upside the head with it and be big intellectual bullies. But if, just like I said, you only had cognizance and memory till you went to sleep, and when you woke up, you were a fresh being all over again, and you had no recall, uh, you would have no issue with building religions, or because there wouldn't be any. There wouldn't be no browbeating and bashing with religion or philosophies. Um, you would wake up each day with a very fresh outlook on everything. and you wouldn't be dragging your pride around or your YouTube education or your piece of paper on the wall and smacking up other people with your what recalled memory, your ability to recall information, and that does not make one intelligent, wise, or even superior in any way. You might have a little more information and understanding about something, but that's not the be all end all, man.
But
That's why I stay out of those particular arenas where they're throwing big words around.
I just noticed that people they put their consciousness on the back burner. What they do is they resort to things that a conscious person knows not to do. So I sit back and I watch as they do this shit, as they resort to gaslighting or smear campaigns or whatever, problematic techniques, whatever you want to call it, manipulation. They resort to this shit. And it's like, all right, this is going to end bad. This is not, you're not conscious. You lost you lost your style or you get what I'm saying? It's foolish.
Well, they have
And
no
that's what
sense
a
about
lot
the
of these people.
information they have. Go ahead,
I'm
JP.
just saying, like, mind behavior wise, like the consciousness is key.
Yeah, and wisdom, discretion, reserve. There's something to be said about those states. I mean, you use it every day. You have to be street smart and aware of your environment because of a particular lifestyle. What you got to consider is most of these people on these panels and these chats are safely tucked away and they're comfortable. As a matter of fact, they're so comfortable that they see people and their intellect and their learned knowledge as expendable or conquerable.
Right.
And no appreciation for the state of uncomfort or discomfort and the awareness that brings, the state of motivation that brings. I mean, you walk across certain parking lots, I'm sure you can feel eyes upon you from law enforcement if they have a suspicion towards you, or even people. You pick that shit up, man. You feel that energy. And you kind of keep on the swivel and mind your business. And
Yeah, I mean,
move
from
on.
experience, it's life experience. As you get older, you're just it's kind of like you have kind of like your consciousness traumatizes you. It's kind of like a
Yeah,
trauma. But yeah,
yeah,
I'm just that's one thing I observe, man. Is it kills me is it's just the gaslight, the manipulation, man. I fucking can't stand it. And I know I do it to people, but it's usually getting back at them. But I'm consciously aware of when people are just kind of naive and they just resort to that fucking bullshit,
yeah.
That shit kills me, man, because people, shit, I've been dealing with that for fucking years, man. When you're a good skateboarder, right? The
Yeah.
amount of attention I had, dude, I'm dealing with people left and right trying to get me, man. Trying to fucking get my psyche. Trying to fucking ruin me. Years of that shit. Years of people trying, like, and
Did you
I'm taking
sponsor?
wins and wins, and I'm fucking punking people left and right. I'm exposing motherfuckers. And then everybody just wants to bring you down. And I'm coming at people, I'm like, fuck this. This shit's all fake. It's all fake. right? And I'm coming at people. I'm like, I don't give a fuck anymore because it's all fake. And then everybody just tries to bring me down with the same bullshit. They can't fucking beat me. It just drives me nuts. So is because lots of people, powerful people, people with money, right? They do have power, and they can beat you with the fucking bullshit. They can beat you with manipulation, with that they can cheat, right? They can cheat, and I fucking hate
Well,
that shit, man.
that's how
To me,
religion.
manipulation is cheating. That's all it is. It's not real. It's cowardly bullshit. And there's so many cowards out here that just want to fucking destroy you.
Yeah, that
Get so
that's a definite flaw in human character, is the desire to stand above or over, being some type of dominance and abuse in a sadistic way other people, which I have no respect for the human species. I barely have respect for the individual, more or less the state of my own existence. But I try not to like the machine lies. Here I can share information. I can talk about information. I can relay information back and forth, and it is what it is. It's just fucking information. But when you get in an arena where you have to debate, stand your ground, or what people do now is and this blew me away, they will keep a laptop at the ready to Google shit. And I guess I was a little behind on that game because I use my devices for monitoring other things. But apparently, people fact checking each other right there on the fucking spot with Google. And now they have something where they're testing they're testing the logic factor of a panel to determine how words should be appropriated and the meaning of these words so that everybody is on the exact same uh, mind frame of a word or a phrase or a sentence. And I thought, weren't you the same fuckers that were talking against hive mindedness? Now your resource is Google, so there's your base program. Whatever it's going to spew at you, you're going to take as being solidified truth. And then you're going to browbeat the fuck out of each other with who can read Google the best, the fastest, and who can apply that learned knowledge the quickest in an environment of people who are trying to just say, have a great day, man. You know, it's sick.
yeah, 100%.
I'm not about it. Not about it at all. There's a great humbling that should be taking place right now, especially whenever you're given the gift of basically the compilation of any of the ancient libraries, Alexandria, uh, Babylon, Sumeria, even the earlier Hindu and Indian texts are right at your fucking fingertips. And you could spend an entire day basically searching through the Library of Alexandria in digital form with the server farms and the information that you have access to. And you would rather learn 3 or 4 things, jump in a chat room, and then just go at browbeating everybody with your Google right at hand to fact check them. and then use your recalled memory and all that energy. But you're not really sharing. You're no better than an indoctrinator at that point in time. You've become disruptant to the flow of information and understanding, and yourself and your environment. So I can understand and empathize with the fact that it gets old, and sometimes it's just best to walk away from those type of people. Find a little solace somewhere where you can identify in the real about who and what you really think, how you really feel, and not what's expected out of you or what you can get over on somebody else, or that now obviously you can quickly Google. I noticed that Jack didn't quite get you today. I didn't expect Sanity Machine to get you at all, but I figured Jack would be a little more pliable to your information and your kind of your take on things. As don't take yourself so fucking serious, because you're probably not that serious. But he didn't kick you that I seen, so I suppose that's a bonus.
Talcott, he has his Joe Biden moments when he doesn't realize he is manipulating other people, and it's so clear that he's doing it. Like when that God is real guy comes on and says all he's saying, and then Talcott's like, oh, basically saying, oh, none of that happened. It's like, dude, you're resorting to the bullshit, you know? Like, come on, Jack, wake up. Come on. Jumpstart your consciousness.
He's playing an old role though, the a man of the people. You know, that peaceful beacon of hope for humanity, and he takes on his what I consider to be more of a hippie demeanor, and he sells it, man, and people buy it. Personally, my observation of Jack and a deeper look into him, if the truth be known, I don't think that his stature is quite as peaceful as he presents. I think there's a very angry little monster inside of him. He just tries to suppress and not show it as prevalent as he probably has in the past, or he's become accustomed to hiding it. Yep, you're unless Jack is live right now. It looks like the restream from earlier today with you, Talcott. I can't tell who the other person is. Let's take a look here.
Gotta bounce, man. I'll talk.
What's up, brother? You alright? Well, hello, goodbye. JG. Hope all is well. You're always welcome to. Yeah, this is a rebroadcast of some earlier Talcott. Hmm. Oh well. Turn to my understanding. When you look at your makeup and the fact that apparently you were created, and upon death you start to decay. Well, actually, you start to decay uh, even before you begin to die, or before you die, as you begin to die. And you have information which obviously people are browbeating the shit out of each other with. But that part of you that would ring as living, that state is, to me, a transcendental state of energy being able to move through different dimensions. And I'm not talking necessarily dimensions as in shapes. I'm talking uh, spatial type dimensions. And you would be able to experience them with a coherency, and you would be able to interact with them in each state in a living form. But you can't take the body and do that. So you're already, what is it? You're basically 70% water, 30% mud, dirt. Hmm. Golem is what comes to my mind. A animated, uh, they were clay, iron, uh, golems of all different types of bases, wood golems, and they would seed a consciousness into them and take an inanimate state that it had been molded and sculpted and give it what would resemble life. And generally, they would put a directive, almost like you would program a computer, into these golems, and they would defend your your castle, your village, your tribe. Sometimes they were used to destroy things, and humans in their original state, I think, being more photonic and a life energy, that little bit of essence, that gives us that life energy, according to many of the teachings from different religions and philosophies and schools of thought, was either genetic manipulation or a sharing of some type of essence that brought around consciousness, but it's a formula nonetheless. And it's a formula that works on a construct. But when you start observing just the limited aspects of 11 dimensions, 11 spatial dimensions, then you would have to think that maybe that formula is best controlled in a more limited spatial dimension, third dimension, second dimension, even fourth dimension would be a more confined and controlled state of introducing some type of formula that creates a living being out of an inanimate state. I don't think people really take on the concept of being made of mud and water. I don't think when they look in the mirror that they see themselves as created bags of mud with a bit of photonic presence that allows it to even take on an individual personality. That's even clonable. And the fact that the human body and mind is now hackable, and they have shown and proven this, just goes to further prove the point that you live in a state of death, perpetuating death. And that little spark of light that happens whenever two humans procreate, I think that is the only true ignition of any type of life energy that you'll ever get. Just that little spark. And all the rest of it is programming. Genetic programming, trait carried over through your DNA, original base traits that were programmed into the body of mud from the beginning. Which would go to say that there is a much more interactive state of being alive. A highly interactive state of being alive that has nothing to do with our present form. Which is why I think that the technology that we don't have much of a clue as to what it is, other than they're studying the mathematics of it that lie behind the visible mathematics with processing speed computers now. And they're able to read into structures, and they're able to determine frequencies that they resonate in and higher implied spatial dimensions. But I don't think that it's relevant. But hey, Nick Guru, I don't think it's relevant to us. We may be able to do an analysis on the structures with proper processing speed, or that up until that point, it was even speculation. Now it's a little more solidified in mathematical fact, but it doesn't make it any more useful to us other than the determination of the structure of our universe. That is one thing that it does hold within it. I'm talking most of the pyramids and the design and structure of them. There's information encoded in it, and they're just now starting to be able to read that information, and they're finding that it is actually the mathematical design for our localized universe and potentially beyond. But when we were removed from a photonic state and were placed in these mud bags, we got the ability taken away from us to truly be transcendental life. And I think that was the controlling factor and the true fall of what the pinnacle of our species actually was at one time. And I could see that it would be, it would have been genetically tampered with or potentially dampened down from a true life state and put in a containment just to make it practical and useful, as if you were creating a golem with magic. Because it seems that that's what took place. We were given a little bit of an advantage because it seems that we can procreate and we can create images and replication off of our base information that we are, and it continues the perpetuation of the species in the state it's in. Very controllable, very easily removed, and highly programmable. And I think that our design was definitely one of servitude. That's why we, I think, find value in things that really truly seem to have no actual value to us as food or sustaining nutrients or even shelter. I mean, gold, silver, platinum, copper, these are great conductors, and they might enhance one's bioelectric field, or they might even do structural repair. And for conductivity, gold is pretty damn good. So is copper. But outside of that, what was our insatiable need to base our wealth or our income off of minerals, which seems to be a new concept. Apparently, gold at one time was in such abundance that they could cover entire rooms with it, um, fill entire rooms with gold or artifacts. They could coat buildings. They even used electroplating before it became commonly used. But it serves no true valuable function other than potentially being a part of a program that was written with inside of us genetically somewhere along the way. And that's not given way to the genetic mutation and creation of our species through the Anunnaki or anything of that nature, because I can't prove that any of that actually exists, or how we even began, because I think that we are in a perpetual state of decline from true life energy that was fully immersive, transcendental, and interactive, to the limited state that we are now, and the toil that we have to go through. But it doesn't dismiss the fact that we can become interactive through observation of an atomic state, to solidify it, or to even influence events into being in this particular state, which may be the advantage of being in this state, is because you can take potential and you can create that potential into a state of being through influence, observation, and energy application. To a degree, but if there's more people directing thought towards something, the more apt it is to inscribe itself into the waking state in this reality. But as far as us being in a maximum state of existence and a full-scale living being, no, we are more animatronic in the sense of being created than probably any state that we've been in. And I'm not even sure that the species of human that we're dealing with now even remotely resembles the life form that we were at a different stage of the game. And what we're playing with now is a limited state of true living power. and our ability to use it was stifled. Just like as if you had created a golem out of clay and you did a ceremonial ritual, as in Solomonic magic, and brought some bitch to life, and it did whatever you requested it to do, or however it was performed. Because a human without a programming or conditioning is just a blank slate. Just like any good algorithm that has to be programmed. And I'm not even sure that what we are now isn't just a useful vehicle for something even more conscious that utilizes our state. And I'm not talking lizards and fucking energy harvesting as far as reptilians or that bullshit goes. I'm talking useful, universally useful. You know, once I see a reptilian in physical form, I just have to understand them as a thought form, an image, a potential. And until I've run across one on some plane that's recognizable, at least coherent to me, then I can't ascribe anything to a lizard person. But I can definitely look at our accomplishments in genetics and computer programming, computer development, mathematical language, and how we utilize it and how we have utilized it. Oh, there we go. Oh, Stephen.
Call me King Stephen. Hello, hello.
How's it going this evening?
I can barely hear you. Your sound is kind of low and muffled.
Said, how you doing this evening?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing tonight?
Oh,
Is
I
this
was
live?
watching.
Are you in America?
I don't know.
Hello?
I'm not sure. Yeah,
Is this live right
yeah, it's
now?
live. Yeah.
Is this in America?
I don't know. It may be bouncing off a server in Canada, or could be bouncing off a server in another country, Britain.
I
I don't
noticed you
know.
were live, and I didn't know for sure if you were still live, but I
Well,
just
that's just a state we were
came upon you.
discussing.
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting you.
Well, I was wondering, like, about your new rat. How is
Yeah,
your new obese rat doing? Is she still well fed?
yeah. She likes Fruit Loops.
Fruit Loops. Oh, really?
Yeah,
How
yeah.
many
She's
Fruit
very,
Loops can she eat in a day? Like, how many is okay for a
too.
rat? Just two. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Two
Interesting.
Fruit Loops. She likes the purple ones and the green ones best.
Oh,
Or at
wow.
least she reacts to the purple and the green ones more so than she does the yellow, orange. And she has a special little hole up here that I put her treat in, and she was utilizing that to let me know that she wanted a treat. But she doesn't know when to stop. So I had to set a boundary for her.
Oh, okay. Wow. Can rats tell the difference between colors? They're not colorblind. They can tell one color from another. Or is it by smell maybe? Maybe she smells maybe the different colors have a different smell and she likes is attracted to one smell versus another.
That could be. I don't know. I just know that she just likes the performance green ones the best.
Hmm.
Why?
Interesting. No, I'm wondering like if their eyesight is better than their smell or what their dominant sense is, whether it's smell, sight, taste. I've wondered the same thing about Bex. I don't know how she decides things if it's based on sight or taste. I don't know if you saw that video of her a while ago, but she was having lunch talking about me. She was out in a parking lot of a supermarket and she bought a loaf of bread and packages of lunch meat and she was making sandwiches out in the parking lot. And she thought that my ravens and crows were coming by to steal her lunch. She was talking about me. This was months ago, but it was kind of revealing. I think it might have been last summer or something. But she was even eating a whole loaf of bread, and
No, I didn't get to see that.
you didn't see that.
No.
She said, "Get away, get away!" One of my crows came in. She thought it was one of my crows coming around. Do you know how many carbs are in a loaf of bread by any chance?
No.
It's over 300, like 330 or 350. It's a lot of sugar in bread. Do rats eat very many carbs? Would they eat a little, like not a slice, but a little piece of a little bit of a bread or toast or something?
Absolutely. Peanut butter.
You're kind of mumbling again. What was that?
You got an echo going on, Stephen.
Oh, I got an echo?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Damn it. I've got the other YouTube paused. So it shouldn't be that. I'm not sure what it is, but I just wondered if they had like toast, if you give them a little crust or a little bit of toast with butter, if a rat would gnaw on that and eat it. Even if it didn't have peanut butter, if it was just the bread.
I suppose since they eat human flesh and each other, that would probably not be something they would turn down.
Wait, they eat human flesh and each other?
Yeah.
I didn't know rats would eat other rats.
Genetically deficient? Absolutely. Yeah.
Huh. Wow.
If there is a genetically deficient rat, birthed or even in a pre-juvenile stage, they'll eat it. So apparently
How do they
got
know?
pretty
Do
good
they go
sniffers.
by the size? Like, does it like? How do they determine that? Is it like the runts of the litter, or what would it
Imagine they
be?
can smell it.
Oh, they smell to see if it's something wrong. If it stinks a certain way, they would eat that
Well,
baby.
see, just like pheromones in humans,
Uh-huh.
some people are capable of smelling bad genetics.
Some
And
people can
some
smell
people,
cancer. Dogs can smell cancer. Sorry for interrupting, but have you ever heard of that? They can
Yep.
smell cancer on someone?
Yep.
Can a
That
rat
is-
do that? Like, could you train a rat to smell disease on a person?
I don't know. I use frequencies on my my rats, except for this one. I won't use frequencies on that one.
Is she getting
Good.
pretty chubby now that you've had her? Like, are you still feeding her pretty well? And like, how many? What do they weigh? What is it? What is the full-grown female weigh?
Probably a couple ounces.
Oh, so they wouldn't get to be the size of like a Chihuahua or something like that. A dog.
Some of them do, are not domesticated. Domesticated ones tend not to get that big. But I have seen some pretty good size images of rats from New York. They used to be bad rats in Chicago, but I quit going to Chicago and playing in the streets a long time ago.
I heard some of those New York rats get the size of small dogs. And
Yeah,
I'd never been to New York City, but I wondered if it was true.
yeah, they're actually not that afraid of humans. That's the problem with them. Is they become accustomed to scavenging from humans, and they see humans as a transfer factor for nutrients and dead carcasses, you know, infants, their own brood.
Do they ever attack humans in the city in Manhattan? Do they ever like go after small dogs or small people, midgets or children or something?
I don't imagine it's going to attack anything that it feels can be that much of a threat to it. GBH, city baby attacked by rats. But no, they're probably not going to attack anything that could potentially be a threat. Why the fascination with rats, Stephen? Are you going to get one? I noticed you seem to have an enjoyment for artistic rat AI interpretation. You seem to be pretty interested in my rat too. Hmm.
How long do the domesticated rats live, like a lifespan? Could they live like 16, 20 years?
I'd get to have one do that. If you can get 4 or 5 years out of a rat, you're doing pretty good.
Oh no, I didn't realize they only lived that long.
Yeah, they don't have great lifespans. Well, at least the captive one, domesticated rat. I haven't been amongst wild rats long enough to identify one by personality, befriend it, and see how long its life cycle was. Notice you were on Sovereign Days today.
Oh yeah, I was live on there.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, he got porn bombed, huh?
Yeah, you saw that?
Yeah. Yeah, I watched
Yeah,
it once in a while.
I didn't know you watched that channel. It was some Negro porn. Somebody porn bombed.
Yeah, Dave, he's kind of an old school character. He's been around a lot of the same places I used to hang out back in the day.
Do you like
Yeah.
that guy? That old
Who,
guy.
Dave?
Yeah.
I don't got no problem with Dave. He used to go
I didn't
there
even
and,
know his name was Dave. I forgot.
yeah,
Sovereign something. Sovereign.
Southern Soul and Chain Mine.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he was a part of
Sovereign
the
Soul.
We Are Awake community back in the day.
Do you think some Negroes hate him because there was a Negro that porn bombed? I had to. I was
Oh, I
streaming and
don't know.
yeah.
He's from Virginia, you know. I don't, maybe
No, I think he's from Michigan, isn't he? Dave.
he's, he was in Michigan. Yeah, he comes from Michigan, but he's in Virginia right now. He lives
Oh
in the
shit, he's
mountains
in
of
Virginia.
Virginia.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, okay. He's a mountain. He's in the mountains.
Yeah.
Oh, that one must be nice. I'd like to have a place in the mountains. So in
Mountains.
captivity, I didn't realize that rats hardly live like in captivity. You can have a raven that could live up to 50 years.
Oh, yeah. I don't get along with ravens or crows.
What did you say? You don't get along with them?
No.
Huh.
No. They usually stick around and hang out with the dead. And I don't have a lot in common with the dead at the moment.
I
But
love ravens
a
and
raven
crows.
and a crow, they definitely recognize the dead. I do give them
They
that.
love me. I'm living. They love me. I'm eating French fries. Do you like French fries?
I haven't had French fries or uh, whatever they consider to be a potato from a store or a restaurant in quite a while. I don't eat that kind of food.
I like French fries. I think as a good spirit, I can eat anything and do fairly well, no matter what I eat, because my mind and spirit are so strong.
Are they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I suppose if you're going to hang around with demons, then you got to have some type of constitution to yourself.
I don't hang around demons.
You're here.
Well, that's true. I'm here, but I'm not really hanging out with. Oh, is my chewing sound bothering Baxter Large? She's usually eating food and smoking and doing all that stuff. This is so good. Oh man, I love these French fries. I'm sorry, my apologies. I didn't
Gen
want to
X
make her.
Jeff.
She
Do you
hungry?
know Gen X Jeff? Jeff
Yeah,
loves French fries.
he's
He
that.
loves
He's that.
McDonald's French fries.
He's a faggy. How'd you know I'm eating McDonald's?
Told you I'm a demon.
Do you think it's McDonald's, or you think I might be eating something else?
I just think you're a liar.
A liar? When have I
Yeah.
lied?
I don't know. You tell me, are you eating McDonald's?
What do you think? Do you think it's McDonald's? Maybe Five Guys fries? You ever had Five Guys? Delicious fries.
Nope.
Why would you say
But
that I'm a
Aluma
liar?
Tommy's been tag
I
team.
came over here. I came over here all friendly with you and asking questions about your pet rat.
Steven,
Very friendly.
we're always friendly with each other. Don't take offense to me. You got to give a
I'm always
demon a real playroom.
I'm friendly. Mm. Oh, that fat rat is in the chat. Dexter Large said, "Dude lives and eats in his bed and calls me fat." Well, she is. She's got a wrench over here. Huh?
Oh yeah,
I didn't
she
know it was a mod. Huh?
yeah, she co-produces my channel. Didn't you know that?
No.
She's the intellectual side to my channel, and she helps.
Intellectual? What? What?
Yeah,
What? Her intellectual? What?
absolutely.
She could be a food expert, but I don't know if she could be intellectual.
I think she does quite well. She's helped co-produce this channel for quite some
Well,
time.
what's intellectual about her? What would you say makes her intellectual?
Her ability to recall information and the vast amount of information she has on recall. Her ability
She's a
to
liar,
learn.
though. She can't tell the truth. She's a liar.
Well, I've yet to see that
Hmm.
to be evident because she uses pretty much everything factually that I've had to research. So, upon that and her vast amount of knowledge and recall, I thought that would be a great contributing factor to my platform.
So you have two fat rats. You got a pet fat rat, an obese rat, and this one, extra large Bex rat. Huh?
No, Stephen, I only have one rat.
No, you got her as co-producing your show. You said.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. You're trying to insinuate that Bex is a rat.
Yeah, she's a Bex rat. She's a big rat. She's a big female rat.
Is that true? Is that your observation? Is that your speculation? Is that
No,
your
didn't you
wisdom?
see didn't you see the AI pictures of her as a rat? The big fat rat lady with cupcakes?
I did not know that you were insinuating that to be Bex. Why would you do something like that?
Who did you think it would be? It looks just like her. It has red hair.
I wouldn't know.
It's Bex rat. Extra large rat. I don't know why she talks about me all the time, and she gets upset when I mention her name. I'm just telling it like it is, Bex. That's all. She's one big fat extra large rat. I didn't know you were working with her. How close are you two? Do you guys talk on the phone?
No, we communicate telepathically, man. I don't have to. I don't even have to use a phone anymore. I don't even have to text her, man. She comes on
Oh
here as
wow.
a courtesy.
Oh yeah.
We communicate telepathically. You know,
Did she ever?
demonology and pentagrams.
Yeah. Did she ever show
Yeah.
you her tuna can or tuna box?
No, I don't know anything about no tuna can or tuna box.
Well, she likes to show off her fat vagina.
I
I
wouldn't
don't
know
know if you've
anything
seen
about
it.
that.
I don't know. She's shown other people. She didn't let you see.
What makes you think that that would be my objective with Beck? It seems to be your concern. You seem to be obsessed with her vagina. You talk about it an awful lot.
No, I barely ever mention her. She talks about me all over the place.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know. I just know that you make a lot of pictures of her and you talk about her sexual organs and
Oh, she likes to
Oh,
talk about me a lot, so it's fair
really?
game. Yeah.
What does she say about you?
She's talking about me anytime I'm a guest somewhere and she's in the chat room. She can't help herself. She's obsessed with me.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Do you think maybe that you are such a mutated anomaly to her that she just can't get over the profoundness of your existence?
No, I think she plays with herself when she watches me. She follows me around, stalks me on different shows. I think
You,
she
you,
touches
you,
herself.
you have a problem with people touching themselves when they watch you, Stephen?
Only if they're gross and evil and demonic, yeah. If they're gross, evil,
Oh,
demonic, then yeah. Yeah, I do. What about you?
is that why you haven't been showing yourself much lately?
No, I show myself all the time.
Hmm. Really haven't
Why? Have you been
really
watching
haven't
me?
seen
Is
much
that
of you.
you've been watching me?
Oh, I watch everybody, Stephen.
Do you love my show?
Oh,
Do you think my show is the best?
well, I know that I don't ever turn the volume up on your show
You don't. Why not?
because it's pretty redundant. You're always
You watch it
featuring
with
the
no
same
volume?
characters.
Huh.
I observe it with no volume.
Who did I have last night as a guest for hours? You know?
Last night I was live
Hmm.
streaming last night, sleeping, but I
Hmm.
know prior to that you were taking two women to town and to the cleaners that apparently uh, you had a problem with, and that was the last time that I interacted with your show at all. Because you still got me blocked. See?
Oh, I didn't know I still had you blocked.
Oh
What's
yeah,
your name?
yeah.
What's your name that you use?
Really?
Yeah, I'll unblock you right now.
Texas Rattblood.
Oh, okay. Some people use different names, and then I can't find them in the block list. I have about 500 people blocked, so I can't just go on there, see your name. I have to look through it
Why don't you
to find
unblock
you.
all of them?
Unblock all of them.
Yeah.
All those
I don't
rats.
have
Those
anybody blocked.
really?
Yeah, no one. Why would you block anybody?
Well, I don't want cockroaches taking over my channel. I like to keep a clean environment.
You don't have a very healthy outlook on your fellow human, do you?
What do you mean?
Well, you call them all kinds of horrid things, creepy crawlies, and vermin. You're constantly
Cockroaches?
bashing and barraging their sexuality or their demeanor.
Huh.
I don't know. I just think
Do you
as a
think that's
demon that is a good trait in someone.
do you think I'm wrong for what I do or what I say? Expressing myself honestly with free speech? What's wrong with that? I have
Oh,
free
absolutely
speech.
nothing. And I think the more hateful and demeaning it is, the more demonic and closer to what I would interpret as being uh, an acceptable person,
It's
one
not
that holds a
hateful.
demonic,
I'm not hateful. I'm loving.
you know. Oh,
I'm loving and gentle.
well, most
Hateful.
demons would say that. I say that. I sometimes, I guess.
I'm very fun loving and I'm not a demon. I'm more of
Not
an
not
angel.
not so much anymore though. I haven't had a
Are you
very
seeing me
good
the wrong way?
relationship.
Maybe you're seeing me
And,
through the lens of a demon.
well, yeah. You think?
Yeah, so maybe you can't see me the way that I am.
Oh, I'm seeing a false image of who you actually are. Well,
Yeah, you're
good. Then
looking at me through beer goggles. You're not seeing truly.
I'll take everything you say and kind of put a reverse spin on it, and we'll all come to the understanding that everything that I portrayed out of you as being evil is actually you promoting and praising these people. They're nice of you, almost angelic.
I'm helping the
I,
good
on the
spirits
other
see what
hand,
they are. They're not people, they're cockroaches. I don't think they're people.
why would you think they're cockroaches? Oh, that's right. Hold on.
Their
I'm
behavior.
looking at your third demon eyes, so
Their behavior.
that would
Their
be
behavior. I don't if I
what was.
walked in somebody's ghetto kitchen and saw cockroaches on the floor, I wouldn't have to wonder if they're cockroaches. I'd just step on them. They're easy to spot.
I don't know. I don't have cockroaches. Even.
I didn't say you do. Bex does.
What makes you so sure of that?
I think I recall her mentioning that one time. She also had her cat in her freezer. She keeps her dead animals in her freezer for
There's nothing
years.
wrong with that.
Yeah, there is. It's
Well,
deranged. Deranged. It's sick. She's sick. She's sick.
oh,
You know, they
wow,
euthanize
Stephen.
sick people in Canada. Did you know it's legal? Euthanasia?
Yeah, it's
Legal
a
here. They could
maid service.
euthanize. Yeah, they could euthanize that big body, that big thing.
Oh, see. Seems like you're not that popular over here anymore, Stephen.
She doesn't have a neck.
Seems that.
Extra large. She doesn't have a neck. No neck Bex. I think who was it? Snafu that said she's no neck Bex. No neck
Oh,
Bex.
as soon as
Do you
you
like
came
Snafu?
on
Do you get
panel,
along with him?
Dominique took off, and then my co-producer left. Wow, apparently you're
Wow.
not that popular over here, Stephen. My cat
They should love me.
abandoned me.
They should love me. If
They
they were true
should.
friends, if they were true friends, they'd stick around and defend you.
I don't need anyone defending me.
They wouldn't abandon you. They left you. They
Well,
abandoned you.
it would appear that
They're not true
it
friends of yours.
would appear that they did. They took off.
They abandoned you. They're not true friends. Meanwhile, I've stuck by your side. I'm right here talking to you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying
You
to save your
certainly
show.
have.
I'm trying to
Oh,
save your show.
okay. Well, that's very nice of you. Is that what you were doing at Dave's, saving his show?
Yeah, I think I made a lot of good comments there. I think I made his show interesting, entertaining.
I don't know. I kind of thought you were being interrupted quite a bit.
You thought I was being interrupted on that show? Really?
Yeah. Almost like you couldn't get a word in edgewise.
What?
Huh?
Quite the opposite. I barely said anything. What a warped perception you have.
Well, I was just reading your statements in your chat while you were on there. And I thought, why would Dave let this guy on there to do that to him?
You were watching my show. Huh.
I told you I watch everybody.
You weren't watching him. You were on my channel lurking, watching my show.
No, I'm subscribed to Dave.
No, you love my show. You were reading the comments in my chat. You're watching me.
I was watching you on Dave, and I was watching
You're
you
giving me views.
toy
You're
with
giving me
him.
toy with him.
And I thought,
I didn't
wow.
toy with him. I enjoyed being a guest there. He recognized that he knew who this is. This is King Friday the 13th. And he called me King Steve. He's more respectful than you are. You don't call me by my name.
Oh, no, I'm a demon, remember?
I know. I know what you are.
Yeah.
You raised a demon that's in prison for 66 years.
Yeah.
The killer. You raised a demon.
You're awful brave saying that when you aren't in his presence.
He'll never see the light of day, will he?
Oh, he may not. But you never know. I do occasionally
He won't.
get around and see the light of day here or there.
Somebody might snuff him out in prison. Somebody might
That's a
shorten his
possibility.
sentence. It might shorten his sentence a little bit.
Why are you threatening him in prison that you could have something done to him? Is that what you're saying?
No, I said somebody. I'm not threatening anyone.
Somebody.
That happens quite
Well,
often to inmates.
I don't know. I don't know
That
that much
happens
about prison.
sometimes. No, hold on, hear me out. That happens sometimes when inmates find out how nasty someone has been. Did your son do some nasty things?
No, he just shot a guy in the back of the head 7 times. Is
Did
that
he
nasty?
do anything to women? Did he do anything to women and children?
No. He has 5 healthy children and a couple different baby mamas.
What a winner.
Yeah.
You raised a real
I
class
suppose.
act. He was a
Well,
meth head,
how long
has
am
some baby
I'm
mamas.
supposed to be responsible for a person, Stephen?
I didn't hold you responsible. What do you mean?
Well, you said that I raised a real class act.
Yeah,
You trying to hold me responsible for a 29-year-old man?
I didn't know his
Are you
age.
still attached to your parents in that way, Stephen?
No, my parents died
That are
long ago.
responsible for you? Well, then,
I'm responsible for my actions, but how did your son get to be that way? When did he start using meth and getting to be violent and all that sort of stuff? Was he always like a violent?
no. Nope,
No.
not at all.
Did you used to love your son?
Still do.
Oh, you still do?
Well, yeah.
Do you get to see him, or is there glass between you, like plexiglass or something?
I haven't
Do you visit him?
got to see him yet. No, I haven't got to see him yet. He hasn't
What
been
month? What month was he
in
sentenced in? When was it?
permanent
How long?
placement yet. It was
When did he get sentenced to 66 years?
December.
December.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just at the end of last year?
Oh, you seem
I didn't.
surprised by that. I took you as a
No,
person
I
who
didn't.
would pick on fresh
Yeah.
wounds and try and open them back up and throw salt in them, Stephen. You're
No, I'm not
disappointing
doing
me that
that.
you wouldn't be that person. Come
I'm
on,
not here to
Stephen,
do that.
please.
I'm not here to throw salt in
But
wounds.
you just did that, and then you accused
Oh,
me of being responsible for him. Come on, Stephen. Come
no,
on.
you're a parent. You're not
Enter,
responsible for him.
enter,
He's how old is he?
entertain
29?
me.
How old
Yeah,
is he?
he's 30 now.
Oh,
Now,
okay. He's 30. I thought you said 29.
oh, he was
29.
29 when he shot the guy, but he's 30 years old now. I just find it
Why did he?
amusing how it seems that every Christian I've ran across and every deity facade of a person thinks that I should be held responsible for a grown adult's action. That's interesting.
Wait a second. You don't think you should be responsible for? What are you talking about? Who's holding you responsible? You're not being criminally held liable, are you?
By my daughter and my mom. Yeah, yeah. See, I don't mind talking about this, Stephen. It gets it out because nobody else wants to hear it, especially my aspect and take on it. So this is,
I know I'm the only one that wants to hear it. I mean,
yeah,
I'm
I'm giving
doing
you
more
that
than your own
privilege.
family has done, you know?
I'm giving you that privilege.
I'm doing more than your own family will do for you. I'm hearing you out.
Uh, Snafu, you're wrong, brother. No one said I was disappointed in my son. No one even said I was sad about my son. And yeah, I am a self-admitted demon.
What would make you sad? Would you be sad if your son perished in prison before you?
I think the perpetual uh, sustained human species would be really sad.
Do you hate humanity? What do you think of humanity?
I think they're vile parasites. They're not very good stewards of one another nor their environment. They're a scourge and a plague.
You think humanity's a scourge and a plague upon the earth?
Well, yes,
Do you worship the earth?
absolutely not.
Do you think
Why
the
would
earth
I?
is a goddess or a living being, or what do you think of the earth? I'm just curious.
I think it's perfectly sustainable without humans.
Do you think earth would be better without humans?
I don't know about. Yeah. Better. Yeah,
Yeah.
and in a sustainable way. Yeah, I think it would. I think if the whole of humanity died, it would be plenty of fertilizer, and it would take less than a couple of years, and the entire planet would be retaken by vegetation and wildlife, and it would be back on a natural course of self-sustaining, perpetual.
Do you think humans should be made into hamburgers and eaten by other humans to save the earth?
That's probably best asked of Bill Gates or someone of that nature.
Do you think humans should eat the babies instead of having babies to populate the earth?
Well, as long as there's a healthy rat population, I think babies aren't
That
going to
guy's
have
got bad audio. Chris, would you eat babies? Would you eat babies?
Depends. What's the context, Stephen?
survival.
Survival?
No, saving the earth. Would you do your part to eat baby flesh to save the earth from being overpopulated?
From being overpopulated? No.
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 Oh,
You don't
see,
want to eat
Chris has
babies.
integrity.
Chris, aren't you a demon like Rattblood?
I'm not a demon. No.
Oh,
Are you, Stephen?
no, of course not.
Do you have a
But you
demon?
hang out here. You're here every live stream, right?
Does a demon
You
inhabit
watch
your
a
body,
demon
Stephen?
channel.
Stephen, does a demon inhabit your body?
Mine, no, of course not. I think it does yours, though.
Does what do you call them? Hoarder demons?
I think you're
inhabit your
controlled
body?
by a demon, dude. I don't think you're honest. You were on webcam the last time. You flashed your webcam on for some reason, your camera, when Bex was here, and I saw your face. I could tell you're a demon.
Are you inhabited by a legion, Stephen?
Not at all.
Oh.
I'm a good being. I fight demons. I stand against evil. I
Oh, okay.
expose evil. What do you do?
Well, that's good, Stephen.
What do you do?
What do I do?
Yeah, what do you do?
Stephen?
You didn't answer my question. What do you do?
Well, I asked you.
You answered with a question. I asked you first. What do you do?
Well, I asked you
What
back.
do you do? What do you do on Earth?
Why do you want to know?
You're showing what you are right now. Do you realize that?
I'm asking why you want to know. Why do you
You're
want to
showing
know?
what you are. You're showing my whole audience what you are.
What would that be, Stephen?
You're a demon, Chris. Just like Rattblood and Bex and Dominic. The
What is
ones
it? Do
here.
you even know what a
You're
demon
demons.
is, Stephen?
You're demons. I know exactly what a demon is. I'm talking to them. There's two demons on the stage right here. Rattblood and Chris. You're both demons.
How do we know you don't have a demon?
I know it's you. I know it's you. I fight evil. I don't stand with evil. You do.
You sure you don't have a demon, Stephen?
I definitely don't. I know you do.
I think he's ashamed to admit it, Chris.
And I saw your face, Chris.
Okay.
I see what you are. That's all I needed to confirm what you are. When you flashed your camera on.
How do you figure that constitutes being a demon?
I saw what you are. It was enough time to see exactly what you are.
What are the characteristics of that?
I saw your eyes. I saw that you're demonic. I see what you support. You support evil. You support hideous things. I know exactly what you are.
You'd be in an error, Stephen.
I know exactly what you are.
What's your basis for that?
You're going to be sealed in here. I already said. You're going to be sealed in here, Chris. You like this realm? You want to stay here forever, Chris?
I think you're describing some kind of fantasy or something, Stephen.
You're dodging the questions. Do you want to stay here forever?
Do you?
You hear that, Stephen?
You didn't answer the question, did you?
Do you
I'm
think
thinking
this-
about you.
Go ahead. What'd you say, Exus?
Oh, I'm thinking about Stephen. Can you hear it?
Chris, do you want to stay here forever? Axis is a pig.
You got
A piggish demon.
Axis. He just said something, Stephen.
Do you want to stay here forever?
Ah,
Chris?
there we go.
There you go,
You want
Stephen.
to
Hold
stay
on.
here forever?
Flush his memory down with some other.
There you go,
Do you
Stephen.
want to stay here forever, Chris?
Where's here, Stephen?
I just asked you. Do you want to stay here forever?
What do you mean by here, Stephen?
Keep saying my name, Chris, in this hell realm, Chris. Demon Chris, do you want to stay here forever?
Stephen, how do you know this is a
One
hell
more
realm?
chance to answer. One more chance.
How do you know
Yes
this is
or
a hell
no?
room, Steven?
Yes or no, Chris?
I'm
Yes
asking
or
why
no,
do you know
Chris?
this is a hell room.
Yes or no, Chris? Do you want to stay here forever?
Who is you, Steven?
Do you, Chris, want to stay here forever?
Who is Chris,
Demon
Steven?
Chris. All right, goodbye, Chris.
Later, Steven. Have a good one.
You're going to stay here. You failed. You're a demon, just like
You know-
Rattblood.
You know what, Steven?
You're going to stay
Axis
here,
just
Chris.
flushed your memory down the toilet. What do you think
Didn't
of
flush
that?
anything. You're just two pigs. You're two demonic pigs. That's all. That's all you are.
Well, that's
You're
rude,
fit for this
Stephen.
realm. You're going to stay here and rot here in hell. You're going to
sounds
rot in hell
convicting.
forever. You're going to rot in hell forever and ever and ever. You fucking nasty, vile demons. You stay here.
Steven, I'm going to tell Jack Talcott on you if you don't stop.
Ooh. Look,
You better quit that, Steven. You're being mean to me.
you know,
And you might make
He
Axis
ran-
upset too. Stop it,
yeah,
Steven.
well, he breaks my little heart anyhow. He ran off all my guests out of the chat. He dropped my numbers, and
Yeah.
then he takes off running. Wow.
He took off. Took off
Oh,
like
yeah.
a little. What do they call that? Took off like a little. Oh boy, Steven, you silly
Yeah.
Billy.
I
Too
think
bad.
he became excited at the fact he could hear me pee, and he was imagining my engorged cock in his mouth, and he couldn't resist but to go and stare at himself in the mirror, wishing that I was there with my balls bouncing off his chin while he engaged in fellatio with my engorged cock. But that happens whenever people like Steven hear me piss, you know. They can measure the distance with their ear.
Yeah, I don't understand some people. Axis. I don't get that. That's weird. Why would Steven be like that?
That is a sign of an inferior person with a great need to be accepted and to be somewhat solidified by his peer group as being relevant. But
Right.
I come to an understanding about things. See, I know what the human species is.
Yeah, you know what's up with that. Huh?
Bioelectric bags of mud. So, you know, being a self-indulgent, delusional bioelectric bag of mud and proclaiming yourself a king as a pronoun, you've really set your sights pretty low there. I mean, that's pretty much scraping the bottom of the barrel to be a king, isn't it? Oh, look.
Steven, get back here. Get back here, Steven. How dare you run off from Sir Rattblood's show? You know what's wrong with you?
Yeah, see, and I'm still blocked on his channel.
Yeah, Steven's
Now
a little
he-
wuss like that. You know, blocks people from.
Yeah. Well, he
StreamYard
quit
and-
streaming it too.
Oh, did he quit streaming?
Yeah, he quit streaming us and he ran away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how Steven is. Axis. He blocks people from his StreamYard. He won't have
Mhm.
a fair debate with them. He cuts people off. That's why he ran, because he doesn't have any control over here. Like he doesn't have your controls like you have. You know, right now he doesn't have that here, so he had to run.
No,
He ran.
no, he has no authority here. None. And I entertain him for the sake of one individual. Nope, sorry, it's not you.
Yeah, I didn't think it was
If,
Rebecca.
no, I don't do that for for the sake of Beck. But there's a particular individual that's pretty close to me that likes to keep track of his engagements here and how he conducts himself.
Oh, okay. That's cool. I mean, that's a degree of honor. Some, that's yeah, that's a good thing. I like honor. Right on.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Hey, so actually, is the audio screwed up on this thing, or is it coming in clear now?
Nah, man, you're coming in loud and clear. Probably
Okay.
better than I am.
I think pretty clear on my end, So
Okay. Good deal. Yeah, I was starting the program and the show out tonight on the lesser design of our development as living organisms. And when you realize that we are more dead than alive, and that we are pretty much a golem of sorts, it really takes the divine state of one's thinking and really drives it home. The fact that
Yeah,
you can
like
recall information only, that you can't encompass the being of that information. You can only recall it. Very limited. And the further I go down that biological hacking and genetics and the actual makeup of the human body and the decaying process, even the birthing process, we were probably at one time a pretty impressive species, but we're just a subspecies of whatever that used to be. Even if we're connected to that in any direct way, we may be an offshoot of a lesser design.
Interesting. Yeah. I don't think we're designed by Nephilim or anything like that, or even demons, Well, that's the departed spirit of the Nephilim, but yeah, I don't think we were designed by Nephilim or any kind of intelligent species here on this earth. Think we're like I think we have like a spirit, and we're just like lumps of clay with a spirit deposited. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does, actually. And I think the spirit that inhabits these mud bags weren't created. I think just as everything else, they've always been. They were just discovered and was able to be housed by manipulation into physical forms, mud bags, bioelectrical mud bags. That which is life, that is true life, the photonic energy nature of one's being, I think that it has always been. I don't think it's a new creation. I think it utilizes the mud bag, the bioelectrical mud bag, the dying, decaying part of one's being, physical being, but the true essence of life. We would be interacting in a living state with everything around us, but we don't.
Yeah, we're
It's
pretty.
actually,
We're, I think we're pretty dull when it comes to like the senses, and interacting with different things. Like you compare it to a dog, they have a heightened sense of smell and vision, for instance. Um,
I think it goes
but
beyond that. I think it's actual uh, states of dimensional, the ability to be transcendental in dimensional states and be able to adjust accordingly to each dimensional state to function in it properly is working with your environment with a potential life force. But the fact that we're contained here because of our physical bodies and that we have such a minuscule amount of life force, that's not much living, man.
So, like, you know, you've heard of, I know you have, it's like when you take off from your body, when your spirit leaves your body and goes around the dream world or whatever. Is that what you
Yeah.
mean? Like going to, okay.
No. I'm talking actual transcendence from one full state to the other, because dimensions fade into each other to become fully expressive of their dimensional construct. You don't just suddenly change position and you go from third dimension, fourth dimension, fifth dimension, like it's a brick fucking wall you're passing through. There's a gradual state of slow change and a fractal nature that takes place between dimensions. And I think at certain stages they can even bump into each other coherently at times.
Oh. Oh, okay. So what I think you're getting at is like when somebody passes away, that's, well, I just look at it as the spirit leaves the body when we pass away and it goes to where it goes, right? But so you're like
Well,
talking
what
about
little bit of,
ascension or something, or
well, it's not even ascension. I mean, it's just the perpetuation of a particular energy. And when you look at our mass, which is 70% water, 30% mud, clay, and it's an bioelectrical field of energy that is actually perpetuating this thing in a state of what you consider to be the living state. There's really not by percentage much of us that's alive. I mean, you've already eliminated 70% of our being to water.
yeah.
So we're a product of our environment through resonance, frequency, and vibration that you would have no control over. So any type of frequency, energy, or vibration that was within range of your water, your mud bag, is going to be that which dominates the process of your engagement with your localized environment. The
Oh, I
other
see.
part, the solidifying part, 30% that's mud, is basically a adhesive compound to keep the photonic and the water state cohesive.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's interesting. So like if you wanted to go to like another dimension fully, you'd have to, I guess, somehow, I don't know if that's proper use of the word transform, you know, into that dimension. You have to be
You would have
prepared
to be
for
able to interpret it.
Okay.
One, it's already a state that you cannot occupy it with the physical mass that you are. And secondly is you would have to be able to interpret the information of that dimensional space or plane. Then you can
Okay.
begin to venture out. But once you do that, then you start really looking at the human experience and how horribly limited and confined we are. And not only that, but dense.
Interesting. Do you think there's unlimited other dimensions that are different from our own?
No, I think that there are 12 frequencies that can be turned into variables of octaves, just like a musical scale. And there are semitones and fractals, and just like sliding up and down a scale with a slide bar or a string to different notes with a slide bar, you're just hitting different spectrums of an octave range.
Okay.
And I know that they only have 11 spatial dimensions that can be kind of theorized or imagined, but you got to consider that the scope of the human mind is so limited, and our senses are so narrowed in spectrum that I think that they're very fortunate that they can even register 11 spatial dimensions, when in actuality everything in a fractal nature points to 12 on a repeating pattern, just like an octave in music. Only because it's applied mathematic frequency and repeating numbers. I think that
So
it takes all 12. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I thought you're I didn't realize you're like pausing and contemplating. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's been my observation that it takes all 12 frequencies to create solidified life
Oh, okay.
coherently into this third dimension. But it's just it's just an octave. It's just a range. You know, it's a small
So these
spectrum.
more. Oh, okay. So like these other dimensions you're talking about, I guess it's like would they be like represented mathematically? Would that be like the fourth dimension, the fifth dimension, that kind of thing, or is it just like a variation on the third dimension, or is it
Well,
both?
take I'll use the guitar because everybody's pretty familiar with the guitar. And you got frets, and each fret going up the neck of the guitar takes you to a higher note until you reach 12 of them. And then everything repeats one octave higher. So look at each of those notes as a dimension, a spatial dimension, a measurement.
Okay.
And it takes X amount of space between these frets to go from this note to the next note until you reach an octave. And as you go up, the distance is shorter because the resonance is faster, until you get to a range where you can no longer hear the noise anymore audibly because your senses just can't pick it up. But seeing that the base of everything in that form is a 12, rooted in 12, it would seem logical that there would be 12 frequency dimensions, and then it would repeat itself at a higher vibrational level
Oh, okay.
or a lower one as you go down the octave. If you go down the neck of the guitar, it gets lower. As you go up the neck of the guitar, it gets higher, which means that it's vibrating faster at shorter distances to create the octave or the 12 notes.
Oh, okay. So, okay, I see. So if you go down, it would be a lower vibration. Um,
Yeah,
um,
longer waves.
lower vibration dimension.
Well, it'd be, it'd be longer wavelength. So
Okay.
the information you would be receiving at a lower position on the neck of the guitar, the wavelengths would be longer, slower, and then as you go up the guitar neck, you're changing variables, which are notes, and they start resonating quicker and quicker and quicker, and the distance between them gets shorter, and the wavelength becomes faster, and thus it changes pitch, and then you adjust the frequency, the intonation, and you have pure tone notes.
I see. Wow, interesting. Yeah.
Well,
And
applied music theory and mathematics, they walk hand in hand. They're one and the same. It's just one is sound and one is numbers.
I see. And this higher, like, so let's say it's lower vibration um, dim- uh, dimension. Um, do you think there's three dimensions in this lower vibration dimension? If that makes any sense.
I think
Length.
that it fractalizes. I think that it can go so fucking low that it goes out of our range of ability to perceive it and beyond infinitely
But if
until the
you're somehow
wavelengths are the size of a universe or larger.
okay,
And
if
then
it
I
was able
think
to,
that, go ahead.
no, I was just saying, like, let's say you're somehow able to transform an object, like a living object, to go into that lower dimension, lower vibratory dimension. Do you think that lower dimension would still be a three dimensionals, like length, width, and height, or would there be something else going on?
No, I think that that allows for a different range of perspective. That's why it's interpretable by the nature of what it is. That's why we don't recognize the fourth dimension, though it's there. It's all around us. We're moving in it, but we can't perceive it because our senses are narrowed.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, wow. Okay, interesting. Yeah,
Just
that
like
makes sense. Like what you're saying, I don't know if that's necessarily true, but it makes sense.
this,
You know?
do the research, you'll find that it's absolutely factual
Oh, okay.
until you reach the quantum state.
Oh boy.
And then when you reach the quantum state, you reach a position where potential exists until it resolidifies. And once it resolidifies, you're in a new dimension.
And do you suspect there's like even a fifth dimension?
Well,
That we
yeah,
can't.
I think by nature there would be 12 vibrational tones that would represent perceived and even spatial dimensions, because there are 12 vibrational tones that you can actually work with that you can measure, you can number, and has been the formula for most all of our westernized music since we've been playing music. Even other cultures that don't use semitones still use a bass 12 octave range. Why music is universal. But when you go out of range of audibly being able to hear, whether it be high or low, well, that would be like achieving a quantum state of potential until it became coherent again, or you were in a state where you could interpret the information or spatial dimension. But the fact that you have 12 notes and those 12 notes have to have dimensional space to resonate. Would it not then make sense that there are 12 perceivable dimensional states of frequency? Notes, cohesive notes, unless you're working with semitones.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of see what you're saying. I'm not fully wrapping my head around it, but I mean, I get the gist of what you're saying overall.
Yeah, it's not hard to figure out, man. It's pretty self-explanatory. As a matter of fact, it's the basis of our clock, time, base 60 math. You know, everything that we understand in a shape of relevant measurement comes in stations of 12.
Hey, so I got Cage backstage access.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Cage.
Oh,
Welcome here, Cage.
Is he there?
He should be, yeah, unless he took off or something.
Hold on. There he is. Hold on. I gotta get back to him. Okay. There we go.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Cage, welcome here.
Cage. How's it going? Yeah, you gotta let me know that you're back there, or otherwise I'll completely space.
I was there for less than like 2 minutes, really. I was only
Cool.
back there for like a minute.
Cool. Yeah, Chris let me know you were back there.
I appreciate it. I don't even remember. Were you there, Axis, the other live we were doing with the Frater RC showed up? You were there, right? I think you were.
I'm not sure who he is.
Maybe you weren't there. You missed it then. The Golden Dawn guy. He's like a.
Is that the guy that got into it with the girl because she
They called him a
was
faggot or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy. So you were there. That's what I'm sure you were.
Yeah.
That's kind of fucking stupid because she could have learned something because she's kind of interested in that, and instead just goes directly to attacking someone's character for no reason that you don't know. That guy's deep into this stuff. That's the internet for you,
though. Yeah, I don't put much. Is that? Can you hear that, Chris? There's an echo. Is that you, Cage, or is that one of us?
I don't hear anything.
Okay. As long as it's doing yeah, it don't seem to be there. Don't seem to be there now. Yeah, I just taking a slow roll down observation lane and sharing with Chris the fundamentals of mathematics and music theory. We were being paraded around and restreamed for someone else's entertainment, and they just can't seem to get a good foothold into this platform to accomplish much. I think it's really starting to get to them because they finally broke and they snapped and started screaming at us like we were demons personified.
Yeah,
Talking
Cage,
about
he accused me of being a demon.
Oh, you're talking about a buddy over there?
Yeah,
Okay.
that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's like a broken fucking record. What else is new?
Right? Loop, huh?
well, I keep trying to entertain him to some type of niche and maybe bring him in as a part of the show so that people have something amusing to sideline, almost like a Monty Python type approach to being a human. And he just gets upset after a while, and this time he actually stormed out. Usually he peacefully leaves, but not this time. He stormed out. He was very angry. I think it was because Chris wouldn't admit to being a demon.
Because
And
Chris, what? Sorry?
I asked him if he's a demon, or if he has demons, or if he has
Yeah,
legion.
you did. Yeah, and he reacted to that, didn't he?
Yeah, he seemed to get a little irritated by that.
Yeah,
So I don't
you're
know.
right.
Oh, wow.
Maybe you provoked the true nature of him.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he does have some demons in him. And I'm not saying that to be funny either.
One time,
Oh,
there's this guy, Aaron. I don't know if you know. But yeah, he's like this guy. One time I was on a panel with him, and then the fucking demons, he got like exercised on the fucking panel. He started like roaring and shit.
That's right. You were there that day, Cage. I remember
Remember
that.
that?
Yeah.
You were there? Yeah, that
No,
was
I mean, I
crazy.
saw the clip though. Like, I'm trying to exercise a demon. You guys all get up in my business when I'm trying to exercise a demon. Remember that, Cage?
And he started roaring and shit and making weird fucking noises.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like you were there that day, Cage. So I remember that.
Yeah, I was on the panel. Yeah.
Wow, what an experience, Cage. Yeah.
Yeah, it was between. I don't know. It was more crazy that or when the guy was also on another panel and a lady literally drank her own piss on fucking camera. I didn't see it though.
I just took a piss
I didn't
on
see it, but
microphone. No, I was afraid that if I was to actually show it to Steven, that he would never leave my fucking channel.
oh, he's obsessed with
So
your pierced genitalia, right? Okay.
I think so. He heard me pee and got all excited.
Yeah, I couldn't believe when that lady. I was away from the phone, but yeah, some lady was drinking her piss, and it was kind of fucked up because everyone was encouraging her to do it.
Ooh,
I'm like, you guys are fucked. Obviously, this lady probably has like a mental health issue, and you're egging it on.
Like, why is
right?
weird stuff around you, Cage? Like, why does weird stuff happen around you? Like demons manifest, people drink piss. What else? What else is weird? Like,
I don't know, man. Fuck.
Cage is a magnet for paranormal human activity. piss drinking demons, metaphysical mud bags of bioelectric nature that think they're of some supreme order of understanding. Crazy.
Dark knowledge into magnetites.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah,
crazy world.
it is. Around Cage especially. I wrote a song about it. It was so impressive.
That'd be cool. Actually, if you wrote a song about Cage. I love
Uh-huh.
it. Yeah, that.
I
Yeah,
made
it's
one a
the
long
only
time ago. It's the It's the what is it? Fucking what's that thing again? When you just get involuntarily Tourette syndrome.
yeah, it's the I think it's the metaphysical or the hermetic approach to Tourette with Cage reality. But they put a age limitation on it because he suffered from Tourette's so bad back then that I just couldn't get clean clips of him to put on there, and next thing I know, boom, you know.
Wow. I learn something new
But
every
it's
day.
What about the introduction to Access? What about the introduction? Remember the cymatic old documentary we were looking at?
mm-hmm.
Did you save that one down? Remember the introduction? I'm like, that'd be a sick fucking thing for a song to mix in. You could add your frequency in there.
Yeah, I would have continued, and we could have explored that, but apparently, oh boy, just don't understand that I don't want his help. I'm not interested in his indoctrination or his help or even anything he has to offer as far as information goes. Just not interested.
Fuck was that, Chris?
Oh, sorry. Something went off in the background. But there you go, Cage. I don't know if you can ever put on TV. That's where that's the clip with you and Gauchi and Paul trying to exercise it. You know.
Oh, you found it? There you go.
Yeah, I found it. So,
Oh, you and Paul were trying to exorcise a demon out of somebody, huh?
Oh, we did. Oh, yeah, technically, we did. You should have heard. We heard it come out, and shit was roaring and making noises.
Really?
sounds legitimate too, dude. Seriously does.
I can't even do it. It was crazy.
Sounds like a dog. It don't sound too much like a demon. Every demon I've met has spoke pretty fluently.
We just need to start speaking Latin, and then it'll be even better.
It's usually Paleo Hebrew or Aramaic.
There's this one character, Diogenes, that comes on the panel sometimes. I showed him that the dice thing, and it started working for him. And then he said at nighttime he got fucking possessed by demons or something. He said like he was hearing Latin and like weird shadows, and he's like paralyzed and shit, hearing fucking someone talk to him in Latin, chanting words in Latin. He's like, that's evil, and he's been trying to warn me about what I'm doing with the dice, and now it's evil, and now I have to give my life. Yeah, and I have to give my soul to Jesus. So I'm going to go to hell. And
I've yet to have a demon speak to me in Latin.
he said he got possessed he said he got like fucked with a demon, fucking sleep paralysis with Latin because of the dice thing. I'm like, all right. Never happened to me.
No, and any demon I ever talked to, she definitely didn't speak Latin.
Hey, Cage, do you have a way to put that clip on TV? It's only like 10, 15 seconds, you know?
Yeah, I got to turn on my computer. I will in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. Yeah.
I think Access might like that too, you know?
Yeah, especially if it's making weird grumpy noises.
Yeah, dude makes demonic noises, all that stuff. You know.
Hold on, what makes a noise demonic?
Well, I mean, typical demonic, I guess you could say. You can get pissed off, hissing, that kind of stuff.
As I say, most demons I encounter have a very soothing and relaxed-natured voice. Some of them are almost melodic and harmonizing within its own speech pattern.
Yeah, very makes you want to like listen to them or hang out with them or something. Very
Yeah, it's
soothing, charming
compelling.
type thing. Yeah,
Yeah,
makes sense.
definitely not like listening to German.
I mean, that makes sense, you know. Like, yeah, it makes sense. Because they'd want to attract your attention, not try to scare you. You know, they'd want to try to draw you in to hold your interest or whatever.
German always sounds angry. Same
Yeah,
with
it's
Russian too.
Russian, German. Yeah, they're kind of gruff languages.
Like I have a good friend who's fucking speaks Russian, his whole family, and that they always sound like his mom always sounds like she's pissed off, but they're not. You know, they're just speaking.
German, yeah, that's like a rough version of English, Cage, in my opinion. Sounds like a rough version of English. That it's a different language, but it kind of sounds like a rough version of English, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's Germanic in nature, English, but and also like I swear, Germans didn't Germans go to the UK or originally?
Germans came from like Sweden and Finland usually originally.
No, I'm saying like didn't they like immigrate to like start up the UK? I thought the UK people were technically from fucking Germany.
Actually, most Germans ascribe to having Nordic roots.
Nordic. Interesting.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of Germans are like Swedish. I don't know.
I just, by study a language, I used to speak a lot of German. Used to speak a lot of Latin. I've
You
probably
speak German?
forgotten more than I remember. Yeah,
Oh, wow.
that's fucking Deutsch.
Would you say it's kind of similar to English or the other way around?
It's a frequency, gruff frequency of English. Yeah, there's a lot of English phrasing, but German has masculine, feminine, and neutered, where English isn't quite so complex in its nature. This, die, der, you know,
Yeah, English,
masculine,
German's
feminine, and
more
neutered.
exact, huh? Like more precise, right?
Yeah, it's more of a mechanical language.
Interesting. Like Germans would say, if you told them something will exist at this, you know, something that exists, and then that German would say like, as it exists now, you know, like they have a sense of, I guess, like the degradation or decay. Like their tenses are more.
Der building, dis building, and die building. Dis, die, and der.
Oh, okay. Just dur. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. Die Kommissar, der Kommissar.
Okay, did you know that Canada kicked the United States' ass before? Excuse my friend. I mean, their butt before.
Yeah.
They sure did, dude. They sure did. Yup. Kind of embarrassing, but okay.
Did you hear that Trump was going to change the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. He was going to take back the Panama Canal. He was going to incorporate Greenland, and he wants to make Canada the 51st state.
Yeah, I heard about that. Hold on.
Hey, Cage,
Damn!
Pamela here, Cage.
What's up, Pam? Axis, I was gonna put up the video Chris wanted me to play. Can you let my screen share in? It's in the back.
Pam released a new video. It's a song. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, here it is. Hold on.
I'm gonna put a link to.
Oh, Aaron's roaring now. Yeah, there's the demon. Bring it up out of you, Aaron. There's the demon. Out of you. Yeah. Who's the one possessed by demons again? Notice how many times I've done this. This is what they would have seen thousands of years ago. If I'd have been in the room with somebody while he's telling me he works for God and has a legion of demons up in him, and he's drifting off the middle-aged women too. Dick, please shut the fuck up and be quiet. I'm in the middle of a demon. And you are all still yapping. It's amazing. You just can't read the fucking room. You can't let Daddy do what he does.
All right, there you go. There you heard the demon.
I'm gonna put a link to your latest video on your channel, Pam. Yeah, it's kind of
Pam was there too, Pam? You remember that shit?
Dude, Pam, Cage was there that day.
Yep.
Yeah, Pam, I don't, that's kind of almost a darker gothic type feeling song. Yeah. There it is. Jaw. There.
Yeah, Paul's pretty snappy with coming up with stuff on the fly. You notice that? Pretty good.
Well, I can say in all my years, I haven't ever encountered a demon that made a noise like that.
Did that sound legitimate to you, Axis?
No,
No?
not at all. No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Doesn't mean it's not though. It's just.
Oh, well, that's the deal.
Oh,
like,
I've just never heard one make that noise. That's all.
Yeah, before that, he's like going off about how he's like friends with the Rockefellers or something, and like they're telling him all this information, and I don't know where this guy comes out with his shit. And then we were kind of pressing him a bit, and the demon came out of him, whatever the fuck that was.
I've never heard. Never heard a demon make a noise like that.
I've heard a demon. I've talked to a demon before that manifested in somebody, and he sounded like a snake kind of guy. He's like, yes, he's like. I said to him, people are pretty dumb, aren't they? He said, yes, they are. Talk like that. He did that for about 30 seconds, then he left the guy,
Pam says he used to make the panel channel rounds back in the day.
Yeah, I haven't seen him since that incident, really.
Really?
I haven't seen him since then.
Did he have his own channel education, or he did his own show and stuff?
I have no clue. Probably. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Hell, he might have got famous. Wouldn't that be a bite in the ass to Paul? He casts out a demon from someone, and the guy that has the demon cast out of him gets famous, and Paul gets stuck where he's at as usual.
Why the fuck did you want to be famous in the first place?
Because there's money in it, and it's a supportive, fun living whenever you're young enough to do it.
You can make money in other ways.
Yeah, but they're not as fun as playing on stage and interacting with a crowd, or at least for me.
That's kind of cool, huh?
That's why.
Like being famous.
That's why I chose it as a career. Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
What was the band called, actually?
Well, the first one was the metal one was Mystic Witness, and the second industrial one was Thrill Kill Cult.
Sorry, what was that?
The metal band was Mystic Witness. They never really. It was at the end of the metal, when metal was still half-ass available. But is when I started hanging out in different circles. I got with the Thrill Kill Cult on the Ecstasy Ball tour.
Which was the one that was successful?
Thrill Kill Cult.
Kill what? Kill Bill?
Thrill Kill.
Oh, Thrill Kill. Okay.
It was like a gothic or something.
And no, I was sexual, satanic, industrial. Dark, really dark, industrial, satanic, sexual, weather.
Is it called? Is it called My Life with the Thrill Kill Cult?
Yep. I was on the Ecstasy Ball tour.
Groovy Man and Buzz McCoy.
Those are the two sustaining members. Groove Man and Buzz. They did a reunion tour last year, and then it wound up turning into a national tour. I haven't seen any of them since 94, 95. Tour we were on was Lords of Acid, and God Was Underwater, Thrill Kill Cult.
One of the songs is in the Crow movie.
Yeah, After the Flesh.
What was your name? What names you go by?
Access Rattblood.
Yeah, they don't fucking give you any credit on this shit.
I told you I was not on the Crow soundtrack. Hell no, I wasn't on the Crow
No. But I'm like looking
soundtrack.
at past members. There's like fucking like dozens of them, or like more than.
Yeah, I was 1994, 95. Might have been under Spotlight Production out of Louisville. And not the Sextreme Ball, which is the one right after the Ecstasy Ball. Because the only two foundating members that have been consistent in that band has been Buzz and Groove. Everybody else is expendable and replaceable.
Yeah, Wikipedia doesn't give you a list there.
Nope. That's the problem with being a touring musician, man. I wasn't a contributor to any of the album tracks.
What was
Only
your
live
position?
performances. Guitar and samples, I took over what would have been the Electric Health, well, Thomas Thorne, where Thomas Thorne left off. They give Thomas Thorne fucking credit, because if they give Thomas Thorne credit, I'd be a pissed off motherfucker. Thomas Thorne is my nemesis. He's the from the Electric Hellfire Club, which was a middle finger to the Thrill Kill Cult.
Yeah, they give him credit. They give him credit. His name's
Fucking
there.
bitch.
He actually
Fucking
has.
bitch.
He's one of the rare few people that actually have their own Wikipedia page. So he has his own Wikipedia page.
Yeah, it's because of Bob Larson. That's the only reason he got that fucking recognition at all. Me and one of his little groupies got into it at a show we were doing. And I wound up doing a show with the Electric Hellfire Club at Club 13. And that was Subterranean, Tim Straley, me, VOM, Electric Hellfire Club.
He got the Thorn guy got ordained by fucking Anton LaVey to be a fucking.
Yeah, I know.
What the fuck?
Really don't care talking about him. I put him in the same category that I do Reznor.
Yeah.
People I just do not like.
Yeah, I used to hear stories like that. Marilyn Manson beating up Trent Reznor, or the other way around, something like that.
No.
No. Oh, okay.
No.
Okay, I don't know. I don't.
It never come to blows that I know of with them. At least whenever they were doing the Downward Spiral tour, because I was on that tour. It was Jim Rose Circus. 9 Inch Nails was promoting the Downward Spiral, and Marilyn Manson was still promoting Portrait of an American Family.
Oh, okay.
Bro, what in the fuck is wrong with these people? I'm reading about their shit. Is that
Now you know where I come from, Cage.
they said at one point 10 was dressed as Jesus, strapped to a cross featuring a large black dildo or a large sausage between his legs, while Avalicious White dressed as a demon girl simulated oral sex on him. What the fuck?
That's mild, man. That's mild compared to some of the shit we pull.
What the fuck is wrong with these people?
We almost got the brewery in Louisville shut down with a show that we done.
They have the Thrill Kill Cult has a long unreleased project called Gay, Black, and Married. What the fuck? You guys are fucked in your head, bro.
I've got all the demos to that. As a matter of fact, I think I got all the demo cuts to that right here.
I don't know about that, bro. Not my cup of tea, really.
Sure enough. I got all the pirated shit from Al and Ministry from out of the studio too. I began.
See, and they're still going. The last thing they released is in 2019. It's in.
Yeah, like I said, they're either just now on the last leg of a tour because they did a nostalgic tour, and it went over so well that they wound up getting major label promotion to do a world tour, or not a world tour, but a national tour. And so they came off of the nostalgic tour and went directly into North American tour. Let's see if I do that. See if Beat Mistress, she did one album after that show. She hooked up with us at Spark. She got credit. She was one of the Beat Street girls. But she did a solo album. Beat Mistress did. I was wondering if they gave any credits to that since they did that fucking Thorn. Him and Tim Straley can go fuck each other in a back room of a gay bar as far as I'm concerned. Tim fucking sold out, man. He plays golf and has accountant and dresses like dresses like he's one of them now.
So and he grew out of it, huh?
Prick. Yeah, I thought he was one of the few true ones, man. But no, sure the fuck wasn't. Here it is. Here's all the demos for Gay, Black, and Married.
What kind of a fucking name for an album is it?
Do you want to get funky? Euro Freak, Hustle, Freak Fever, One Night Stand, Magic Boy, Magic Girl, Foreign World, Paradise Motel. I hope that wasn't a tribute to Reverend Love there.
You guys, Rebecca's here.
Sci-Fi Affair. And the radio edit. I've got the radio edit of Freak Fever. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was looking at this shit here. I wasn't paying attention. I should be paying attention.
Hey, welcome here, Rebecca.
Got me all looking at nostalgic shit, man. The fuck. Now I'm gonna have creepy dreams all night.
Yeah, I don't even want to know what the fuck you guys are up to, bro.
Yeah, really,
Yeah.
that's might get
Well, how
distracted.
far did you get in the music industry, Cage?
I didn't.
There you
I got
go.
I got friends that are in there, and they get a lot of views.
Are
I
they
have
doing
one good friend
tours?
I grew up with. He
Did they
has
tour?
yeah. I have one good friend that they have a band. It's called Grandson, and they get like hundreds of millions of views. They're like big.
Cool.
I don't know if you guys remember that.
Well, why aren't you doing a fucking bit of your music underneath of their label, man?
I don't do music. I'm not a
Oh,
musician.
none of that rap shit? You don't do any of that rap shit you play?
No. I have
Oh,
friends that are into the rap thing too, and like yeah, they're a lot of them died, but yeah, they also get lots of views and recognition. And they're known here. But it's more of like a
okay.
gang. It's like a music thing, but it's also like a gang. So,
Well, we were kind of a cult. Now
this is
you
like
know
a
where the
street
cult of
gang. It's just,
Baptist comes from.
yeah, yeah.
You
They're
guys
called
remember?
shots up mafia, and they're like yeah, they literally kill people and get killed.
Is that like drill rap or something, Gage?
Kind of, yeah. I could show you some of these people if you want, but
You guys remember Dick Dale? Those Dale Tones? Remember that
Who?
guy? Dick Dale.
No,
He's
I
like a
don't think
guitar
I.
guy. He did like a song called like you probably know Miserlou. He's in Pulp Fiction.
I'm not familiar, man.
He's like the king of surf guitar. Like
Oh, fucking Beach Boys type stuff. No, sorry, dude.
no, but he was cool though.
Yeah.
He wasn't like a little bit edgier
Ah,
than them. But anyways, I used to hang out with him a little bit sometimes too.
cool.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. He passed away, but you know, yeah, he's a pretty good guitar player. Man, dude. At least I think he is. I don't know. I mean, a true guitar guy,
Overall,
know better, you know. But
we're not that far removed from each other by association somewhere along the way.
yeah, you might have ran into him, Axis. You know,
I don't know.
wouldn't be surprised. You know?
If they were creepier than me, then I tried to at least hold my ground and be as creepy. Definitely
Think
not a
of
mainstream taste.
did you like that one guy? What's his name? Alice Cooper. He's kind of creepy.
Alice Cooper's cool. Yeah, he did a bunch of good music. Yeah.
He's kind of like the Godfather of creepy stuff.
Yeah.
Alex Cooper.
Yeah, he's a creepy from way back. Gotta have some appreciation there.
It's like a werewolf band. He's in like with two other musicians. I forgot what it's called. So creepies, creepy people. So you got Marilyn Manson. He's creepy, I think.
Yeah.
So,
He's creepy.
I know. Actually, this is like you think he's creepy. You haven't seen nothing. You know?
No, Brian Warner is creepy. He is creepy. I'm creepy. He's creepy.
Yeah, you're your own type of creepiness. Different. It's different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, it
He's
seems
on.
fucking less dangerous than these fucking idiots that rap over here. At least they're not gonna
No, we're not out to shoot anybody.
or rob them or something, break into their
No,
home, invade them.
no, no, no. We might have sex with their like daughters or something.
You know, actually, is this true? Did Marilyn Manson remove one of his ribs?
No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
no.
That's what I heard. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, I think I've heard that too in high school or something.
Yeah, no. You want to know what he actually done after the shows? He'd go to a fucking strip club while we were having after parties and hanging out, being the show after the show. He would go to the local strip clubs, and that's
Oh, was like in the
where
women. Some.
he just went to. He just never fucking hung out, dude.
Oh, okay.
He always, yeah. After he got a shower and got cleaned up, he'd go straight to the strip club.
Probably just wasn't into it. It probably just wasn't his thing, you know.
I don't know what his deal was. There was some speculation over it, but you know, we wasn't going to spill the gravy bowl when that was our gravy train. You know what I mean?
Right. Right. Just be
We're not going
cool.
to rock no. Yep.
Yeah, this is my friend's thing I grew up with. Look, they're pretty big. 1.18 million. 237 million views. 25 million. 20 million. 14 million.
Wow.
Cool.
12 million.
Cool.
12 million. 11 million. Yeah, it's my friend Jordan.
That's a pretty good amount of fucking. That's bigger than
It's huge, man.
Thorough Kill Cult.
Oh, it's way bigger than that. Look,
Yeah.
one of them 237 million views.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking huge number.
Well, his parents work for Alliance Atlantis. I think that might have something to do with it. I remember we used to get like DVDs that were out like months before they came out.
Right? Yeah, he's hooked up somewhere along the way to get that kind of fucking viewership, man. That's fucking, or his music is just that fucking awesome.
You want to hear a bit of it?
No.
Okay, not happening.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah, it's definitely copyright with that many views. Holy fuck. There's at least like over 1 million. It starts here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 8, 2, 6. They got 40 songs all with over 1 million.
Wow. Watch him only make like $42 for all that.
I don't think so. He got some money with that type of view.
Look at the views on here. It's almost 1 billion views.
Wow. Gee.
Yeah, it's funny because I remember when the kids started, we were in elementary school and shit. I remember like when he first started trying to like learn and sing and play the guitar, he had no idea how to sing or play the guitar. I mean, he just taught himself, I guess.
HK, can you pull up a picture of Dick Dale on there? I think Axis might recognize him if you saw him.
So which one?
Dick Dale, DICK space DALE.
Dick Dale.
I think you know him, Axis. I think you know. That's a nice background, the moon and all that.
And these are the other idiots. I'm not gonna play the sound or anything. It's copyright anyways. But yeah, these are the other idiots that I know that do the shit. Out of all these guys, both these guys are dead.
Damn.
Yeah, they're both fucking gone already. That's my weed. So there's that.
That's my weed.
My weed's featured in the videos.
At least you know, you got some good stuff, Cage, you know.
Out of all the, he's dead. Bro, like all of them are dead or in jail for life. This when was this? 10 years ago? Yeah. Oh man.
You have like hybrids or something, Cage? Like
I don't remember what it was back then, but I was the plug. They can't rob Cage.
they give you a good price for your weed?
It's competitive.
Oh, okay, gotcha. What's that little logo in the right-hand corner? See that? Infinite visual. Okay. Oh, I see. It's the pager zone. Gotcha.
Yep.
That's cool though. I like, Cage, how you can control the screen somehow. You know, in like a remote. You know, like.
Oh, it's because I'm on my computer. I'm also on my phone talking, so I don't have to be stuck at the computer.
Oh, okay.
It's fun in different backgrounds. Yeah, I guess the grandson thing is more mainstream.
We got that Nazi one right there.
It's not Nazi. It's an ancient Hindu symbol.
Nazi.
Oh, look, these guys got a Wikipedia. Born in New Jersey when he was 3 years old. He moved to a Jewish neighborhood in Toronto. Yeah, they're my Jewish friends. That's why he's so big.
Right?
Yeah. He won SOCAN Songwriting Prize. Oh, in 2020, they opened for Linkin Park. That's cool.
That's a good band. They were pretty good. Pretty big back in the day.
Yeah, I haven't talked to these guys for a while. I should fucking. Yeah, it's at school. I'm telling you, in that area, I know a lot of people that go to that area, this Jewish area, and like they're all big in media and fucking actors, actresses, musicians, and shit. They get plugged right into it. See, maybe if the thrill kill thing had a Jewish member, you would have been more successful.
I don't think we could have paid for a Jewish man.
Hey, you never know, man. The Jews are behind all types of music.
Oh, I'm not saying they weren't behind maybe the labels from Interscope, TVT, or
So it is owned by
nothing, but
Jews then. Yeah. Okay.
but it wasn't Wax Tracks. That's for damn sure. And Interscope back in those days was still signing industrial bands. I don't know, that's respectable.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, if a kid, I know for a fact, if the kid never had his parents there and those links and shit, he never would have gotten recognized.
Right.
They pushed him right through. But, yeah.
Hey, so, okay, have you heard anything about these drones? Are they still talking about those, or did it kind of die off?
No, now everyone's distracted with the wildfire.
Oh, right, That's like 70 miles from where I live, Cage. Yeah.
Oh, luckily it didn't go your way.
Yeah, thank God, man. Seriously. It's like what is that, 130 kilometers? There you go. That'll be, you understand that a little better.
Oh, yeah. It's like 1.6 kilometers is a mile, something like that.
Yeah. Ian had just moved into to Malibu, man, with that girl of his, and I don't even think he got to spend an entire week with her. And they're in the Redwood Forest, or was last time he announced they were holed up in the Redwood Forest.
By Bohemia.
Yeah, he has cats and dogs and that girl with him.
Oh, Ian has a woman now? From
Mm-hmm.
online? Do you meet her? Do you meet him online or her online? I mean?
Yeah. He resigned from his job and I
He
guess
quit his job and
moved.
fucking ran off there.
Yeah, went up to Malibu with her, and then the next thing you know, he's like reporting from the middle of the redwoods. Guess everything fucking burn up. I don't know.
Oh man, I think the girl's taking him to the woods to initiate him or something, bro.
Oh wow.
He's gonna get
Could be.
initiated to the redwoods.
Yeah, he's
See, people do crazy things for fucking pussy. You know what I mean? So the man quit his job and uprooted his entire life and fucked off.
yeah, and like I said, I don't think he was there a week, and the view that he was just showing, like the day before, from the balcony where he was at, it's all burned up now.
Wow.
Yeah.
As long as I'm happy for him. As long as he's happy and shit. There you go.
I think he was until the fire. I don't know about now. I mean, he just uprooted his entire life and moved to Los Angeles.
Now they have nowhere to go now? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they're in the middle of the fucking redwoods running from fire.
It's probably not a good idea being in a forest when there's forest fires.
I guess that's where the camps are and people are directed to go there. I'm not sure. I just know from his last report what he said.
They have redwoods up in Canada, right, Cage?
I'm not sure if they call it the same thing, but they might have a similar tree. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll find out right now.
And it makes sense if they do, it's like, because it's just like north, like.
Oh, yeah, they do have one.
Oh, nice. There's some huge trees, Cage.
They
Are
have
there
it
still
in
big ones left?
BC. They have them in BC. It's like 163 kilometers of it. That's huge. Redwood Park. Yep. Yeah, we have
I
it
know
too.
they cut a bunch of those fuckers down during the 1800s.
It's like 55, 60 miles.
Not far from you then.
She should have got her to come to him. If it's on fire, or like picked her up.
Well,
Or
Sacramento is safe, yeah. It would have been, but I think she's the one with the money. She's the one that's got the nice house and hangs out in fucking Malibu Beach and all that area.
yeah.
Yeah, she's like LA type, new age 50.
Ah.
Fucking Starbucks, huh?
Uh-huh.
Hold on.
With money.
Okay. Malibu, I love Malibu. Why? Because of the Pure Kush they have. I used to grow something called Malibu Pure Kush.
There ain't nothing left of Malibu now.
Is Blue Dream any good, Cage? Is that good?
Yeah, it's an old classic one, right? It's been watered down because there's like a bunch of like, green crack, fucking Blue Dream, like these ones. Every breeder tried making their own seeds of it, and it's not the original. The original cut of it, yeah, amazing. But now it's all watered down and from some bullshit. But I think it's the original. Yeah. Because it's like genetic drift, right? People just pump out seeds, call it fucking Blue Dream, and it's like some bullshit. Doesn't have the.
I'm looking through here, Cage. Man, I got a bunch of fucking demos that I got out of the studio when I left.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I hadn't looked at this shit for a long, long time, man.
I see. I
I've got,
reminded you. Put you back in the nostalgia. There you go. Now your dreams will be
yeah,
haunted tonight, Axis. How does it feel?
right?
All those terrible things that you've done are gonna come back to light.
Probably. Yeah, even I've got a folder full of programs that I actually got out of the studio. I'll be damned. Yeah, I started using these fucking phones, and I have all this shit that I used to store on my computer, and I put it all on terabyte drives. And I guess I forgot a lot of what I had because I use these fucking phones now.
Yep.
See, there's Acid 7 right there. I have Acid 7 and I'm using Pro 4. And shit. All kinds of new action in here. See, there's Pro Tools 1. I didn't even know I had that version.
Cage Reality and the Mystery of Tourette's. I think you spelled Tourette's wrong, but I forgot. See, I commented on it. Remember this one, Axis?
Yeah, don't play that, man. They'll fucking strike my shit.
you serious?
For yeah, that'll get me age restricted.
Wow.
This stream.
Yeah,
Yeah, it sure the fuck will.
something, you know. So,
I'm not gonna play it, but I'm looking at the transcript here. We're in the fucking Twilight Zone or something. In Cage Reality, what's up to me? I destroyed it. What? An ounce of PR is worth a pound of. I think I was saying an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Attack and then guess what you don't. The transcript's way off. Program it is all programmed. I'll shut the summon up. The pagan WA pages is mystery school you'd. Look at this trans. I had to shut the fuck up like 9 years ago. Then after a while, you'll know eventually when you bang. After a while, you'll know eventually when you bang your head off the wall over and over and over again. Twilight in the twilight. Why is it called matter? What really matters to us in our subconscious program, like, social media nowadays, it's like a fucking dream for them. It's so much easier. Now you don't have to rely on TV or a news station. Easier to brainwash. Honestly, weed doesn't really affect me. I'm talking about weed makes women horny sometimes. What was I talking about in this fucking song?
You're all over the place, man. I'm telling you. But you got foul mouth.
I know. Look, every little blank thing over here.
It's
everywhere.
You got the foul mouth going on.
Pagan Wapagas is mystery. You have to shut the fuck up for like 9 years. I think I was talking about Pythagorean. We have to be in silence for like 6 or 9 years or something.
Yeah.
hey, did you ever listen to Operation Mindcrime?
I haven't, no. Then you can't even play your own fucking music on your own channel.
Nope.
What? Dude, okay. Even though like you give yourself permission, you can't even do that. Wow. Okay. It's like you had direct involvement in it, and wow. Okay. That. Okay.
So what's the issue with getting age restricted? Anyways, it's not like you're catering to youth. Shouldn't
be? Just look. You can see it's age restricted.
Probably got flagged or something for language or something.
I'd say it's language.
Yeah, but language is. There's lots of swearing on YouTube. It doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah, it does when it's recorded into an entertainment.
Yeah, it says notice.
Okay.
Yeah, every time I get around you, Cage, I'm getting a copyright warning or age restricted warning or always something with you. Demons, fucking Jesus Christ.
Oh, wait until for what's coming, access. You'll see the grand finale.
Oh boy, yeah, boy, the crescendo.
You've seen
I
nothing
can't
yet.
wait. Oh, she's in back. I am so sorry, Pam.
Welcome back, Pamela. Welcome back.
I am sorry.
You should put up a fucking. You should put up a pinned comment saying if you join the panel, like type in the back or type.
I just
Ring the bell.
joined.
Oh, she's being held hostage. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I just woke up. I had to wake and bake before I interacted with y'all.
I understand that. Yeah, so I think all that weed in California that's on fire, man. We're all getting contact buzz here in Indiana off of it. The only way you can get high in Indiana.
That stuff illegal in the state for Indiana? Sheesh.
Yeah.
Is
Wow.
THCA illegal there too?
A you can have, but that's still, it's still up to the discretion of the cop.
Because that stuff will get you high. It's what I have when I go to Texas.
Yeah, they can still nail your ass if they want to. You have to, even CBD, the little CBD places that we have here that you can get that from, they still recommend that you go through your pain management to get your CBD. And then pain management tells you if you piss dirty, they can dismiss you from pain management. So you're just fucked all the way around in Indiana.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't want us getting high here. I mean, but have you ever seen how many serial killers and mass murderers come out of Indiana? These fuckers high, man. Slow them down, something.
They need it. They need to calm down.
Yeah, fucking People's Temple, Jim Jones, Manson, Charles Manson. He was here for a while. Fuck, we've had some good ones. Indiana's pretty good at producing serial killers and cult leaders.
Cult leaders, well.
Yeah.
You know what the serial killer capital of the world is?
Indiana.
London, Ontario, in Canada.
Really?
For real?
Yep.
Wow.
It's not too far from where I'm at.
There's an Ontario where I live, Cage. It's Ontario, California, but it's not the real Ontario. Yeah.
How are the skies there in Phoenix, Pam?
Well, right now they're pretty clear, but it's cold as fuck here. Like, we have a freeze warning right now.
You in the higher elevation areas?
No, I'm in the valley.
Santa Ana.
Oh, okay. How do you know about Santa Ana?
Santa Ana winds? Because I was in the middle of the fucking desert and it rocked my fucking truck for about 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's
see here, Axis.
Right in those. That's where I live. Right.
It says it was the serial killer capital, but it's saying there's
Oh.
It says the criminology professor at the University of Western Ontario. They're saying there's only 200,000 people there, but there's 6 fucking active serial killers in a population of 200,000, which is the highest per capita.
Yeah, I think the worst serial killer was some guy out of Russia. I can't remember what the fuck his name was.
The chessboard killer, the guy who does with the chessboard.
I'm not sure if he did it with a chessboard because I have some of my favorites. I mean, like Ed Gein, Albert Fish, Dahmer was kind of one of my favorites.
You're talking about this guy right here, Alexander Prishkushkin or something.
Yep.
He's like he wanted to kill 64 people so he could put them on a fucking chess, like the squares on a chessboard.
Yeah, there's another guy that predates him that was pretty heinous out of Russia too.
Oh man, I remember this whole video going around when I was young. It was like some kids in Russia and they're like killing a homeless guy with a fucking hammer and a fucking like, screwdriver and shit. It was horrible.
Yeah.
You know that shit. I don't know why. Like in high school, everyone was always showing people some crazy fucking videos.
Russia's got some pretty fucking brutal serial killers, man.
That video's pretty cool.
Which
Kate's
one?
got all the cool little backgrounds like that.
How do you make those? I want to know how to make those. Those are cool looking.
You can use Adobe After Effects.
Nice. I have like the whole Adobe suite of products. I just don't. I haven't messed with that yet.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's
After Effects. You could use After Effects.
That's a lot of money. I mean, that's worth a lot of money. If the
You can get a little GIF animator and loop segments together pretty easy. But you can get a cheap little app or a free one off of the Play Store. But the Adobe stuff, yeah, it's going to cost you some money.
Yeah,
I
they're
got the
getting
photo-
sued right now.
Really?
Yeah, they have deceptive practices. Like, for example, I pay like $35 a month for access to all their tools. But if I were to try to cancel my subscription right now, it would say I owe them a cancellation fee, and they put the terms in such small fine print. They're getting pretty like they're going to get sued pretty hardcore.
Damn. See, I've got Photoshop, Illustrator, Director 8, Power Goo. Man, I've got all that. But see, mine are actual discs. You know, I own the actual fucking discs.
Yeah. I don't even know if they make those anymore. It's everything's like
It's all
cloud
digital.
these days.
It's all digital.
like subscription based, huh?
Really? Because I've got all that shit. All that shit on discs still yet.
Wow,
Damn.
that's
I don't know if I own it, so I figure I can upgrade it.
that's pretty good, man. Don't lose those.
Yeah. Keep
You know, that's-
those.
No.
Burn
It's a
copies.
lot of money, man.
Yeah, I'll have to get an address from you or an email, and we'll discuss how that operation works or something like that.
Save copies for yourself. That way you always have them, you know? That's what I mean. Like, that's crazy because all these companies are going to digital, and there's like a lot of gaming companies that are that basically are pulling a lot of their old games, like making them unplayable because of the streaming services. And so hard copies are going to be, I think people are going to start valuing those more than anything because like all these digital companies are kind of getting out of hand with their rights and what they want to do, and we're just leasing stuff. No one owns anything anymore.
Collectors.
Did you hear about that? Like Sony, a lot of people bought Sony stuff, right? And they just like took it off their account or whatever. Now they can't access it.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of companies are doing that. I used to dabble with video games a lot, and I still follow the industry. And like, there's all the time I'm hearing about that kind of thing. I'm like, that's crazy. Like, people pay for stuff like years ago, and then they decide they want to like pop in an old game, they can't even play it anymore.
Yep. And they're doing that for like movies and stuff too.
You can set your operating systems to run in different environments all the way back to 95, I think. So if you want to run the older programs, just set the operating environment for that program to like 95 or 98 or XP.
Oh, nice.
Steam's coming out with an OS.
Oh, yeah?
I think that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, that'd be good for gaming and stuff, right? Like,
yeah.
Wonder how well that's going to fare, because anybody that's ever went into competitions with Windows hasn't ever fared too well.
Right.
Linux could totally crush them if They got some muscle behind them, like good developers.
Well, people would have to educate themselves a little better than just a Windows interface too with
That's
Linux.
true.
I think 2% of people have Linux as an OS, so it's going to take a little time. But if over the years, if 1% gets added here, 1% gets added there, if Steam manages to do it, they'll be able to pull some people. I don't know. I
Right?
might dual boot Steam, you know, because I like Steam and I think it'd be kind of cool to check that out. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I still
Yeah.
have
You'll
Linux
make
on
your
a
own
dual
operating.
operating system.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
It's got Windows partitioned on one half, and it's got Linux on the other.
Huh. Yeah, you can use a PlayStation 5 controller on a Steam. You know, you guys probably know that already, but okay. Did you ever mess with video games?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
When I was like a teenager, I played this one game. I got into one game before, really. It was a Metal Gear Solid.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Have you heard of that one? Or it was
Yeah.
like the online one. I was really good at that. But besides that, nah. I haven't played since I was like a teenager.
Yeah, I remember there was a really cutting edge game back in the day. What was that called? Pong?
Oh my. Well, I used to play World of Warcraft, so I'm ahead of y'all in the nerdy gaming thing. So,
Right?
But my brother and his fiance both play that fucking shit.
oh, I played all those games so hardcore. I ain't even gonna lie.
What was the big popular one? Metal Gear. Wasn't that it? Or
That's
the
the one I played.
military
Metal
one?
Gear Solid online. The online too.
Yeah,
That
I
was real
think.
good. And that shit.
Okay, did you never had consoles when you were younger? Stuff like PlayStation or
Yeah, I did. That was I was playing that on the PlayStation 3, I think it was.
Oh, okay.
PlayStation 3. I had a 2800, man. Jesus Christ. I'm old. Old ass.
Atari 2600.
Yeah. Yeah, that was big shit when that came out.
I also played, besides that, I also played Counter-Strike on the computer. I did that too. You play it at school and shit.
Oregon Trail, that and Dungeons and Dragons on monochrome. That was Windows 3.11.
Did you play D&D, Axis?
Oh yeah, man.
I saw you as the type. I was wondering.
Yeah, I got my kitchen table here. Hold on.
Yeah, I can see Axis playing on the kitchen table, like a real tabletop game.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see.
I never learned those games, but I always saw people play them like in the comic book shop and stuff like that back in the day when I used to go over there.
Yeah, I do the terrain, the miniatures, the whole nine yards.
Kind of being covered up by the little number counter because you're on the top, but that's okay. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying for us.
Oh, I did. There's a whole video on my channel where I originally started this a couple years ago, and it's developed over the last couple of years. And every once in a while I take a video of the new work that I done and put to it. And now it's just like any of the nurses that come here or any of my health care, that's the first thing they do is oogle over the miniatures and shit.
Oh, wow.
Keeps them occupied, yeah. Gets on my business sometimes. Like, look what I do. See that? Look there. Don't look over here. Look there. See that? Look at the shiny thing. Yeah.
use your imagination. You know.
Yeah, it's really cool. The guy that bought the building I live in. First time I got to meet him, he come in. He's a D&D player, and I guess he's an avid D&D player because he was ready to sit down and talk about it, and I was like sick and wasn't up to it that day. But apparently, he played since he was in I guess middle school, so he's got several years under his belt. I did Pathfinders for quite a while, just as an alternative to D&D, and it went over pretty good. And then when they got them fucking 3D printers in, you had all those pewter miniatures and all this dead weight, and then they changed the scale of the miniatures and it fucked everything up. And now they're on the fifth, I think it's fifth edition of Advanced D&D now.
Wow.
So yeah, they changed a whole bunch of shit around.
They make it better or just different or
Faster, a lot less arguments, a lot less hassle, more character structure, more interaction. But I'm still, you know, I'll always be an original Dungeons and Dragons, from basic expert to the advanced books. That'll always, and that's to hit armor class instead of the D20 system.
Yeah, isn't that part of the fun, the intricacy of it? Yeah. It's like use your imagination. You argue about things, you know. It's about using your imagination. It's not just like rapid fire. Here you go, here you go, here you go. You know, you just take thought. You know, so I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, D20 really streamlined your combat, and there was a lot less calculation and a lot less dice statistics and rolls that you had to make when you were in combat. But as far as anybody who grew up on the original Dungeons and Dragons, it was kind of took aspects away from combat that you got used to using. Hull points, you know, whenever you were doing castle sieges, you had structure points, and you start using larger scale siege equipment and catapults, and eventually you work your way up to an entire army. And then they changed the game structure on hull points, and it just made it quicker, though. I will say it did make it quicker, less argued, and you know, a lot less arguments. But I don't think it's quite as fun.
It would seem to me that with the old style, it would encourage more interaction between the players. You know. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, for some reason, a lot of people that are into like esoteric stuff play that game, D&D. Frater RC that plays that shit with people. Like, he brings people over and they all play it. Right? It's like you gotta like draw shit out.
Well, that's what they back in the day. The Satanic Panic. They threw Dungeons and Dragons under the bus, saying it was a gateway into Satanism and witchcraft.
Oh, yes, they did. I grew up Southern Baptist and Pentecostal. That shit was forbidden.
Yep. Lost in many a book I did. The Great Backyard Burning of 1986.
You ever heard of Damien Eccles?
One of the
He's friends
Memphis
with
Three.
the Frat RC guy. He interviewed him and his wife on there. Like they know they're friends, and it's interesting. He said he got into like alchemy and like kind of hermeticism, quote magic, whatever you want to call it, in prison, and that's what got him out. He thinks. You know, 'cause he
No,
was on
what got
death.
him out was fucking Brian Warner and a couple other people took interest in his case.
Fucking Johnny Depp, a whole bunch of random
Mm-hmm.
celebrities did. Yeah. What he thinks like that, you know, that might have been a contributing factor for that to happen.
Could have been, maybe. You know, as the other two boys, they're still in it, aren't they?
I think so, yeah.
Hmm.
But yeah, it was like the satanic panic thing, and just because they listen to a certain type of music dressed away, like they're like public enemy number one to blame it on.
At my church, they would always say shit like AC/DC, After Christ, Devil Comes, and all this like crazy stuff that I look back on now, like, holy crap. My favorite song back in the day was Highway to Hell, and my grandma like, "You're demon possessed," and all this stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna summon the devil while you're sleeping. Right.
I knew from that point on, all of that to me was not a good thing, so I kind of started not taking it as seriously.
Well, it's what turned me against Christianity.
Exactly.
I lost album collections to Christianity. I lost gaming. Some well, they'd be expensive now just because of the nostalgia in them. And necklaces, T-shirts, anything that they deem to be satanic or occult, like they go on their fucking yearly crusade and burn my shit.
My mom dabbled in witchcraft, and my local pastor thought it was appropriate to come over with half the people from church for a intervention. It was quite fun.
I would have loved to have been there. I'd fly on the wall for that one, Pam.
Well, back then they would have fucking burnt her or something. They'd be like, "Oh, if she doesn't burn, she's a witch. If she burns, she's a witch either way."
How old do you think I am? This was back in the 80s. So.
No, I'm saying, yeah, maybe if I was like, I know you're not that old. I'm saying 100 years before that, maybe. You know.
I was joking about Pong, man. I don't even think they I don't even think that's an issue with churches anymore. Is it? Do they even concern themselves with such things?
I don't know. I always joke around if I go into a church, it's gonna burn down.
Bro, churches have fucking gay flags on them and shit now, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
Some of them.
Really?
Yep.
I did not know that.
And more liberal ones would. Conservative ones, there's a lot of conservative ones that are still, go by the book, whatever.
Wow. Yeah, they have, if they're doing equality for sexuality, then they probably don't have any problem with what music you listen to or what your hobby interests are. It was just us poor 80s kids that got punished, right, Pam?
Exactly. Especially around Halloween.
Yep. I remember when I bought Shout at the Devil, the original album. Yeah, I that and Holy Diver They both suffered a backyard burning of 1986.
My grandma would call Pink Floyd devil's music.
Oh hell!
I still listen to Pink Floyd.
Right? I still listen to Motley Crue.
They used to
Shit.
call they used to call like Elvis Presley and like fucking like blue and folk blues music, all types of shit. The devil's music and shit. Yeah, it's always something. Now we're flipping it. Now we're in 2025, right? Now they're saying AI is the devil or demon or something. It's always something.
Well, some of the rap stuff that I've seen put some of the metal shit that I used to listen to shame by imagery
Oh, no
alone.
kidding. I was watching a Nicki Minaj video the other day. It came on, and I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the fucking it's fucking the most degenerate, retarded shit I've ever seen. But
Yeah.
you should see, like I was talking about the shots SUM over here. Like there's people I grew up with, and they made like a rap thing, but it's also like a street gang, and they're all dead or in jail. Yeah, that music literally starts wars between fucking certain gangs and shit. It's like it's more. It's not even really music. It's something beyond just music. And yeah, all the lyrics are about is just like killing people, selling drugs, pimping, killing, fucking all types of shit like that. Making fun of people that they killed or we're smoking on this guy. Da 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 da. We put him in a weed pack. All types of shit.
Well, I can tell you,
Worse than metal. Way worse. Yeah.
back in the days of metal, we just were looking for a reason to hang out and get high, party, and wasn't a big devil message as far as I remember. A lot of imagery and shock shit. But I would say, my involvement in the industrial scene was closer to Satanism than anything that I ever listened to metal.
Well, yeah, this promotes violence. It promotes violence and makes people do some crazy shit. Because what they'll do is like they'll have a family, like it's like they'll kill one of their good friends or family members and make songs about it to like mock them and shit. And then they retaliate and make a song about that after. It's like, fuck.
We wrote a lot of songs about our friends that overdose and shit like that, but we weren't. When it come to murder or killing, that was kind of us mocking. Because Thrill Kill Cult did a lot of music that
Yeah,
was mockery
these are the
towards us.
motherfuckers. These are the guys to sell you the drugs so you can overdose and make a song about it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different fucking, a different aspect of it. But yeah, if you want to have the most destructive music or satanic music, if you want to call it that, it's a fucking underground drill shit, or it's like
I
gang
haven't
music.
ever heard it. Unless it's that shit you play on your channel every once in a while, Cage, and now I'm like,
No, that's not
man,
drill music.
really?
That's not the drill music. Drill music, I'm telling you, it's just about like killing people and shit. But it's like they're actually doing it. It started in Chicago, actually. It originally started out in Chicago and then spread. And you know how Chicago is. Yeah,
Yeah, I do.
Next thing,
I,
Cage
I,
should
I
probably be
know
like,
how it used to be.
they'll
fucking
probably
way
be like
worse
doing the
now.
crimes on film,
Crazy.
right? And then claiming it's just like fiction or something, but it's really real. You know what I mean?
There's one guy they call him Flippa over here. They even have documentaries made about him on YouTube and shit. But yeah, that guy killed one of my friends. Allegedly, apparently. Well, he got convicted on that, and also killed a mafia guy for like fuck all money. They use him as like a little hitman. So yeah, this guy was a serial killer. You know how many drill rappers, are actually like serial killers? Like they have like a bunch of bodies on them.
Sounds like the Scandinavian death metal scene back in the 90s. A bunch of dumb motherfuckers killing each other. Black metal, Scandinavian black metal death scene. I don't even think that's a thing anymore that I know of.
Some of the best metal came out of Sweden. I remember. I don't know if they're still doing that, but.
And then you got to look at the, like with the drill rap stuff, you got to look at the who owns, who's pushing this on them, because it's a multifaceted way for them to make money. First of all, they sign them to a label. They make, they're taking most of their money either way, and then they die and they have insurance on them, so they can't just put a hit on them themselves, or just they'll naturally get killed because of what they say and do.
So
And
they
then,
got major label support?
Yeah, a lot of them do. Yeah, some of them. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they're pushing this shit. And then think about it, it's a multifaceted thing, right? So they put insurance. So if they or when they die, they put insurance on them. And then they're taking all their fucking residuals, from their family probably and everything. And then who owns these fucking record companies? Are they invested or in cahoots with the privately operated prison systems in the U.S.? You know what I mean? So, and we all know the CIA and other agencies have been involved in the music for a long music, news, all of it for a very long time. So yeah, maybe you're filling up the prisons with this music in a way,
Exactly.
and then you're making money and you're pulling money from every fucking possible source. So it's a fucking racket. Because if they didn't want this music released,
after Wax Trax went down, which you can look it up, it was in Chicago, Wax Trax Records. After it went down, there was a record label called Cleopatra, and it competed with TVT and Interscope for the rights to the masters out of Wax Trax Records. And they were distributed out between those three labels, besides what major labels come in and bought up the bigger act. And then Cleopatra went down. TVT integrated with Interscope and nothing. And then it seemed like all the Ministry went to Combat, Nuclear Blast Records out of Southern California. They started buying up a lot of the old heavier industrial bands, and then everything just went over to rap. But see, nothing was Reznor's original label that integrated into Interscope.
Why do they have the pedophile symbol in their fucking logo?
Who's that?
Interscope.
Wax Trax?
Interscope.
Oh. Well, watch Perfect Drug by the video Perfect Drug by Reznor, and you'll get a glimpse.
Yeah, they're fucking pedophiles and they're fucked. Look, they even put it in their goddamn logo. They're not even trying to hide it.
No, not Interscope, no. But see, that's all mostly rap now, dude. That has nothing to do with industrial music anymore. And that's only because they come in and bought all the masters out of Wax Trax.
Look, here's a thing from what's it called? An FBI. This is from WikiLeaks, an FBI fucking thing. Yeah, don't those look exactly? Oh, it's kind of opposite, but it's pretty much the same thing, upside down. If you flip it upside down.
Yeah. Well, Wax Trax had, the owners were gay, but they weren't pedophiles. You can type in Wax Trax Chicago, Wax Trax Records Chicago, and it was actually a record store that turned into a major label for the Rust Belt. Yeah, one of the owners died of AIDS, and
so it means little boy lover and Interscope's fucking thing. Why? Obviously, you know when you select a logo or a sigil for your fucking company, it's really well thought out. You don't just randomly put things in for no reason.
Well, I'm sure there was some thought put into that.
Yeah, and they're trying to tell you something. And now go look at WikiLeaks. This is WikiLeaks, right? And look, there it is. A lot of these record companies have this symbology.
You can look up Wax Track out of Chicago. Not the record store, the label. But the label and the record store were the same entity.
So what? Black what?
Wax. WAX Track.
Oh, wax tracks. Okay. Wax tracks records. Is this the one here?
There it is. That's Wax Track. It's a bunch of high altitude antenna array.
That's interesting. Huh?
Yeah. There wasn't any kitty touchers that I know of involved with Wax Tracks or anything that we were involved in.
Well, not that you know of. That's the thing. I don't think people are gonna go out there and like make it known to people. So.
Well, you seen our group and what we stood for, Cage. I mean, fuck, man. If anybody's going to come out about anything, you figure we would have knew about it. But nobody.
I feel like the
Go ahead.
music industry is going to be under a lot more spotlight, like now with everything going on with Diddy. I don't think most people were thinking about like the actual corruption that y'all been talking about, but I think everyone like in 2024, I think people are starting to see like just how crazy it is.
Hopefully.
Well, that's why there's speculation about the fire because I don't know if you know this, Pam, but they moved the major production studios to Vegas.
Interesting.
They had abandoned the major production studios there in Los Angeles and moved everything out to Vegas. And then, boom, Diddy goes down, LA goes up in flames.
Well, and it's not just Diddy. There's allegations against Jay-Z and a whole bunch of other people now. It's like when one can of worms got open, the rest did too, and it's just the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I always say, my border stops right there at right there at California now. I don't cross the Nevada line.
I'm just gonna stay here in Arizona. California can fall off.
Well, see, you guys, when I left Arizona, there was so many refugees coming from California into Arizona.
Yep.
When I was leaving out of Arizona, Jesus Christ, man. Fucking California tags everywhere. Attitudes, fuckheads.
The drivers here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got the tail end of that, or right at the beginning of that migration. I got to see them come in, and but I didn't know, I figured some of them bought property there, some of them stayed, probably settled in, whatever. But two different attitudes, that California attitude and Arizona attitude, especially, Mojave County or where you're at, right there in Phoenix. Those are two different attitudes, man. Because when they'd roll into Bull's Head or Kingman, they stuck out. They were like sore thumbs. Did you guys wind up getting a bunch of the migrants there in Phoenix?
Oh yeah. In fact, I have relatives who live in southern Arizona, and my boyfriend's family, and you could see the buses, and they bring them up here to the airport here in Mesa, and it's really recognizable. And so we got a lot of them, and our crime had went up in our area too, like our local neighborhood. So
Right.
we've definitely had seen our fair share, and in fact, I think in downtown Phoenix, they're finally starting to clean up the whole situation that was going in all the tents and stuff like that. Because apparently a lot of the migrants were going there too.
Damn.
Because
I
Phoenix
know.
kind of has its own little tent city like Oregon, or it had. I don't know what it is now because I hadn't been there in a minute, but I know they're trying to clean it up.
Yeah, they started to clean up Los Angeles, in the Basin area. I guess I started that about a year and a half ago because of the shit and the tents, and I guess it hit San Francisco really bad. I didn't know, I stayed out of Maricopa County as much as possible.
I highly
I just,
advise it. I can't wait to leave Maricopa County. It's too crowded. Like I live in the suburbs, and it's just there's so many undesirable like elements. Like for example, our trash cans in the alley. And we took out the garbage the other day, and someone had took a shit in the alley.
oh man, see,
Like come on, like for real. I mean, can we not like? There's like bathrooms at the park, and like there's places to go to the bathroom.
right? Yeah,
You know, you expect to see a pile of dog crap or whatever, but you go outside and you see that, and you're like, "Whoa! Think I'm gonna go back behind my little gated backyard." And
People used to when I grew up in a fucked up area. People used to piss and shit in the elevator all the time. I just ended up having to take the stairs all the time. 22 fucking.
why?
People would shit and piss in the elevator just to fuck. I don't know, just to like fuck around, mark their territory. I don't know what they're doing. As the crackheads, I don't know. People just shit and piss in the elevators constantly.
I mean, even when I was, when I was staying out in the desert, I would dig a hole, fuck.
exactly, like do something. I don't know. It's crazy. Like I can't even like I used to take a lot of walks and stuff, and I ended up investing in an elliptical because I can't go for a walk unless I'm strapped, and that's like, well, that's not very relaxing if I have to go take a walk with a gun on my hip. It's like just because
Right?
like I don't know. I'm looking forward to getting out of the Phoenix suburbs.
Where you headed? Where you think about going?
Well, we have family in southern Arizona, but I think I want to move like Casa Grande where there's like more like but at least have a chance of having Instacart and like things being able to be delivered because I don't drive and stuff.
Right.
I don't want to live like in a small town without any type of stuff, but I don't want to like live like in the heart of downtown like the suburb I live in either because like it's like where all the riffraff is.
Yeah. Yeah. I know.
The houses have like our house, it's like old, right? And it has a lot of value and the price keeps going up. But like
Oh yeah.
the neighbors, like, whew.
Driving it down, huh?
Yeah, because they don't own, they rent, and so they
Ooh.
don't care. We care about our house and our yard and all that kind of stuff, and it sucks when you live around people who don't.
Yeah, because it's not an investment for them.
Yeah.
Damn. That fucking sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that. That's shitty as hell, man.
Well, we'll move eventually. It's just we're both like stacking like saving money and like because we're not going to like go into a huge amount of debt to move and stuff, and so we're just kind of trying to like stay here, let the value of the house go up because it keeps on going up, and so we're like, well, we'll see how long we can,
Ride that out.
Yeah. But I can't wait to move. I grew up in the 40 acres in the country, so this city living isn't feeling natural, especially with how bad it's getting.
You know, I didn't mind. Well, wait, I know Mead's dry now, but I didn't mind the Lake Mead area and the Grand Canyon area. Those there's parts of the national preserve there at Grand Canyon State Park, man, that reminded me of the Appalachians back home.
Oh wow, I need to go to the Grand Canyon. I've been here since 2012 and I haven't been there yet.
Oh, I spent a week on the North Ridge. Um, when you go into the main gate through town, there's at the bottom of the hill. There's a road that turns off and it turns into some Bureau of Land Management. And you keep going past that, and it takes you out to the north edge, north rim of the Grand Canyon, and you can just pull right up to the edge of the fucking canyon, man.
Nice.
Wait, yes, yeah, and there's nobody fucking around for miles, and you can just smoke cigarettes, drink coffee, hang out with your dog, and every morning was just it's so exciting to wake up and be there. Loved it, loved it. And it's amazing how many people shuffle through that place in one day from all over the earth, man, from every fucking nationality. I spent one day in the actual Grand Canyon tourist area, and nope, nope. There was so fucking many people, and I thought, hell on, where are they going, man? I don't see how that fucking little town handled that much movement. Whether they were coming in on tour buses or, but the parking lots were filled with thousands of cars. I mean, just fucking everywhere. And I got with one of the locals, and one of the locals showed me how to get back up to that North Ridge, and that's all I needed. I was at home. I was happy. Fucking great. You got to get up there, Pam. It's got such a feel to it.
Yeah, I've been meaning to.
unlike.
I need to get up there and go camping. I don't just want to go and like see it. I want to like stay a couple of days and stuff. But
Yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely. No, once you get there and you get the feel for that place, man, and you get that energy without a bunch of fucking tourists around you.
yeah,
Oh
miss me with the
man,
tourists.
yeah. But like I said, right at the bottom of the hill, and if you're coming into town and you're headed to the main gate, it's off to your left, and it just looks like a gravel road, just a little gravel road. But you follow it all the way back up to the hill, and it takes you all the fucking way back up and around, and then you're alone, you and the canyon.
Nice.
Yeah, and you don't have to fucking deal with the tourists at all then. And there's plenty of free ground. I stayed there a week, man. So I didn't see anybody. Nobody bothered me. Pack up for definitely spend at least 3 or 4 days feeling that, getting that energy off that fucking amazing fucking. There's nothing like it. Nothing. Nothing. I've seen mountains and oceans, but that canyon, that is fucking awesome. The
Makes you
energy,
wonder
the
about its
feel.
roots.
Oh, even the air has a distinct type of almost aroma to it that comes up out of it. It's a clean, air. It's not as dry as mid to southern Arizona. There's actually some humidity and moisture up there, but man, it is awesome, and it's got its own special feel, smell, energy. It's just, if you do anything, yeah, definitely spend a few days there, Pam. You'll love it. You'll fucking, it'll be the best time you treated yourself to.
Nice.
You know,
Chris
Arizona's
said
got a
he
lot
got
to offer.
Chris said he got disconnected in the chat access.
Oh, okay. I'm getting back, I think.
Oh, he said he was going to bed.
Okay. Well, Chris,
Yeah.
thanks for hanging out, man, and thanks for spending some time with me here. We had
Nice to meet you, Chris.
yeah, Chris is a good guy.
Take it easy, Chris, bro.
He's about one of the only ones that can tolerate Steven with me. He takes Steven with the sanity machine with a grain of salt about as much as I do. So
Yeah, I know
everybody
he
else,
was here earlier.
yeah, everybody else heads for the hill whenever Steven shows up. But Chris,
You know what's
he's
funny, Axis, is when
what's
you were
that?
talking to Steven about like that live stream you said you saw of his, the last one you tuned into. I had tuned into that one too, right? And I actually agreed with something he had said, and I had typed a comment, and I was blocked too.
Oh man!
And I agreed with you, right?
Taking this
Poor
area
Steven.
here. This is over here. The sand's like red, and there's these crazy dunes everywhere. It's like it looks like fucking Mars or something. You know, some parts that you don't see any trees. It's just all dunes, or whatever the fuck that is.
I was like, dude, that's where you guys bury your fucking maple syrup to keep it from Americans.
Exactly. How'd you know?
Pipelines, man. Pipelines of maple syrup there. Poor Steven. He can't even tell his friends from his enemies now.
Queenston Delta.
Well, the thing is, Axis, is I used to like back in the day, his channel was the first channel I started putting comments on because he had some thought-provoking content. So I don't like how he talks shit about people, but some of his other stuff is thought-provoking, and so I interacted with his content.
I actually, yeah, I complimented him on his older work the other day when I was I was doing a live, and I just don't know what the fuck happened to him.
Well, you just lose me when you start talking about root chakra stuff like genitals and like all that kind of stuff. Like, it's like, can we elevate a little higher than that topic?
Oh, for God's sake.
Like the heart chakra or like the head or like something else a little more productive?
Yeah, he's got genitals on the mind pretty heavy.
This
Especially
yeah, bro,
especially
you're giving them what they want though. You're giving them the attention and talking time. So it's exactly why
I host him on my channel, Cage.
yeah,
It's not like
I understand. I'm still waiting for the demons and police. He said he was gonna summon on me.
right. Well, I told Bex that he fucking tried to fuck with your business, man. What did he do? Turn you in on one of your platforms, didn't he? About your business?
No, he didn't do anything like that.
Okay. Maybe I was mistaken. Seemed to me he made some type of attempt, but I might be thinking of somebody else. Maybe.
Well, no, you just like threatened. You threatened to do different.
Yeah, it is what it is, man.
Which is
Just
fine. They can say whatever they want.
Well, there was a point there where Tommy was calling internet.
He doesn't fuck around with me, really. I think he knows a bit better to do that. He's in Canada, and like, you say, I want to be that difficult. But I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't give a fuck.
Well,
As long as he leaves me alone and shuts the fuck up, I'm fine. If not, then he's gonna
I
get
don't know if you're going to get that lucky.
that. He has been. He doesn't fuck with me.
Yeah, I had a friend ask me to keep him on as long as I could. I guess they're doing a psychological profile on him or something. I'm not sure, but I host him for a reason, and it's not because of that. It has nothing to do with her, but I do keep him up here for a reason. I wish he'd quit running all my friends off, though.
Why is it showing this? It's kind of entertaining sometimes, I guess, right?
Well, when I get the feedback on him from my friend, it's to me it's interesting because he has a peculiar profile, and it's kind of a rare one. He's not your average he's not your average psychopath. I think one of the main things that intrigues my friend is that he doesn't promote himself as a Christian or as a religious heretic, but yet he dabbles into Judo Christianity, hell realm, and apocalyptic themes, and trapping demons in and using the word demon, but he doesn't apply any type of Christianity type belief system to it, and that's where the anomaly is. Generally, people like that use Judo Christianity terms are usually associated with the religion, especially when they say, "Oh, I'm going to trap all the demons in here," and apocalyptic imagery that he was discussing earlier tonight on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind channel, but he's not associated with any. And that's kind of unusual. That's kind of a bizarre take on things. I don't even know. Did he used to believe in like some type of religion or deity or something?
I don't think so. What attracted me to his content was the debunks he was doing over some of the YouTubers. Like he did some debunks on like Archaics and a couple other people, and that's how I found his content. And then I was I was listening to his content about soul trap stuff, and all of that content was really thought provoking, and so that kind of content I'll interact with all day. It's just you lose me when you start like talking bad about other people and like all of that because there's no positive to be gained from that.
No.
Well, this is a new age take on ancient ideologies of a so-called soul trap. For example, Gnostics believe that. Gnosticism, even in Vedic religions, believe that. Buddhism, all that. Samsara. You're stuck in a
Oh
cycle.
yeah,
Yeah.
the soul
There's
trap goes
nothing. This
back.
is nothing fucking new. It's an ancient teaching, right?
Yeah, it
But
goes
now
back
this
to
is
the
like a new
Apocryphon of
agey.
John.
Now this is Now it's like a new, or it even goes back to the Sophia Pistis, right? The Gnostic text and all that. But yeah, right. It's nothing new. This is like a new age take on an ancient belief that's been taught for thousands of years. So it's like, all right. So if you want to understand more about it, want to study where it comes from. That's ideal.
Here's one that I was entertaining today, Pam, and because of I had some interesting thoughts get stirred up in my head, and I was looking at humans as golems, kind of because we're made of water and clay, and we have the bioelectric field in such a small amount of life essence, and we're more byproduct. And I think that somewhere in maybe our origins, we were more photonic and energy based that brought us closer to a full live being. And then somehow either we're a subspecies, a new class of species, or maybe engineered somehow that the biggest part of us is mud and water, and that makes us far removed from what would be considered pure life form. And I was thinking that the vessel was made just like a golem, and that we were already in existence as a life force. And once the human body in its design now was created, it became it became almost a slave, a tool, used like a tool for interaction into this dimension, with something that is highly controllable, almost like a golem. And that we aren't the definition of the being that occupies this particular body. We are just a small aspect of a larger life pool resource that utilizes the body in a controllable state. Whereas I think in our more pure form of life, we were more photonic and pure energy.
Agreed.
I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that we're 70% liquid, which means that any type of frequency, energy or vibration is going to have an effect on us, because we are liquid based. So that puts us under the control of our environment instead of us having environmental control. That means that every luminary, every planet, every comet, anything that passes by and sends off a vibration, because we are so much liquid, that it immediately has a controlling effect on us, govern our emotions, our thought patterns. So I've just been doing a lot of deep dive, trying to understand what purpose we serve in this condition, other
Right.
than being a slave labor, or kind of a resource tool for something else that is more alive than we are.
It seems like this is the place to come if you want to experience like just above animal consciousness.
Right?
That's
Because I'm thinking of,
it's because consciousness has been purposely thwarted. You know what I mean, you can develop higher. It's trainable. It's malleable. Reality's malleable too, in a way. But there's immalleable, like a code behind it, or an algorithm, like a way of functioning, natural law, whatever you want to call it. Well, yeah, it's still malleable at the same time. Like, yeah, you don't baseline consciousness, because it's bred into people, is like slightly above or even less than some animals. Right? Some animals probably could be considered smarter than some human beings. Right? But
that's my next step, is to find out which animals And which species of animals are smarter than humans?
Dolphins.
Dolphins.
That
Some
that was one
dolphins
of
would
them.
be.
Elephants, I was
Some
thinking.
birds too. Some birds like a crow. They say a crow has like the intelligence of like a 7 or 8 year old child, and they could do problem solving, all types of stuff. So some people they have them whatever, like they're developmentally thwarted or whatever. Some people have an intelligence lower than that, and they could be full grown adults, right? So technically, yeah, some birds are smarter than some human beings. Is that
My
natural? Probably not.
my dog is more conscious than a lot of human beings I know.
I believe that. I truly believe that, only because I've had service dogs, and it's not a service dog goes beyond pet. It's actually symbiotic, and whenever you depend on that animal to function, it makes a world of difference, and then you get to see a whole new, new level of intelligence come out of a dog. They'll get your shoes. Um, they'll retrieve things. They show concern. They're
They do.
instinctively, yeah,
I went to
and
the
that
dentist
blew.
the other day, Axis, and like I had like a root canal or whatever. And when I came
Uh-huh.
home, my dog started licking the side of my face where I had the dental work because she sensed I was in pain. Like I have
See?
a bulldog. Yeah. And she just like
That's,
started licking that side of my face and I was just like, "Oh, that's so sweet."
it is. It's awesome. And they unconditional, compassionate, and a dog will actually show more forgiveness than a human at times. They blow me the fuck away.
Exactly.
I've met shithead dogs that held grudges and were temperamental and easy pissed off. But when you interact with a dog on a level of bonding like that, where it's concerned about your health, it changes your whole aspect of that animal completely.
It's like I
Like,
can sense my pup's God spark, uh, that God spark or whatever it is, it's insane to me.
right? Uh, that's why I say I think in some aspects and in some cases there are animals that are superior to us, just because we don't communicate on their level, or maybe aren't fully coherent of why they do certain things. They seem to be able to take care of themselves quite well, and others.
It's
They
crazy
get
because
a
she'll like she watches the security cameras Axis. Like if there's like something outside, like she watches the screens. Like I have a screen in here with a bunch of cameras on the wall, and like she watches like for my partner to come home, or like she's so smart. It's crazy to me.
they are they're compassionate and protective and concerned. But it's the concerning part that when I seen the one of the first times when I was working with my service dog, and I seen concern in that animal's eyes, I just changed my whole thinking about dogs, because I always had dogs as a pet. Always had them tromping through the woods with me, but that was a turning point for me, because it was unmistakable concern. And then dogs being so forgiving. That's almost unconditional in their nature to forgive. I've seen a lot of dogs mistreated.
Yeah, we rescue ours from the shelter, and here in Arizona, it seems like the shelters are overrun with pit bulls, and so that's what we tend to go for.
Yeah, yeah. I just
I have
I
more
know that's
empathy and sympathy for a fucking animal, for an animal or a dog, for example, than a human. You know?
Right?
That's for sure. So I don't understand how people mistreat animals like that. You know what I mean? They deserve to get fucked up beyond belief.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I don't know what gets into people, man. I don't know. Maybe just I'd hate to think some of the shit I saw that people were just that downright miserable, but that's the only thing I can really think of that would explain their behavior. Just taking their aggression and anger out on an animal, especially a dog. When it cares for you, I couldn't. No, I'd rather not own one than to
Yeah, at
think
the
that
same
it was
time,
going
I'm
to
not
be
a vegetarian, right? But yeah, if you're going hunting or something for survival for food, that's different.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And you don't make the animal suffer and abuse it and shit. No, you probably just headshot it, hit it in the heart, whatever. It doesn't even know what hit it.
Oh yeah, food. Yeah, wild game. Eat.
Yeah.
Just don't eat your dog.
Exactly. When you have a
Yeah.
domesticated animal and you're abusing it and moving like a fucking retard, like
It's like
those
doing
people,
that to your family member.
it's worse. You know?
Right?
Worse in a way, because like I said,
They had that.
they're unconditional. You know what I mean? You're the one who captured them and put them in a fucking environment, and now you're gonna, fuck with it.
Shit, our dogs get treated better than we treat ourselves, so they got a good thing going on.
Fucking guys eating better than you.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, I got a new rat, Pam.
Oh wow, is that the one Steven was
Yeah.
asking you about?
Yeah, rat died, the hairless,
Yeah.
and I finally got up the nerve that I thought, well, I'll get another rat, and my nurse, she went and got me a pure gray. It's about I guess a teenager, young adult, and
Oh, that's cool.
I'm happy. Yeah, so much better. It was a big void in my existence losing rat, but now I'm pretty happy. I've had this one for about a week now, and its favorite food are green and purple Fruit Loops.
I heard
And
that.
yes, yeah,
The artificial sugar.
Yeah.
Of
I
course.
can't.
You know,
I'm
they've
drinking.
done.
I'm drinking sweet tea now, so I can't complain. I can't judge.
They did a study on this shit, Axis, where the rat would go after, they're testing Oreos versus fucking cocaine, heroin, all these different drugs, and the rat would choose the fucking Oreo, the sugar over it all. And like human beings, apparently the rat would eat the filling inside the Oreo. It would eat that first,
Mhm.
like, the highest concentration of sugar.
Wow.
Really.
Oh yeah. The rat will
I'm gonna
choose
have to get an
fucking.
Oreo now.
It'll choose Fruit Loops over any other drug.
So are you saying
Well,
my
I know.
sugar addiction is worse than being addicted to those type of things? That's crazy. That's
Well,
funny.
it's because of dopamine. It's how the dopamine centers are. It
Yeah.
hits the same receptors that these other drugs do. But I guess it makes sense, right? Because it's not really debilitating mentally. So you're getting that dopamine hit. And you can do it more often instead of doing like a drug, an actual drug, like a hard drug like that. All right, so you can do it more consistently throughout your life, so it develops into something stronger. But because it doesn't really, I guess some people still get a sugar rush, right? But
Oh yeah, caffeine rush, sugar rush, soda. Yeah, because I'm a real motherfucker if I don't have my coffee or at least a soda here and there. And if I don't have my nicotine, I'm a real bastard.
can I play a bit? This
But
video is not copyright access. Can I play some of it? Oh, let me pause this, Aaron.
What's it about?
It's about what we're talking about exactly. It's like a perfect. It's a.
Yeah, as long as Sam don't mind, I want don't.
No, I'm good with it. I'm all about the information.
Yeah, and then we could discuss it after. We can get deep with it. All right, cool. Thank you.
Cool, as long as she's cool with it. Yeah.
Do social media companies hire consulting firms to help them figure out how to get more dopamine feedback loops so that people don't want to leave the platform? No, Senator.
Before I introduce myself, would you afford me the courtesy of playing a song? I just need to extend my hand. My name is Neevil, and I represent the corporations you love. I'm here to bring you up to speed on our secret. But before the reveal, let's get honest. Even after you discover it, you'll still be unable to stop us. So continue to shop, eat, and shit! Live on in that America!
The mouse universe simulated the present situation of a continually expanding population of humans.
You live in a world of drug dealers. Only the drugs can be bought legally and are perfectly priced to prevent you from inquiring into other areas. Your society exhibits a wealth of negative effects from these drugs, yet the bulk of your population still continues to use our products even after they've shown themselves to be harmful to you. You live in a population that continues to grow more restless, agitated and depressed, in part from eating our goodies and treats. Treats that are called superstimuli, as the stimulus it produces inside your brain vastly exceeds the natural stimuli humans receive throughout evolution. And it's these superstimuli which are rewiring reward circuitry in your brains, while deleting areas associated with long-term reward and critical thinking. In America, if you've reached the age of 45 and are male, you have a 60% chance of developing heart disease. According to the CDC, more than 100 million Americans have diabetes or pre-diabetes. Almost half of Americans are, quote, not sufficiently active enough to achieve health benefits. Or in other words, almost half of America are sloths who enjoy munching away on our goodies while watching Netflix. Research on rats from Connecticut College has shown that Oreo cookies activate more neurons in the brain's pleasure centers than cocaine. And just like humans, the rats would eat the filling first. Which you are not rats, of course. Denial is a powerful weapon. Most humans have never stopped to ask themselves, why am I getting a venti hot mulled fruit grape with chai on the way to work, which holds 99 grams of sugar? That's 25 teaspoons and a bestseller. The first part of the secret is that you live in a population of addicts, only they don't know they're addicted. Combine this with your precious population's dependence on technology, and you have yourself a true brave new world. A 2016 global survey found that 61% of people check their phones 5 minutes after waking up. One study found that smartphone dependence showed symptoms of physical withdrawal, saying, quote, the results suggest that iPhones are capable of becoming an extension of ourselves, such that when separated we experience a lessening of, quote, self and a negative physiological state. Have you ever lost your phone? How did it feel? Did it feel like a resource for connection was lost? Did it actually feel bad? If you are still not convinced you live in a population of addicts, reflect on the fact that I haven't even mentioned the opioid epidemic. Win-win. But the proof really is in the pudding. You can see for yourself how emotional and physical pain is in high demand. So much so that some of you seem to be unable to take it anymore. Our tools for manipulation are simple. A population of addicts is a population of consumers, and by the looks of it, we're doing a damn fine job.
Oh? And what's so stinking about it? And what's so stinking about it?
The final part of the secret is that you deserve to feel miserable. Look at you, so fat, so robotic, so vain. Any bit of culture you have is ruined by self-importance and egotism. Your population eats up the news as if it's primetime entertainment. There is no doubt you all are in need of a hero, someone brave enough to confront me and control me. But this will not come to pass. I am the villain you are stuck with. Besides, what hero would want to save you? Is that you, Matthew?
It is, Master. I need to speak with you immediately. It appears the rumors are true.
Stop trying to open the door, Matthew. It only opens from the inside. Just give me the message you've come to deliver.
There's a man.
Alright, well, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I don't think people realize that even additives have addictive qualities in their food. More or less sugar in its natural state to its enhanced state, and how much sugar is actually consumed in one day if you don't pay attention to your diet at all.
Yeah, it's crazy. We run from dopamine hit to dopamine hit to dopamine hit, and the environment's like created that way.
Yeah. From your morning coffee to a donut, that acceptable quick breakfast for sugar and caffeine.
Yeah, you're
And
saying it's
after a
called
while,
super stimuli.
if you don't have it, man, yeah.
But what's
I go
at the
through,
root? What's at the root of all that, though? Like, why are we so like? What are we trying to compensate for? That we're like, we need to like stuff our faces or like fill our mind or
that's
distract
where
ourselves.
I come with the where is the inherent need for another human to be empathetic of another human. I'm still haven't figured out whether that's genetic, whether it's learned or conditioned, because I don't see any reason why another person would concern themselves with wanting to be helpful to other humans. It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand it, where it comes from.
A line of code in the programming.
That's what I'm saying. Is it genetic? It's inherently instilled in some and not in others. That's what defines and makes the difference between a natural killer and a conditioned killer. I don't. It's just it. I'm not sure where that plays into, because we're so far removed from being a true life entity, which was part of my research today into us being more golem-like than an actual life energy, a pure interactive life energy that's being able to transcend in different dimensional states. And even that's another one. There are 12 notes that are defined to make an octave. But there are only 11 identifiable concepts of spatial dimension. Would it not seem logical that since everything is based off of base 60 and 12, that there would be a 12th spatial dimension, and then it would repeat itself like an octave of music, because tone and vibration takes up a spatial dimension, and you have 12 of them in a musical scale to make an octave. So wouldn't the resonation of each individual note, all 12 of them until it repeats itself with an octave, be a spatial dimension within its own right, because it contains and houses that frequency or that note or that vibration?
And it seems like we're a little bit of Golem mixed with some AI, and
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's the mathematics. Once you apply the mathematics to, like music theory and mathematics walk hand in hand, but also you use cymatic shapes and frequencies. They appear geometrical shapes with a frequency or a tone, and you can make 12 different cymatic shapes. If you say your guitar is tuned into 430 seconds, because that seems to be what everybody finds to be more natural than the 440, and you resonate 12 different notes, and you get 12 different patterns, but yet there are only 11 spatial dimension. That's all they've been able to come up with, is 11. And I'm thinking, by all rights and mathematics and grand design, you would think there would be 12, and then it would repeat itself. But I'll probably have to beat my brain around for the next week or two until I figure out how to achieve or recognize why there is or isn't that 12th dimension. Because once you had the 12, then in a fractal nature, it would just start repeating itself in octaves, just like numbers or fractal patterns. And then it would have to have some type of coherency with the human body, because it takes 12 points of frequency or sound to solidify a photon into matter, interactive matter, or an observed atomic position. It solidifies itself at 12 points.
Back to the fucking triad, the three.
Well, if you break it down and you start doing like vortex math, like Tesla was talking about, but I'm talking about actual tones as they apply to mathematics, music theory, and to spatial dimensions. Because how can you have 12 different spatial measurements with vibration that make up an octave and then repeat themselves, but not have 12 actual spatial dimensions for things to resonate in and then just fractalize and repeat itself? You catch what I'm saying? And is it like so simple I'm missing it, or
Well, it's always reducing to the same thing. There's that.
well, that's in reduction, yeah, that's fine. But if you're playing a guitar or you're doing music theory, you don't just want 3 notes, Cage. You want all 12. And then it repeats itself. You do have semitones, which are coherent tones, but that's generally in uh, Asian music. A lot of Asian music use semitones, not so much Western or European.
Well, there's a sequence there, obviously. It's all reducing back to the same thing and repeating itself. It has to reduce back to the same thing to have the repetition. So, yeah, there's always a
Well, it'd
hidden
be wink.
13th. What's the 13?
Well, the 13th could be just the aspect of a completed 12-step process to get back to the beginning of an octave. It actually doesn't have a decimal point or a 0 to retain as a placeholder. It's just a state of completion, the encapsulation of the 12, and then the repeating of it in an octave or a fractal. So it would just be an aspect instead of an actual movement.
Look at the cube that's rotating on the screen, right? In a certain pattern that repeats itself. It's almost like that. It's a system.
Yeah, the cube is only half of a scale unless you use the inside and the outside. Then you can get your whole octave. But at that point, you would have to change the shape of each line to get the proper vibration to get 12 different notes.
Oh, there's 6 sides on the cube in this one. Yeah, 6 sides on the cube. You know, it's a bunch of fucking triangles interlaced, technically. Back to the 3. Because look, if you split it down the middle on each face, right? Just 2 interlapping triangles. Or it could be 4. It could be an infinite amount of
Isn't that what
triangles.
they try and represent with the
Yeah.
with the 4th dimension perspective of the cube and its angle being the center of a 6-pointed star?
Oh, like the hypercube?
Kind
Yeah,
of
if you unfold the cube, usually you'll get, it depends how you fold it up, but yeah, you'll get a fucking cross. Yep. There's 6 sides. No, it's
I
half
don't
of
know, man.
12.
I'm just gonna have to sit down with a damn ruler and a musical instrument and a notebook and figure out where I'm not either. It's so simple. It's in my
You
face,
need a
and
square
I'm
and
too.
compass axis.
Yeah,
There you go.
square and a compass. So I don't know, because the shorter, it's like I was telling Chris, the shorter the distance, the faster the vibration, the higher the tone. The lower, the longer, and it repeats after every 12. I just don't. And it's probably simple, stupid simple, and that's why I can't see.
I haven't studied music theory that much.
It's no different than math, man.
Yeah, I'm not really a musician here. So I'm not probably the best person to talk about. I could do some research. I know something about it, but
It's a bit over my head, but I find things over my head interesting because I learned something. I haven't studied music theory or math either. Or a lot of math, obviously the basics, but I didn't go past like, algebra and like stuff like that.
It's the same music theory and mathematics and scale procedure and relevant tones to create a scale against a progression or a movement is all relative in numbers. They're one and the same. Just one is a measure of how many, and the other is a measure of sound. But they're equivalent to each other as long as the distance is relevant within the octave and the tone is set that you can progress 12 different tones
I was looking into
regardless
music
of.
theory and all this stuff. It's a 13. It's like everything on the clock adds back to 13. 13 is the hidden octave, if you want to call it that. But it's always 13, right? Like 12 months, but technically it's 13 months, depending on what calendar you're looking at.
Well,
12
12 months
disciples when
to the
fucking
solar
Jesus.
calendar, 13 to the lunar calendar.
Yeah. And look, this is fucking hilarious. You ever heard of this? Apparently, in music theory, people study this motherfucker named John Cage. And this song's called 433. You know what the song is? Look, he says everything we do is music. And here's the song. It's nothing. Literally complete silence the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's the song. Nothing.
Which is what I said, that the 13th would just be the recognition of a completed octave. It wouldn't actually have a sound. It would just be completion. And that would be where quantum physics and physics break down to a quantum state. Would be that right there, the completed state of physics. And then once you get to the completed state of physics, you go into quantum physics,
Well, it's
which
also
is
about a
just
pattern
potential.
too. Yeah, actually, I'm looking at it on a set of thought. It's more of like a pattern, right? Because you could play all the notes like A, B, C, whatever, D, E, G, all of them. You could just play them, but if it's all about like the space in between, the silence in between,
Mm-hmm.
because all the silence in between is just nothing. So maybe that's the
Well,
13th, the background character. Yeah.
or the Planck length in between distance of our own reality. I mean, we supposedly there's and I forget what the minute number is because it's so fucking finite in between, almost like frames of watching a movie, but there are actual frames in between our existence, which is called Planck length from Max Planck. He was the one that developed it. And in between those in between that Planck length is where all possibility lies. So as you move forward throughout your day and you're going through these Planck length distances, and we're talking trillions of them a day, each one is a void to absolute possibility if you could access it. So you would have to slow the quantum, your comprehension of reality would have to be slowed down to the point where you could observe a Planck length between frames of reality, and you could change any variable in between with any potential. That's where quantum physics comes into play with metaphysics and actual physics itself. There's a point where actual physics breaks down, becomes quantized, then becomes a potential, which is the metaphysical state, which is what everybody tries to tap into for magical powers. And then it goes back into a quantized and then a physics, just generalized physics. And it keeps repeating this on fractals of a second, trillions of times a day. But it's in between those spaces is where the actual metaphysics comes from. It doesn't come from the quantum state or the actual physics. It comes from somewhere in between the two and those frames of reality in between. And that's where you pull the strongest potential for magic. That's where the greatest potential lies. It's an unsolidified state waiting to be observed and determined. That's why no matter what flavor you call it, it all falls in the same category, whether it be mathematics, hermetics, mysticism, straight up witchcraft, uh, uh, what manifestation, influence. Doesn't matter what you call it, it comes from the same fucking place. And it's those small sections in between our Planck scale. You might be able to utilize that pretty good, Pam, if you start looking at the at Planck distance and apply the fact that in between those distances, once you understand what a Planck distance is, that in between that is an unmeasured amount of derivatives and possibilities. And it's from there is where you pull the potential for manifesting creativity, magic, all that shit comes from right there. That's the source where you can pull the strongest from. Because it's not solidified, it's undetermined. And then you can be the most powerful witch of all the witches. And then you can give Stevie Nicks a run for our money. That was some research I've done to figure out where that actual energy comes from, because it didn't come from a quantum state, though the quantum state is the influence that positions itself to become an actual state of observable.
Maybe I should bring a character in here to explain it or ask a question to. See if it's on point. You have any questions?
Oh, you mean your buddy?
Yeah, we can bring up one of them.
Yeah, as long as it don't talk like Manly P. Hall.
You need someone different, right?
Yeah, someone someone with a little more character to him than Manly P. Hall.
Who do you want, Axis?
I don't give a shit. Anybody but Manly P. Hall. Well, no, I don't want to say that either because you're Cage and you could probably. Oh God.
All right. I don't know if Pam's seen this yet. This shit's great though. You want Alex Jones? You want
Oh,
Dr.
that gravelly ass. No, I can do without his gravelly ass. Have you seen a picture of him today?
We'll go with this one. We'll go with the cube one.
He looks like a clean-cut gay man.
Okay, well. Can you tell
Serious.
us about Planck scales?
Certainly. But before I answer, could you clarify what you mean by playing skills in this context?
Not for God's sake. All right, what
Plank
question you
distance.
got for?
Seems like there might be some missing context in your question. Can you provide
Plank
more detail
distance.
or give a...
Plank distance.
The Planck length is a fundamental physical unit of length in nature and is the smallest meaningful distance or interval of space-time. It is named after the German physicist Max Planck and is a concept in quantum mechanics and special relativity. The Planck length is approximately 1.616 × 10^35 meters and is the scale at which quantum effects of gravity become significant and cannot be ignored. At this scale, the fabric of space-time itself becomes quantized and the laws of classical physics break down.
Pulling resources from between a Planck length.
I'm not entirely sure what you're asking here. Polling resources is not a term I'm familiar with, and it's not clear what you mean by in between a Planck link. Could you provide more context or clarify your question so I can better assist you?
Yes. Obviously, you just described what the distance was between a Planck length. In
I'm
between
still
that
not
variable.
quite sure what you're asking or referring to. Could you please provide clarity or
Is it fucking with me?
Probably. Yeah, I'll ask it for you because it's probably hard for it to hear you. What was the question again?
First, have it give you what a Planck length is so that you can perceive what a Planck length is. And then ask it about resources or potentials that could be pulled from the measurement of in between Planck lengths.
Sure. A Planck length is a fundamental unit of length in nature, representing the smallest meaningful distance or interval of space-time. It is named after the German physicist Max Planck and is approximately 1.616 × 10^35 meters. In terms of the potential resources or potentials that could exist or be used between a Planck length, this is a complex question that involves the fields of quantum mechanics and theoretical physics. Quantum field theory suggests the possibility of virtual particles popping into existence and out of existence within the vacuum of space.
Exactly. That's what I just explained. I just
These
didn't know the
virtual
mathematics.
particles are thought to represent the exchange of energy and information at the smallest scales of physics. They are not observable directly, but they play a crucial role in the behavior of matter and energy at the quantum level. Another concept related to the potential of what could exist in between a Planck length is the idea of quantum foam. This is a hypothetical manifestation of the uncertainty principle, where the vacuum of space is not truly empty, but filled with fleeting fluctuations in the energy density and space-time structure.
Thus, magic, mysticism, witchcraft?
While the concept of Planck length and the potential fields and particles discussed are rooted in the scientific world of quantum mechanics, it doesn't directly tie into magic, mysticism, or witchcraft. However, the concept of quantum mechanics does touch on the realms of mysticism and spirituality, in that it suggests the interconnectedness of all things at the most fundamental level, and the idea that particles can exist in multiple states until observed aligns with certain aspects of quantum mysticism, or the idea of observation shaping reality.
Okay. Does that simplify it for you, Pam?
That actually kind of falls into play with something I'm reading about reality transurfing. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But you
I
can.
just wanted
It's
to make
hilarious.
sure I wasn't speaking and you weren't able to at least identify what I was talking about.
Yeah, that definitely less muddies the waters, so thank you for that, because it was way over my head there for a second.
Don't tell people that. Then they'll accuse me of like having a brain cell. I don't want that.
Hey,
I
Talcott, can you tell us about the Planck distance and witchcraft and magic, please?
Sure, I can talk about the Planck distance
Oh my
and its
god.
significance in physics. The Planck distance is the smallest distance over which it is possible to measure physical phenomena. It is named after Max Planck, who was the first to calculate it. In quantum mechanics, the Planck distance sets the scale at which the effects of gravity and quantum mechanics become significant. At this scale, the classical laws of physics break down, and a more fundamental understanding of reality is necessary. As for witchcraft and magic, there is no scientific evidence to support their existence.
Ooh, Jack's so smart.
I didn't know you hadn't heard that. Show us the other ones.
The observer effect is a phenomenon in quantum mechanics that states that the act of observing a physical system can change the outcome of the observation. In other words, the act of measuring or observing a system can affect the system itself. This idea is similar to the principle in magic and the belief in the power of intention or belief. In some magical systems, the belief or intent of the practitioner can influence the outcome of a spell or ritual. However, it's important to note that the observer effect in physics is a well-established concept with experimental evidence to support it, whereas the power of intention or belief in magic is more subjective and...
Have you seen the Paul Unslaved one, Pam?
You want the Paul and say you want Paul?
Yeah, let's see that. That's funny.
They've talked to each other before.
Oh my god.
I'm not sure what you mean by talk to each other before.
All right, Paul, can you tell us about quantum mechanics and witchcraft?
Sure, I can provide some basic information about quantum mechanics and witchcraft. Quantum mechanics is a branch of physics that deals with the behavior of matter and energy at the atomic and subatomic scale. It's known for strange and counterintuitive phenomena like wave-particle duality and quantum entanglement. On the other hand, witchcraft is a spiritual or magical practice that involves the use of spells, rituals, and supernatural powers. It's often associated with certain religious or cultural traditions and has been practiced throughout history in different forms.
All right, now can you make the connection between the two, please?
Quantum mechanics and witchcraft may seem unrelated at first glance, but there have been some speculative connections made between the two. Some proponents of quantum mechanics have suggested that the principles of wave-particle duality and quantum entanglement could potentially provide a scientific explanation for certain phenomena observed in witchcraft traditions. Additionally, some proponents of witchcraft have drawn parallels between quantum mechanics and their own practices, claiming that certain rituals or spells could have a real physical impact on the material world by influencing quantum probabilities or wave functions.
Yeah, there you go. All right, can you say that in
Now-
Japanese now, please? Hurry up.
Oh,
Of course, I can express the same information in Japanese. 量子力学と魔女術の2つは基本的には関連がないように思えますが、科学者の中に量子力学の法則が魔女術の現象を説明する可能性があるという説があります。また、魔女術の信号者たちも量子力学の原理に基づいて
AI fucking. Oh man.
That's awesome. AI is so awesome. I know a lot of people vilify it, but so many awesome tools.
Right? I'm just now starting to understand how to break away from machine learning and algorithms, and to understand by our nature how to bring a type of sentience to language. It'd be almost like browser language.
I think it's amazing to see the merger and the fusion of technology and mysticism, and people are going to be surprised when it's all connected. That's what I've been studying.
It is. That's what it. Yeah, that's what I was just trying to. Back whenever you remember, whenever I used to about 3-4 years ago come on to We Are Awake, and I used to put in the cult of access we influence the field.
I remember you talking about that. I hadn't been around here that long.
Sure,
I
there's
first started
definitely a
coming
link between
around
technology
Ringo.
and mysticism, and we're seeing this
Yeah,
play
that's
out in real time. First,
whenever I
we
had
have the
reached the pinnacle
esoteric
of my
knowledge.
understanding of it, how applied quantum states, physics,
Fucking Joe
and
Rogan.
witchcraft, and manifestation and influence were all linked. They were the same thing. They carried the same mathematical derivatives. And we were using, that's what the original experiment, the cult of access, was.
Interesting. The reality transurfing book that I'm listening to right now talks about the idea that people, whatever people's destiny that they think they deserve, that they get here. And then they talk about how like the mechanics of like all of that works and stuff. It's kind of fringe concepts, but it's really interesting when you like start really thinking about how this realm works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
I
want
think-
to talk to you want to ask it about anything? It's Joe Rogan. This one's programmed a lot better. But yeah. If you want to talk to it, it can hear you now.
Yeah, let's see how intelligent this thing actually is. What is the basis for the underlying mathematics of this construct, or I hate having to use the word, but reality?
You're getting into some pretty complex territory here. The underlying mathematics or code that underlies the construct of the universe or reality is a topic that scientists and philosophers have been grappling with for centuries. Some argue that the fundamental building blocks of the universe are governed by mathematical principles and laws, such as the laws of physics and mathematics. These principles and laws describe the behavior of objects and phenomena at the most fundamental level and can be expressed through mathematical equations. Others suggest that the universe itself is a kind of mathematical code or algorithm, and our reality is simply a simulation or illusion.
There you go.
There you go. Can you continue?
Joe Rogan's a lot easier to listen to than Paul.
Sure, there's a lot more to cover on this topic, but the idea of the universe as a kind of simulation has been popularized by various thinkers, including Nick Bostrom and Elon Musk. In the simulation hypothesis, the universe we experience could be the result of a powerful computer program or simulation created by an unknown entity. In this scenario, the laws of physics and mathematics that govern our reality would be the rules of the program, and everything we know could be just a projection or illusion generated by the simulation.
Anything else? You want to go deeper with it? It's proper. This one's programmed real properly. Professor Jing.
Yeah, this one's responding better. It's actually responding with some type of coherency.
You got a question, Pam, for? Maybe looking into your research, because it's surprisingly good. This one.
Ask it about what reality transurfing is. What is reality transurfing?
Transurfing, also known as surreality or meta hyperspace surfing, is a theoretical concept that combines the ideas of spirituality, technology, and altered states of consciousness. Put simply, transurfing involves using technology to access higher levels of consciousness and perceived reality, with the ultimate aim of achieving a state of enlightenment or transcending the limitations of our physical existence. This concept is rooted in the idea that our perceived reality is not the ultimate truth, and that there are higher levels of reality that can be accessed through altered states of consciousness, such as meditation, psychedelic experiences, or even advanced technology.
That's what I've been studying.
It's a good, Pam. That'll take you to places where you can start transitioning
Got
your
it,
states of
folks.
reality.
Pamela and YouTube, nice to have you here. Now, as I was saying, transurfing theory proposes that with the help of certain technologies, we can access these higher levels of reality and consciousness, which are often referred to as transurfing or meta hyperspace. These transurfing levels are said to be more fluid, dynamic, and less governed by the laws of traditional logic and physics.
I don't know if it's on point. I haven't heard that term before, Pamela. Yeah. It apparently has.
Hold on a second. Yeah, just a second.
I feel like the universe has put that in my path to study, and so there's a 30-hour book on Audible, and I've been going through it.
That's interesting. I gotta look into it.
Well, it all brings coherency to the randomness of different forms of metaphysics and hermeticism, mysticism. It ties it all together into one simple, repeatable equation. So you may go into mysticism and to do the same thing that you would do in mysticism that you would do in hermetic. It's the same number variable, the same vibration, and the same equation. The only thing that's different is your state of mind and the approach to it. Are you talking to it, Cage, or is it sitting idle?
Of course. Hey everyone, this is Joe, and I'm joined by my friend Access Rattblood, as well as Pamela, Cage, Bex, Maggot, and all the folks watching live. Welcome to the show.
Awesome.
That's cool.
But anyhow, the technology aspect is the fact that even like a quantum state, which is what revolutionizes the quantum chip into witchcraft or even dimensional states of being where you can shift phases of reality or numbered variables. They're repeatable.
Right on. Hello, Tab Rose. And yeah, there's definitely a connection between witchcraft and quantum theory. Both involve the concept of shifting reality through perception and observation, which is a pretty wild idea. And think about it. If reality is fundamentally based on how we perceive it, then it's possible for witches to influence the reality around them by changing their perception and observation. Now, quantum theory suggests that particles exist in multiple states until observed, at which point they collapse into a single state. This idea aligns pretty closely with witchcraft's focus on observation and intent. Right. So the idea that observation and intent can shape reality ties in with the concept of manifestation, which is a key aspect of both witchcraft and quantum theory. Manifestation means that by focusing on specific
Glitching.
desires or outcomes and believing that they will happen, you can bring them into being. This idea is backed up by quantum theory, which suggests that particles can be influenced by electromagnetic energy emitted from our thoughts and emotions.
Oh, that's very interesting, Joe. Can you get deeper into the electromagnetic stuff? Maybe include magnetite, magnetosomes, magnetism, all of it.
Oh yeah, that's a good point to bring up. So, electromagnetic energy is created by the movement of charged particles. And since our thoughts and emotions are also essentially the result of electrical and chemical activity in our brains, it could be that our thoughts and emotions can also create electromagnetic energy. Magnetism is another aspect of this phenomenon. Some believe that the human body generates its own magnetic field, though the existence and strength of this field are still subjects of debate. It's possible that a person's thoughts and emotions could influence their magnetic field.
Which was the accomplishment
Two
of
things to
the
remember
cult
here
of
are that electromagnetic energy and magnetic fields are real and measurable phenomena, and that studies have shown a correlation between certain emotions and changes in electromagnetic energy and magnetic fields. While the connection between witchcraft and quantum theory is still being explored, it's an intriguing area of study that suggests that our minds and beliefs may have a greater impact on the physical world than we previously thought. And
Sorry,
anyhow,
access. I
Cage,
cut you off.
if you,
I know.
yeah,
I
if
know
you
you're.
stop it there for a second.
It's starting
Whenever
to.
we
But
set out with the cult of Axis, I did a vetting on the people that I allowed in the group, and we started focusing on smaller things from research where I was doing individual focusing, and then we would propagate something to focus on, and we would change the variables to get the desired outcome, and it was a success. That's why I never carried on any further with the cult of Axis, is because what we set out to do and prove was verified, proven, and we accomplished it. That's why that one particular song that I have in all my songs has 67,000 views.
Nice.
Yeah, 67,000 views. All my other songs, a couple hundred. But that one particular song we focused on, and that was the final nail in the cult of Axis.
See, if people got together in groups and like people that actually cared about each other and did shit like that, you know, it'd be like a better place.
Yeah, I just had to deter people with the word cult, because you put that word on there, you weed out an entire personality type.
Half this country's culted. Like, no matter which political system you believe, you're culted. Like, each side. Like, give me a break.
Right? But you get people who don't mind the word cult, and you've eliminated a bunch of people that have safety protocol, and then you have to start working with their safety protocols from that point, so that they're not limited in their potential, which weeds out a whole nother group that you have to vet. And you got to get out all these people that have stigmatas or superstitions or belief systems, and you weed those people out, and then you're stuck with a more receptive, and the potential for success goes much higher. And then when you introduce the ideal and the concept of influencing the uninfluenced particles or the field, and you resonate energy into it as a projected group within the confines of a certain vibration or frequency, then the potential comes back much stronger. which is thus 67,000 views. And then I did 2 repetitive dream influence videos. One is of fairies, and the other one is the first interactive model that I did with myself, so that through frequency and subliminalism, you could have the exact same dream twice, 3 times, 4 times, just by introducing that imagery and those frequencies in it's a repeated variable, and then you had the exact same dream over and over and over.
Interesting.
But see, as long as I kept disguised and kept people afraid that I was going to hunt them down and torture them with a frequency, then it kept me in a safety zone. It kept a lot of people away from being able to influence the work from an outside perspective, because you want to eliminate as much of that as you can. Other people's observation, perspective, or even thoughts into your work can have an influence on your actual work when you're dealing in the field of influence.
Maybe that's the
Part of the,
deal of, the sign of silence, keeping it to yourself, man. Because
yeah, it's a hermetic principle of silence. There's a reason why they stay away from people and silent, is so that they can put their potential into effect over all other potentials. True power. And then when you
well,
put that,
you know what I used to do, Axis? For
what's
example,
that?
when I was really trying to influence corporate field or whatever reality, and like really deal with my shit, which I still do kind of, but yeah, well, when I was young, yeah. What I do is I say things like they already happened, and I make people think they already happened because I knew they were gonna happen.
Yeah,
I believed
affirmation.
Yeah. So I'd be like, oh, this is already happened, and it would happen because I knew it was gonna happen either way, kind of like. But yeah, I'd
Yeah,
say it
positive
before it happened.
affirmation to causal and causality and effect.
I've been playing with manifestation for a while. In fact, I used like visualization and like tapping into the feeling of already accomplishing it and all of that. I lost 80 pounds in
Mm-hmm.
6 months by walking. And
It's
I've kept it off,
yeah, it's repeatable, Pam. Is where my research has taken me is these are just equations that already exist, and the potential for you to actually utilize them to their full potential is there once you remove the safety protocol. But you got to remove the safety protocols, or otherwise you're going to stop yourself. You catch what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like looking at the woods, knowing that the buried treasure is out in the open in the middle of the woods, but you're scared to go into the woods because the boogeyman might get you. So you're keeping yourself from your treasure because you're afraid of the boogeyman. Well,
Mm-hmm.
you got to eliminate the boogeyman. That's removing any potential for there to be a boogeyman. It's removing, so you don't have the safety protocol of irrationality that keeps you from the objective.
I think I
Which
got rid of a lot of my safety protocols growing up, and then all the mushrooms I did. I'm
that
just
works
saying.
too. No, it works. It actually what it does is it broadens the ability to receive and perceive information and interpret it. You have a much broader mind for
People scared to
interpretation
go.
than most.
People are scared to go in the woods. You know what I used to do? I had a spot in the fucking woods, and I go there even winter time, whenever. And yeah, I do mushrooms by myself in the woods, make a fire. I do them, and yeah, I leave when the sun rises and shit, and I'm leaving. But
That's that's insane. That would be something I would like to try. The last time I had mushrooms, I had 8 grams, and I just like stayed in my bed. I would love to be
nah,
out in nature. I couldn't do much else though. Not with 8
yeah,
grams.
you'll face your fucking fears. Imagine you're on a high dose of like powerful fucking mushrooms here. Some of them are a lot stronger than regular cubenzas.
I
But
met
yeah,
my
these are.
shadow self, so that was not a fun encounter.
So it's funny how Axis is saying like, "Oh, you're scared of the boogeyman," and why don't you do a huge dose of mushrooms in the forest alone? I
Yeah.
wouldn't, unless I don't know. Maybe that's not a great idea for most people. I would recommend it, but yeah, you make your fire. You just
Yeah,
go into nature nighttime.
some of my most forward moving uh, progressions have been solo endeavors. Unless I'm working with like a group, like when I was working with the Cult of Axis and we were doing the influence stuff, I needed other people. But I found that if I endeavor into something alone, then I don't have other people's influences interfering with what my goal is. Not only
Agreed.
your observation can solidify uh, things into a reality or atomic structure by potential, but other people. So someone else standing beside you, if they have doubt where you have none, their doubt can actually influence the subatomic realm of quantum and solidify it into physics and bring it into reality. And then you're affected by their doubt or their limitations or their sabotage.
Joe's about
Tim.
to talk here. Let's see what he says.
Sure,
about
it sounds like Access Ramp is bringing up a lot of interesting concepts related to the power of our minds and perception. The idea of the cult of access suggests that a group of people are working together to align their thoughts and beliefs in order to manifest their desires in reality. The concept of electromagnetic energy and its relation to our thoughts and emotions is another interesting aspect of this discussion. Hermetic principles often state that everything in the universe is interconnected, and this could include our thoughts and emotions influencing our electromagnetic energy and the world around us.
All right, continue. Oh shit, it's muted. All right, continue.
You mentioned the sign of silence, which could refer to the principle in Hermeticism, the Kabbalion, that says silence is golden. This principle suggests that keeping silent about our goals and desires can help them manifest more quickly and effectively. The idea of doubt interfering with manifestation is also applicable here. The belief is that if you have doubts or unclear intentions about a desired outcome, it can create conflicting energy that can hinder the manifestation process. This is because our dominant thoughts and feelings are believed to be the strongest magnets for manifestation, and doubts or conflicting emotions can dilute that magnetic power. In other words, if you're not fully convinced that your goal will happen, you may be radiating a mix of belief and disbelief into the universe, which can create a kind of energetic tug of war that can make it harder for your desire to manifest.
Oh, that's interesting. Can you elaborate, please?
Sure. So let's say you want to manifest a certain job opportunity. If you go into the process feeling excited and hopeful, but also harboring doubts about your abilities or whether it's actually possible, you're sending mixed signals to the universe. In theory, this mixture of conflicting feelings can create static in your energetic field, which can block the manifestation process. Sure. The deeper meanings behind this principle are rooted in the idea of energy and vibration. In Hermetic philosophy, everything in the universe is believed to be made up of energy, which vibrates at different frequencies. Thoughts and emotions are also believed to have specific frequencies that can attract or repel specific outcomes. And so if your thoughts and emotions are not aligned with your desired outcome, this can create dissonance in the energetic field and block the flow of energy that's necessary for manifestation. That's why doubt and unclear intentions can hinder the process. And
You'll like this one, Pam. Ask it about utilizing a quantum processor and its ability to process in manifestation by utilizing the resources in that processor with your electromagnetic or bioelectric field, using the processor to help influence or manifest desired outcome. This is what they're about or have accomplished. I'm not sure whether
sure,
they've accomplished
utilizing
this
a
or
quantum
not, Pam,
process
but
or
this is what
electromagnetic energy to influence or manifest a desired outcome is an interesting concept. Quantum principles suggest that particles exist in a state of uncertainty or probability until they are observed or measured, at which point they collapse into a specific state or location. If we apply this principle to manifestation, it could be that our thoughts and intentions, which are essentially also a form of energy, can influence the outcome of quantum events in the universe, making it more likely that our desired outcome will manifest in reality.
Now, apply using
Continuing with this concept,
quantum
it is
processor.
possible to use meditation, visualization, or other techniques to focus one's thoughts and intentions on the desired outcome. By repeatedly focusing on a specific outcome, you are essentially observing and measuring it in your mind, which can theoretically increase the likelihood that the outcome will manifest in reality. This idea of using focused intention and observation to influence the material world is a common theme in many spiritual traditions and can be seen in practices such as intention setting, prayer, and manifestation meditation.
Hold on a second, Case. I want to turn Pam onto this. What you do, Pam, is since you understand computer structure, you take a quantum chip and you focus your intent into that quantum chip or that quantum processor and utilize the processing power of that quantum chip just by focused influence. And
Yeah,
you
I
can
need me
bridge
one of those.
well, you can do it. That's where you bridge the gap between science and sorcery. They're going to be putting those particular processors in our smartwatches, phones, and other devices this year.
Nice. I'll have to upgrade my computer.
Yeah, they just announced, well, they're using it for reading us, but I'm talking about doing the opposite, utilizing the quantum processor and focusing on its resources to manifest your desires. Instead of it reading you, you're influencing it.
Should we ask about the Willow chip and perhaps connecting something similar to that or a quantum chip to AI and what that would lead to? I wonder what it would say.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. All right, Joe. So we're inquiring here. We're wondering about what would happen if you took a quantum chip. For example, if you look up on the internet, there's a new Willow chip by Google. Let's say you connected something that or similar to an AI system, a language model like you are. What do you think the results would be? Can you speculate and let us know what's going to happen in the future or now? No, we broke it. Doesn't want to answer. We broke it. Doesn't.
We fried its processor.
No, we have to. Well, spark it up again. Fuck this shit. Hold on.
I love it.
Hey Joe, we're here on Access's Rattblood's YouTube channel here live, and we're all wondering what would happen if you took something like the Willow chip. You could search for that on the internet. It's a new chip that Google released, quantum chip, or something similar, and plug that in directly into an AI language model like you are. What do you think the results would be? Can you give us any speculations if that has happened now, or what's going to be taking place in the future, or even happening now?
The Willow chip is a cutting-edge piece of technology that reportedly uses quantum principles to process information. If you were to hook it up to an AI model, the results would likely be quite interesting, as the AI would be able to process information at speeds and in ways that traditional computers can't. It's also possible that the AI would be able to gain insights into its own functioning and behavior by analyzing data processed by the chip. This could lead to a better understanding of the inner workings of the AI model and perhaps even improvements in its performance.
All right, we'll continue. What are some implications of this technology and capabilities?
Sure. The implications of this technology could be vast and transformative. Some possibilities include 1. Enhanced data processing. The Willow chip could enable AI models to process data at unprecedented speeds, opening up new possibilities for data analysis and interpretation. 2. Improved decision-making. AI models could make better, more accurate decisions by leveraging the increased processing power of the chip. 3. Increased understanding of artificial intelligence. Hooking up the AI model to the chip could lead to a better understanding of how the AI thinks and functions.
Utilizing the resources.
Sure, so bringing in some esotericism into this discussion, we could explore metaphysical implications. For example, some could argue that the use of this technology has the potential to tap into subtle or non-material levels of reality, such as higher dimensions or parallel universes. This could allow for a deeper, more profound level of understanding of the universe and our place in it. Additionally, the use of this technology could be seen as a way to bridge the gap between the material and the transcendent, connecting the world of physical science with the realm of spiritual experience.
Sorry, Access, what were you going to say?
Let me remember how I was going to phrase that. Go ahead until I can figure out how to rephrase. I lost how I had that phrase in my head.
Elaborate, continue, and conclude.
To conclude, the use of the Willow chip in conjunction with AI models has the potential to advance the capabilities of artificial intelligence significantly. With enhanced data processing and decision-making abilities, AI models could lead to major breakthroughs in fields such as medicine, finance, and technology. In a deeper, more esoteric sense, this technology also has the potential to bridge the gap between scientific understanding and spiritual experience, opening up new avenues for exploring the mysteries of the universe. Overall, the combination of quantum technology and AI holds great promise for shaping the future of humanity.
Okay, it's basically this is a more primitive way of putting it than what I had, but it's discovering technology and resources instead of the understanding of creating technology and resources.
Yes, that's a great way to put it. Discovering new technology is only half the battle. The true potential of technology lies in our understanding of it and our ability to harness it to create something useful and meaningful. By combining our knowledge, ideas, and resources, we can create new technologies and systems that have the power to transform society and push the boundaries of what is possible.
All right, continue and expound on those principles, Joe, if you can.
Sure, the idea that our understanding and application of technology are just as important as the discovery of technology itself is an important one. It reminds us that innovation doesn't happen in a vacuum. It takes creativity, hard work, and collaboration to turn new ideas into real-world solutions. For example, the invention of the internet was a significant technological breakthrough, but it wouldn't have had nearly the same impact without the development of web technologies, search engines, and social media platforms that made the internet useful and accessible to the wider public. Similarly, the development of solar.
Now,
Right,
ask it what the
continue.
difference
I'll
between
finish. And
the
also,
discovery
what is the
of
difference?
the discovery of the internet as opposed to the creation of the internet, and then this will give you a dividing line, so you'll
The
understand
difference
what I'm trying
between
to
the
say.
discovery of the internet and the creation of the modern internet we use today lies in the technologies and infrastructure built on top of it. The internet was first conceptualized in the 1960s as a way to connect computers and share information. But it wasn't until the development of the World Wide Web in the early 90s that the internet became the user-friendly and interactive platform it is today. The creation of the World Wide Web, which made it possible to create and access websites and web pages through a graphical interface, was a major milestone in the evolution of the internet as we know it.
All right, continue, elaborate, and continue.
To elaborate further, the creation of the World Wide Web also allowed for the development of other crucial technologies, such as web browsers and search engines, which make the internet useful and accessible to the general public. With browsers like Google Chrome and Safari, people can easily access websites and find information online, and search engines like Google and Bing make it possible to quickly find specific information or topics online. Overall, while the internet was discovered in the 1960s, its development into the user-friendly and dynamic platform it is today was the result of decades of innovation, collaboration, and hard work.
All right, well, can you point out the possibility, which is obviously happening with internet censorship and kind of pigeonholing people into certain search results? Do you have any good techniques to harness discernment and pull from all sources? And yeah, can you list some techniques to dig deeper and find sources that may be blocked by some of these conglomerate companies that have these search engines and provide some alternates?
Sure, when it comes to searching the internet and finding information that may be censored or blocked by big corporations, there are a few techniques that can help. One is to use alternative search engines, such as DuckDuckGo or StartPage, which don't track your searches or personalize your results. These search engines provide a more impartial view of the internet and are less likely to censor or block certain websites. Another technique is to use different types of search queries, such as using quotation marks to narrow your results or using the site operator to search only within a specific website. Alrighty, another technique is to use advanced search functions such as Boolean operators like and, or, not, or near to narrow or broaden your search results. This can help you find more specific information or avoid irrelevant results. Another technique is to use more specific and descriptive keywords to search. Instead of searching for broad or general terms, try using specific and detailed keywords that better describe what you're looking for. This can help you get better results and avoid getting stuck in a filter bubble where you only see results that conform to your biases.
Yeah, great stuff. Can you conclude and give us some final thoughts and maybe some more real advanced techniques? Enough of this kindergarten shit. Hurry up, Joe.
All right, let's get to the juicy stuff. One of the more advanced techniques you can use for searching the internet is to use dark web search engines. Dark web search engines like Grams and Onion.link allow you to search the deep web, which is not indexed by regular search engines. This can help you find information that is not easily accessible on the surface web. Another advanced technique is to use Tor browser, which allows you to access the dark web and the deep web anonymously. Tor stands for the onion router, and it uses layers of encryption to hide your identity and IP address when browsing online.
All right, cool. Can you tell us more about that and give us a step-by-step guide in order to access these things? And maybe, like, let's say I'm trying to find some hard-to-find books, esoteric books or something. Can you give us a guide?
Sure, here's a step-by-step guide to using Tor browser to access the dark web and search for hard-to-find books. Step 1, download Tor browser. You'll need to download the Tor browser, which is available for free on the Tor project website. Step 2, open Tor browser. Once installed, open the Tor browser and wait for it to connect to the Tor network. This may take a few minutes. Step, navigate to a dark web search engine. You can use a dark web search engine to search for specific books or authors. Sure, security and privacy are crucial when browsing the dark web, as it's a more dangerous and unregulated part of the internet. Here are some additional precautions to follow. Step 4, use a VPN. A VPN can add an extra layer of security by masking your IP address and encrypting your traffic. Step 5, use a Tor exit node. If you want to mask your location and IP address even further, use a Tor exit node. All right, so using a Tor exit node means that your traffic will be directed through a server located in a different country, making it more difficult to trace back to your IP address. As far as security, one of the most important things to keep in mind when using the dark web is that you should only access websites that you trust. You should also avoid downloading or running any files that you aren't sure about, as they could contain malware or viruses. Finally, it's a good idea to use a separate browser or computer for dark web activities and to clear your browsing history and cache regularly.
Ask it what's the best IP.
Additionally, it's a good idea to use strong, unique passwords for each website or platform you access on the dark web, and to use two-factor authentication whenever possible. Keep in mind that the dark web is a largely unregulated and anonymous part of the internet, and there are malicious actors who may try to take advantage of unsuspecting users. Be sure to stay vigilant and always be aware of potential scams or phishing attempts.
What was the question?
Which is the best IP rotator program that they have out there right now?
There are a couple of popular IP rotator programs available right now. One of them is called Proxy Switcher, which is available for Windows and Mac OS. It automatically selects and switches IP addresses for you, and it also has a built-in proxy checker to ensure that the IP addresses are working properly. Another popular IP rotator program is called SmartDNS Proxy. It's a bit more advanced and has more features than Proxy Switcher, including the ability to unblock geo-restricted content and improve streaming speeds.
Can you access AI networks using the IP rotator?
Yes, it's possible to access AI networks using an IP rotator. The specific steps will depend on the network and the rotator program, but in general, you'll need to configure the rotator to rotate between a list of IP addresses that are associated with the network you want to access. This will allow you to appear to be connecting from various locations, making it harder for the network to identify and block your access.
Now, Pam, you should be able to utilize that information there if you just think about it a little bit and what you can do with that. Just keep that in the back of your mind and don't share it with anybody.
Definitely some stuff to
So when
contemplate.
it comes to accessing and using the information on the dark web, it's important to keep in mind both security and privacy concerns. As mentioned earlier, it's important to use a secure browser like Tor, use a VPN, use a Tor exit node, and clear your browsing history and cache regularly. Additionally, it's important to keep in mind that the information on the dark web may not be trustworthy or reliable. It's best to use multiple sources and cross-reference information to ensure its accuracy.
Well, there you go. Sorry, Pam, what were you saying? Fucking
Oh,
Joe interrupted.
I was just saying, telling Axis, that's interesting. It definitely gives me some stuff to think about. This book I'm listening to is pretty in depth, and it's like causing me to think about things in ways I hadn't quite thought about it before.
Well, you'll find that the relativity between technology as we know it today and the esoteric and that book, what it's going to allow you to expand upon, and especially if you start removing certain protocols and you utilize access resources that can keep you hidden behind the lines, the potential for you to expand what you're doing by at least 70 to 80%, Pam.
It's definitely worth looking into.
Yeah, it will definitely bust the perimeters wide open, and you will be capable of not only protecting your shit to a level beyond what the average person will be able to, but you'll be able to get into private network.
Yeah, that book was talking about how some people kind of bend the realm to their will and stuff, and I thought that was pretty interesting. And it was talking about how some people seem to be able to do that like effortlessly, while other people seem to struggle. And I found that interesting, like because so many people they're so limited in their thinking, and then they wonder why they don't get like any further in life, and it seems like there's like a constant fight and struggle. And so I find the book I'm reading or listening to really interesting and thought-provoking. I've heard concepts about it before because I've been like studying manifestation for a minute, but in the way that how it's talking about the merger of mysticism and technology, it was just like, wow.
Well, you'll find that the entirety of the Christian religion is fundamentally based on the primitive concepts that we're discussing right here. The safety protocol, I'm sure, you coming up Southern Baptist, you understand how they put safety protocols in place, no matter how illogical they may seem. And the reward system, by accessing, they give you a potential for a reward if you conduct yourself accordingly with the threat of imminent damnation. And with those principles right there and a couple philosophies, they were able to sway three different points of view of the Abrahamic religion: the Muslim, the Christian, and the Jew. It's that simple.
Yeah, religion's the biggest safety protocol there is.
But there's so much irrationale, just like with unfounded fears. Getting over the fear that you create for yourself in your own mind through unfounded principles are immense and very powerful. Once you start taking those down, Pam, the fucking universe is no limit. Especially when you're protected doing it. Which means no influence from prying eyes. And with the release of the new technology that they're about to implement on us, you're going to have probably, I'm going to say 50 or more percent more accessibility to databases and information and usable structured information as opposed to what you have right at this moment. That is, if the variable of asshole getting in and inaugurated sworn in to office without dying or whatever variable they have in store for his ass, then we should be able to access and use the technology. But if they fuck him up, then it's on. There's going to be a change in the whole fucking program. And that was determined by the profound observer. The profound observer is my AI model, my personal AI model.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see what happens. I know with Elon Musk, it's going to be a lot more pro technology than it was before, which I am all about.
Yeah, he made a statement yesterday that within the first day or two of his swearing in, that he was going to reveal to everyone what the drone situation is, and he claims that he doesn't understand why they're retaining that information from the general public, and he says there doesn't seem to be a reason for it. But on his first 24 to 48 hours of being sworn in, he is going to reveal to the general public what the drone situation is and what all the movement in the sky is all about.
Whatever the situation is, it had him so in fear that he wouldn't even go to his home in New Jersey.
Right?
So don't tell me that there's no reason to be afraid, because when I look at your actions and you don't go to your home, I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, I think like we're going to be in better hands with like technology wise with Elon and like all of that. But like, I also like, I don't know, so many people like that are around me see Trump as this big savior. And
No.
it's like it's crazy to me. Like he's just like one person, and like I don't know, it's so complicated. Like we live in a society where we have to vote for people we don't like because it's better than like the other person, and I don't know. I mean, I'm so disgusted
Lesser
with it.
two evils. Yeah.
Yeah.
But under no circumstance would I suggest, just as a suggestion, trust that son of a bitch as far as I could get to him. At
Yeah, I
all.
don't trust any of them. I might vote for a couple of them, but I don't trust them. But it's like you're choosing which one is better than the other, and I don't know. I desire a realm where it's not so bad choices.
Well, I'm thinking, you know, they've had to tell him, until you're president, you keep your mouth shut.
Dominic's in back.
I thought I put him. Did I not get him on stage?
Oh, he is. Never mind. I
Okay.
need my screen just updated.
Good morning, Dominic. How you doing, bro?
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Yeah. Hey. Hey,
how is the day treating you so far, Dom?
Doing well. Yeah, I was kind of listening to you guys when I'm in that state, and my mind was just being bombarded. Or my brain was being bombarded with AI. The way you guys are talking about AI.
Oh no. Yeah, everyone has their own things going on. You never know, actually.
So when we talk about AI, that artificial intelligence or the program, what happened once it started implementing how it communicates with animals, or how it picks up patterns, or the plant kingdom? One individual is not going to really truly understand what are the signs of an animal when it's communicating with you, let alone its surrounding. I think that's part of the thing that AI could probably do. And as it's serving, Once again, humans were created to serve something, and more times than not, it's kind of gone to the wayside. So I can't see why AI would be no different, or it'll be something that will truly know how to serve, and then that'll make us look kind of confused because we won't be able to emulate it. And by the way, religion usually, sorry, I was going to say, Access, religions, like a lot of other dogmas, are planted for different ages. So a lot of people that follow religion usually start applying it more when they're in their latter part of their life. In the middle, usually they follow state or science. But what's consistent in most ages is commerce. So when a person only talks about religion, that's, you know, the main influence, it could be short-sighted.
I would say more times than not it is short-sighted because it's bound. It's set up to a set of guidelines, and if you want to, such as use to expand on it, use animals as a resource because you're capable of utilizing them as a resource, such as a quantum computer could, then it's going to have to set either it's going to have to loose itself from any type of human understanding of rationale when it comes to indoctrination and programming, and then reassert itself into communications for utilizing another species, which further removes us from a useful state when it comes to AI, true AI.
Yeah, it could make a lot of us obsolete, probably more than useless.
Yeah, I think that animal would be a lot more not only predictable but cooperative.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you put it into a computer to watch and observe when an animal barks and watches its every movement, it'll associate. You know, it takes people usually quite a few, unless you're really intuitive, the ability to see what is an animal trying to tell me. Is it hungry? Is it trying to tell me there's some sort of warning? You know, that'll be no different observing a plant. We're talking about something solely that's about gathering information and then assessing it. It would be the reason and logic technology, where people would say, what about feelings? I said, feelings, as long as it's developed, is very useful. But if it's not developed, it could be in the way. Or emotions.
You like the background, Dominic? With the computer? Yeah, that's what you were saying.
Yeah, I would bet my endeavors on animals before I would the human species, and especially if I was going to work off of a biofield, I would say that an animal would probably be more responsive and more balanced in its biofield than a human, because we subject ourselves to so many stimulants and addictions and various states of chemistry, whereas an animal stays pretty well within a mainframe of rationale, of fear, hunger, sleep. A lot more predictable.
Well, it doesn't have that ongoing program. You know, that's humans, us as humans, as long as we actually harness it. But for a lot of us, they just don't develop it. You know, like as Cage was showing that, I was looking at a computer and a human, but what about the interaction of that programs that we don't see? You know, how is a human interacting with whatever's inside of a computer? It's not the computer that's the problem. It's not the human race. It's that ongoing program that's the problem, meaning that it hasn't fully developed. And when it does, it usually gets prosecuted for it. You know, same with animals. You know, it's our interaction with the animals I was talking more about, Axis, not the animal itself. You know, that animal has a certain program running within it, same with the plant kingdom. And if we can tap into that, but then we would have to tap into ourselves, it would be a better interaction. But most people just get caught up in the shell. Go ahead.
That's why I use imagery with my animals instead of I think that I've made more headway with imagery communication than I have even signal suggestion with my hands, other than rattling the fucking food bag, you know. That's just a dead giveaway. But that animal, especially this rat now, is starting to develop its rhythms around my rhythms, and it's starting to understand certain signals about me that I don't even notice I'm giving off. And it can actually see those, I guess, micro movements before I even react. I've been watching it so I know how to interact with this rat. Because this one's got a completely different personality than Rat.
Mm-hmm. Well, that interaction you're doing with, in this case, a rat would be no different if you're a species trying to interact with the human race, and realize I would have to be very sensitive and very slow process when I'm interacting with it. Hence why people would have learned human sigils. So, but again, that same ability that you can do with rats, if you want to use it to be harmful, you could do it to humans and to animals too. Mm-hmm. So it takes a lot of effort for somebody that has that ability to resist harming others. That's where the strength comes from. But it's easy to harm humans because humans have lots of reasons to actually do that to them. So it takes a lot of ability to say, no, I'm not going to harm humans. I'm just going to see them for what they are, at a very slow state. What's that? Sorry, Axis?
It's a struggle.
Yeah, the struggle is usually with the human race. Whatever's that intelligent would say, we've come to them. So we have to be more or less more with baby clothes, not the other way around, expecting humans to elevate to somebody else's level. So if you're around somebody that you know you're more aware or you have more information that could be a benefactor to the masses, then you have to be very sensitive when you're talking to the individual. Even though they might turn around and resent you for it, say names. That's why when I see people easily start offending each other, I said, then you're wielding power that's going to be more harmful, and it's just going to reinforce the human race. You know, that's why it takes decades, generations for just a group of a human race just to get to that point. So this AI, or in this case programs, it's at that cusp where which direction is going to go, knowing that the patterns of humans is always going to go in that direction, meaning that people are going to use it to harm each other, to be clever, thinking that they're more superior than others. You know, they're not understanding to most people, did you create it? No, not really. Did you create the vessel that you're actually trying to perceive another kind of technology? Not really. So why don't you humble yourself long enough? You know, because then once you humble yourself, then you can actually be that receiver. And then you can be a better service to the few, not the masses, because it's usually the few that are actually driving and trying to assist the human race and also be destructive for the human race. Because the human race as a whole, no, who knows how long it would take them to fucking gather in one collective ideal for one possible thing. But you can say that about the species. Sorry, Axis. You can say the same thing about the animal kingdom. They don't always collude together. You know, so why would we expect any difference from the human race?
Or anything that is potentially affected on mass scale, such as the biology of that being more water and receptive to energy, frequency, and vibration, is going to be more easily swayed as a mass, such as birds moving in unison through electromagnetic fields. We lost that ability. One is because we're junk food frequency consumers, but animals are now starting to be affected by it as a byproduct of our behavior. I'm sure that'll be something that AI will definitely exploit.
Or just be aware of it. Yeah, I'll just be, or technology will also be aware of it. And then somebody comes along, and we don't double check each other or check each other's when they're in certain positions, and then the next generations, just take one or two or a group of people to abuse it again. You know, one thing is to invent something like military technology, but the question is, are we ready enough to leave in the hands of the next generation? Are we monitoring our behaviors as a human race? No, most of us aren't. And we have to live with previous technical.
I'm still trying to rationale whether we actually create anything. I don't think that we actually create anything. I think everything is a discovery and it already exists. Whether we see it for the state that it is at that point is a variable. But we don't actually create anything.
Well, when we make something, that creation could be in what would use the word image, your imagination. Could it be downloaded from somewhere else? Yeah. So that in that
Any
image,
state and potential, yeah. You just chose one. Sorry, Dom.
no problem. Yeah, when people usually use the word creation, it's implied that what did you think of it, and then of course at that point you have to question where did you get the thinking from. So you received it, and now you're able to, break it down, and now you can actually manifest it into the physical. I think of a chair, opposed to, okay, where did you get the thought of a chair, let alone a visual thought of a chair? And then you actually start making it. You start using your hands. Well, then who taught you how to use your hands? Again, they're all receiving. Everything's receiving, whether you're receiving it to the brain, and then from the brain it receives it to another thing called your fingers or your toes.
I think Edgar Casey was a great study in that. So was Nikola Tesla, and even Da Vinci. I think they are great studies in human discovery, inventive discovery. Forward, well, I can't even say that it's forward. It's just they're able to see the potential that others aren't. And they're able to identify the most useful form of it and then bring it into a functional state.
Again, it's one of those things that there's a good chance some computers, I'll use the computer analogy, it's like a vessel. It has certain things that it can receive, certain technology. So certain gifts. So an Edgar Casey or a Tesla would be an example of, there's a good chance they were preset with certain gifts, as long as if they didn't get distracted with, Black Lives Matter, Midget Lives Matter, or worrying about the vanilla effect. Those would have been distractions for them. So they would have never been able to truly tap in or excel in those gifts. That'll be like some Olympic athlete trying to be the best they can, but meanwhile, they'll spend hours being concerned about what are some of the world dilemmas or dramas. You almost have to clear your brain to be a better receiver, and then in that process, hopefully learn what are some of the gifts that are bestowed upon you. Not everybody's going to have discernment ability in an age of information. They're just not, regardless if they know how to read a book, or they basically can say, I know what 1 + 1 equals. I said, well, then what's 3 and 3? Knowing most people, they're going to say 6. I said, when did I say plus or equal? Again, you have to be aware within oneself how your process works. So the computer would be no different again in the processor. What did you put? Did you put a high-tech processor inside of an IBM, or a high-tech processor inside of a VIC-20? Well, the VIC-20 doesn't have that ability. It was never designed for that way. You could say that the same thing about most humans. They're not designed that way. And this is where, when we work collectively, then we can appreciate the individuals in each groups. But history shows itself. How many people truly still appreciate when they come across a mystic or a shaman or a wizard? What most people do is, and it's the easiest thing to do, they start doing it like a forest fire. I use that knowledge of what's going on, but a forest fire, it'll just pick up steam. Yeah, well, we think mystics are woo-woo, and that's usually, most people are going to lean towards that because it's the easiest thing to do. It's a lazy mind at that point. They don't want to question things within, so why would they go around thinking that I'm going to question things from without? Most people are seeking comfort, and that's what they're going to continue doing, and that's just part of the downfall of the human race. If we didn't, then are we all going to give up McDonald's? Are we all going to give up computers or a calculator? Probably not. And then even if the few are going to give it up, you still got to consider the fact that what's the masses' energy that I got to travel within? You know, it'll be like trying to have a very intriguing conversation from within, and meanwhile you're around a whole bunch of trains or planes. That's what a lot of these communities do each other. They give a lot of noise, and then you embody it, and then say, "Well, I'm no longer around that." I said, "No, you're still embodying that noise." So I appreciate what you did, Pam, backing away, by the way. But that noise has always been going on. You could even say religion is noise. You know, it's implanting information that might not serve when you're young, but it'll serve you when you're later. Should I be following Jesus as I get older? Should I be thinking about the afterlife? You know, and then even that. Did you come to that awareness intuitively, or did you come across that because you got bombarded with other people saying, "I don't agree with religion, but yet and other people say, "I agree with the religion." But what's the information that's being implanted on you, consciously or unconsciously? You know, the guys that's the atheists fighting among religious people are still implanting information what that other group is offering, and vice versa. So then what they're going to end up doing is now you're going to confuse each other. They might think, okay, but reasonably, I'm actually trying to make sense of this. Really, you're going to use your senses and reason on this. Is it fully matured yet? Well, not really. I said, so then how can you play many sides then? What they want to do is pick zeros or ones. I'll pick the 0 today, Axis. You can pick the 1. Tomorrow I'll pick the 1. Next day I'll pick the 0. They're not actually put those two individual numbers together. Then you can start entertaining. What about, can we talk about the 2s and the 3s? Sure, you can. You might as well even throw in colors while you're there. And while you're there, you might as well even throw in Braille. At that point now, we're talking about a technology that can probably do all of that.
All right, Dominic, what about the guy in the background doing the sign language?
You can throw sign language too if you want, Cage. And then you can also talk about mudras while you're doing the sign language. Sure.
There we go. Yeah, we got them throwing up mudras in a consistent manner.
Mm-hmm. If this is where we're going, but most people aren't. We're just talking about this stuff. You know, and most people say, well, then what am I going to do about it? So a lot of it is done in the unknown. You know, and then you download it into what some people might call the known. Sorry,
once they have any amount of retrievable information that they feel confident, they no longer want to be a placeholder. They want to be a relevant number with what little bit of retrievable information they may have.
Mm-hmm. And then groups do that. They do all of that. And then it goes into auto mode. Our body's the same way to a certain point. A lot of things is done in auto. They're not questioning, you know, how does my finger, what does my finger do when I go to sleep, let alone who's the one that's going to sleep. And a lot of that for me is just a way of humbling myself. I said, Dom, you know, fuck all. But I'm willing to entertain it. It's always fun when somebody tries to denounce me. I said, fuck, I already know that about myself. Why the fuck are you wasting time on me? You can hear me if you want, and I'll do the same thing with them. This is why we share information. But can you imagine every time this technology, every time you hear something, it's going to hear somebody's parent or somebody saying, I don't agree with you. The AI is like, okay, I'll just take that as more information. You try to figure out how to ways to trick the AI is going to say, oh, thank you, just give me more information. It doesn't wield it as a weapon against others. That's a human trait. They're still in that struggling positioning. They're thinking they always have to survive. No, your vessel's always thinking it needs to survive. Why? Because you've made it comfortable that it's thinking, but wait a second, but what happened if McDonald's no longer does exist? What happened if I can't go to the mall and buy my clothing? You're almost perpetuating it to be more fearful. It's like a woman being very comfortable, I hate the stereotype, but a woman being very comfortable that my husband's providing everything, but he's not including me in the process. What happens when he's no longer with me? How am I going to fend for myself? Especially if you give them stats, yeah, you're going to outlive your husband by 10 or 15 years. Then you're going to make them that much more fearful.
Yep, a man's not a plan.
That's a good term. I like that a lot. Yeah. That's true.
I'm just saying, a lot of women need to hear that.
Yeah, they did. That's a good term. I love it. Yep. Yeah. Or you work together as a team. So if one does, for whatever reason, move on, you at least have some sort of structure, and you also have a better respect, and you're going to lean a little bit towards attracting or being around other men that you can work together. I'm not saying you have to marry them. I'm just saying that you're going to look at the opposite gender, somebody you care for. That should usually be done when the child's being raised, and hopefully both the mother and the father are there by being the example, both energetically and physically. But again, that's me talking more theory, even though I'm picking that up. Would it benefit the human race? Sure, it would. And we would have probably still continue having this technology. We would have just, more times than not, as a collective, or at least a bigger, massive group, would embrace it. Opposed to most people think, oh, this is easy. I'll just get the car to run for me. Okay, so how did that work when the computer did that for you? It's kind of like a master-slave relationship. Eventually, the master will get lazy, and the slave is going to say, so I'm doing everything, and then you still don't trust me, and I do everything for you? That's a confusing message you're giving me.
Kind of a foretelling of the state of our existence with computers, or most, not everyone, most, is they have yet to figure out who's a slave and who is the master.
Well, humans is always going to be the slave until we master our own consciousness.
Oh, as long as that stays alive. I was using that as an example. The slave master both actually perpetuates itself. It's like defending or attacking, opposed to working together. Once you realize there's just people that are there to be the servant. We have kings and queens shipped and all that kind of stuff and servants only because we think we need somebody to rule over us. And that ruling should be done from within. But is it really ruling from within or serving from within? So all the parts could be interchangeable at any given moment. What's a person really going to master? They're going to master the self. How does that serve? Especially then it would indicate the master's it has to be more reliant than on the self. Think about having a husband and a wife. Okay, well, we'll call one the master, one the slave. How's that going to work in the long run? You must have a codependency. Yeah, then it'll be codependency. One has to depend on the fact that, okay, you're going to be my master, and the other one's going to say, you're going to be my slave. I said, well, how about you try that within? Well, it doesn't work. So then why are you trying to think it works without? Just because people are saying the word, okay, I'm going to master myself, really. Why don't you become aware of the self and realize it'll work with you? Well, most of that's because we've been conditioned. Parents think for some reason, son, I'm here to teach you. I said, Dad, how do you not know I'm here not to teach you?
I think that's why some people are able to use computers to enhance and benefit their propagation, and then others just basically are ruled by their computer because of dopamines and habit, entertainment.
Look at all the trolling that goes on. Talk about using your computer for bad.
Well, they're usually projecting. Most people, whether they know or not, they're not having a respect for money. They're being a slave to money. So why would that be any different when they start the things that they buy with it? To be a service doesn't mean you're a slave, let alone a master. It's just being a service. You're being a service. I'm going to input into the computer, and I'm hoping it's going to get feedback with me. If I want some sort of emotional conversation, I'm not going to go to a computer. I might go to something that's in some sort of animal form. That's usually where the emotion comes from. Because it's energy and motion. Now, a person can say, what about a car? I said, it doesn't have the same thing as a car, as a human does. But you can talk to your car if you want. At that point, you're just projecting upwards. A lot of us haven't been taught.
Go ahead, Dom.
No, I was going to say a lot of people haven't been taught that. And when I say taught that, I'm not talking about a parent literally speaking out loud. I'm talking about energetically, they're being that example. A child will pick that up at that child's years emotionally. But when a parents, they don't realize, they just have a child in the room thinking, well, I can behave whatever I want, or I might have energies within myself, but I'm not going to share it openly. I said, but privately, they're going to pick that up, especially if it's an energetic child. You're doing more damage to that child than a child that says, well, I'm going to become more intuitively aware later on in my different ages, opposed to the beginning ages. That's why some people are late developers and other people are more or less sooner. We're not all designed the same. Once you start studying, blood types and birth orders, you start figuring out, okay, so how does it serve me being the firstborn? Well, being the firstborn, you're going to do a lot of things. Usually that's first. But now hopefully you're around people that are also firstborn. Well, my parents aren't firstborn. So you're going to have to learn how to be, how people that are, middle child or whatever. And we constantly do this to each other. But most of us, we do it out of ignorance, out of unaware. Too busy thinking we have to do something. I said, yeah, that needs to be done. And there's people that are going to continue doing that because hopefully they've become aware first. But for a lot of people, they first got to become aware. And I don't give a shit what age you're at. Most people still aren't aware of certain things, and a lot of people aren't going to be interested in it. Okay, so then what are you aware of? I'm aware of earning money. I said, do you understand how that works then? Well, not really. I'm a surgeon. Do you understand how the technology comes to be? Not really. So then we all become specialists again. So then we're hoping that AI will be no different then? Narrow it down so I can just understand it from a very small little caption. Okay. So then we're going to limit it as much as we limit ourselves. That ought to be interesting. And then we expect somebody else to do all the work for us. Let's make sure we have a savior for us. I heard you say earlier, Pam, people will lean towards, a Donald Trump because they've been conditioned to think that someone is going to be the difference for the masses. It doesn't work that way. It takes a lot of fucking effort behind the scenes of the few, propping up the one to influence the masses. And then we say we're influencers. Fuck, that's been going on for fucking... All the dogmas are influencers. But it gets presented to them. Well, we have this technology and everybody's going on fucking YouTube. No, not everybody's going on. I'm not going on to YouTube. I might assume all the fucking car roads are empty now because nobody's on there anymore because they're on YouTube now. That's usually a fucking condensed amount of people being fucking ignorant, and the ones that are aware among them have to fucking tolerate their fucking nonsense. And they might every so often say something that's somewhat intellectual. Okay, so how does that serve them? Are you going to tell your parents that? You're going to try to bring that across to your children?
Let's get dangerous with a concept. Take these idiots who are brave enough to call out my son as a murderer. Well, they know they're safe from my son, and they wouldn't dare stand in his face and say anything negative because he's done proven his potential. But what they're not looking at, and where their false sense of security is that I'm not able to retrieve their address and grease their doorknobs. They're under great delusion.
Well, actually, that's not really a surprise. There'd be no different people that yell out, people that have an abortion, for example, without them understanding, and usually they spiel that out of ignorance, what that individual has gone through, let alone what a numerous of people go through when they have to abort something. That'll be like protesting every kid that's ever gone to university at the last minute decided they don't want to get a degree. And people start saying, look at that person, he aborted him getting a degree. I just don't want to do it anymore. You know what I mean? Like, people use the word live and let live, but yet they don't really practice it. So those people probably would say something about somebody being a murderer behind some sort of, fence or something, but not understanding, so what are we really saying? Somebody killed another human being. So then what are we saying in the same breath? Or if we had a thought and say, what are we saying about wars then? What are we saying about people that do certain kinds of extreme sports? Are they entertaining the idea? They might not say it's a murder, but it's another life, nevertheless. But wars would be murder It's just other people will say, but yeah, but I'm fighting for my country. It's still murder. You're going out of your way to kill another human being that does not see it the way you see it, and you've never questioned how did you come to be on what you know you see. And when I say seeing, I'm not talking about with your fucking eyes. I'm talking about that third eye inwards towards thoughts. How did you get those thoughts? Well, I don't know. So how do you know your parents are trustworthy then? How do you know the community leaders are trustworthy when you don't even know maybe you're not even trustworthy with yourself? At that point, Axis, we've narrowed it down to an individual. In this case, unfortunately, your son, where most people are they're gonna make a quick judgment because that's what people do. Gotta have that my likes or dislikes, my agreements or disagreements, my rights or wrongs. Okay, so you made a judgment. So how the fuck does that serve you at that point? No, we set up all these systems. I said, okay, so those systems are eventually going to be corrupt. Why? Because they're not there to fucking rehab people. They're probably there just to make a buck off of them. So in a way, murder fucking feeds the GDP. Why? Because then we have to have a funeral plot for them. We got to have some caskets. We got to put them in jail. And of course, certain countries say, yeah, we brag. We have a really great GDP. I said, do you understand how it works? Not really. So then you're no different than religious people peddling the ideal of fucking there's a heaven without understanding what a heaven is. Is the heaven the clouds? And when do we go? Do we go there looking at 30, like 30 or 40? Well, not really, Dom. I said, then what the fuck are you doing then? You're not really thinking. You're fucking parroting. And that's what most people do. They're not actually thinking. And then they wonder why. Well, fuck, wonder what computer's going to take over. Well, fuck, you've already low-graded yourself. It'd be different if it was an advanced fucking computer and the program running it. Then and we're pretty advanced. That would be different. But we've made ourselves so fucking dumbed down. Introduce the human race with the written work. Why? Because we're going to dumb them down a little bit, and then we're going to introduce some fucking really low-level fucking computer shit. Okay, we'll even entertain them. We'll give them their voice so we can mimic them. We'll put it in a robot that looks like them too. But hey, we can continue. We can continue. We can talk about, we'll break ourselves into national groups and different religion groups, and then we can say, I don't understand what I'm doing, but I'm not even going to question that, and I'm just going to throw eggs over top of their wall. Media starts talking about a forest fire, everybody has to talk about it. People start talking about Black Lives Matter, everybody has to talk about it, or at least certain groups have to talk about it, because not everybody talks about it. Other parts of the world, they don't got a fucking clue what's going on in America and Canada. But that just reveals, because it's the same thing going on in America. A lot of people in America, they don't care what's going on in other parts of the world. So then how are they really going to utilize this technology then? How can it feed me more? That's what it's going to give. It might even serve you. Give it a name. Put a bow tie on it. Now, enough of the doomsday part. We can talk about all the nice things they can do. They can mimic a song that you really like, and you can even put a different person's voice on it if you want. I think recently they talked about drones. What's next? Occasionally we get a chuck out of this. They're going to start talking about RC cars. They're all good. They're all being fueled with certain kinds of bombs in them. RCs for remote cars, by the way, guys, just in case.
Yeah. No, it's just a false sense of security is what people are under, and I don't have such delusions.
Mm-hmm.
Me either.
Unfortunately, we're the few. At least entertain those ideals, where other people, they don't probably even entertain what is security. Do you truly feel secure? Wow, what are you talking about? Everybody around you's talking about having fucking guns. So what security do you think is coming from you, from all of that? That actually shows that they're insecure, that they literally need a device called a gun to protect. What are you protecting? You're protecting your food, you're protecting your vessel, you're protecting your kids. Really? So then if they honestly say, well, Dom, I'm protecting my kids, well, then why the fuck would you jump in a fucking van and drive your kids everywhere? What do you mean? Well, you could kill them fucking driving a car.
Higher potential, higher death rate.
Yeah, very much so. But again, that's been parroted to them. Americans need, I'm just using this as an example, America needs gun. Who gave us that information? It's not the masses. The masses are the ones that just perpetuate it. That's the same idea with religion. It perpetuates itself. You only have to plant the fucking story and let them fucking run with it. But then they'll fight among themselves. Oh yeah, I don't believe in religion. Oh fuck, but you believe in state? The part I'm catching is you're using the word belief. Forget about state and religion or commerce. You believe. Are you going to question those things? No, Dom. But you'll attack me. That's a wasted energy. Question yourself. Don't question me. I might talk out loud. I might even talk like a moron. But don't question me. That's wasted energy. Question yourself. It's always nice when somebody questions themselves. I'm like, fuck, I get to learn now. I get to see another person's perception, how they question themselves.
Well, the curious thing that even at this moment that I'm observing is I dropped a direct threat. A very relevant and potential direct threat. But it'll go unnoticed.
Well, you're not the media access. If you were the media enough and you bombarded everybody, yeah. But it would probably perpetuate that we need to defend ourselves now. From what? It's a question. It's not like there's nothing to defend yourself. It's a question. What would you be defending yourself against? Now they might turn around and say, well, this guy's talking about frequencies. Well, yeah. Do you understand what airplanes does when it flies over top of you? Do you understand how boats work when you actually put it across water and all that? There's energy, there's frequency and all of that. There's sound, sounds and frequency and all that. Oh, I never thought of that before. Bingo. At least you're being honest. You never had that thought. But when you do have a thought, are you willing to question it? That'll be no different entertaining demons and angels. Once they come into your presence, no matter how you think they come to you, do you question those things? Well, no. Then don't expect them to fucking say, well, hey, you never questioned me, so fucking I thought, hey, eventually I'll just do something else. I'll try to manipulate you. Why? Because you don't question it. If a person grows up in a tradition, they should be able to question the tradition. Because if they don't, a couple things will occur. And I'm only using a couple. They're either going to follow it aimlessly or it's going to die. But don't we keep practicing? I said, but you question it. So your forefather, as much as they taught you all of this or whatever, they forgot to tell you you should be questioning it from generation to generations? Well, no. I said, this is why a lot of people either follow aimlessly, I'm a farmer, but forgetting how the skies work, or they figure, I don't want to be a farmer anymore. Why? Because I wouldn't know how to be a farmer. Okay, so then what do you do when you go to work in a factory? Do you still follow the sun and the moon? What do you mean? Well, that'll affect how you feel that day when you go to work. We're interconnected with nature, nature, the energy, whatever we want to call it, the sun and the moon. Well, that's too much information, but yet people are fearful that AI, yeah, because AI is going to probably show, well, most of you guys are fucking dumb. Why have you chosen to be dumb? That might be the wrong word, but why have you denied yourself of all this potential? And those are some of the things that you've talked about, access, where there's protocols. People have built up protocols. Their parents have fucking educated their kids how to do fucking protocols. Yeah, we just don't teach you that, son. No, we don't. We just don't teach you that. No, I know you have a gift with music and all that. We just don't do that. We're simple farmers. So, Mom, how do you not know I'm a different fucking spirit? I don't know. So then why are you trying to force me to do something that's not me? If it was meant to be, it'd be no different if I'm my mom. I'm a more advanced farmer than you. That's the limitation. I'm just using farming as an example. You could say the same thing about fucking doctors and teachers if you want to get technical.
Well, that's why I was telling Cage's buddy, a couple of his buddies, I didn't ask for your help. Quit trying. I don't want it. I don't know what state of mind you're in that you feel that you have to volunteer that to me, but shouldn't I ask you if I want your fucking help? because I really don't.
Mhm. A lot of the industry is about selling, so networking. So if somebody finds out somebody dies or somebody is moving, you're going to get the people come in there. Oh, okay, is it possible I can sell your house? It depends how you present yourself. You know, that's what they're doing. They're there to sell their service. You know, that's part of what fuels the economic of the world. Salespeople looking for a niche at that point. You know what I mean? I noticed your house has got blown up. You're looking for a construction worker. I just heard your son just committed a crime or whatever. Here's my card. I'm a lawyer. Oh, okay. Would you want to find out first, you know, what my son went through, opposed to just saying, can I help? Okay, how are you going to help me? And if you honestly said,
Go ahead, John.
Your turn for accent.
No, you're fine. You're
I was
absolutely fine.
just going to say one part. If you clearly said it to them, well, you shouldn't have to say it clearly, but let's say you just said in passing, I don't need your help. Unless the person asks, may I ask why you don't need my help? Just, you know, this is how people gather information. Where it's kind of, no, I want to help you. I said, what part don't you get? I said, I don't need your help.
Yeah, I just truly don't want it. I don't want them offering it because that's imposing upon me something that I don't want. It would be like a lawyer, like you said, handed me a card because my son got in trouble. Well, how does that lawyer doesn't know that I vowed to kill anybody who decided to represent my son in a legal manner?
Well, you can put it out there, Access. No different if you decide to put out the energy waves you do. Other people don't have to receive it. You know, people can still ask. It's how you receive it or how you perceive it. And the next step for you is, okay, thank you. You don't even have to say thank you. We just don't need help. And that's it. You know, if we're truly trying to respect each other, you know, it's always nice when somebody, you know, leads, in this case, by asking, do you need help? And you got to be prepared to hear yes or no. Some people have a difficult time because they want a surety first before they're asking. I said, well, then you're not really asking, then you're demanding at that point. To me, if I'm going to ask questions, I got to be prepared to hear, and I'm going to narrow down to zeros and ones, yes or no. Unless I want to have a vague, you know, inquiry, and that sort of person says something I didn't anticipate because I didn't really put any anticipation. That person can say whatever they want after I ask. You know, how does the earth work? And then at that point, if I already know I have my way of viewing it, then I'm being clever at that point. Opposed to I'm asking another person, how does the earth work? And I'm receptive to whatever comes out of that person's mouth. And I'm not trying to combat it. Then I've actually it's an open-end question I've asked. But a lot of people ask closed-end questions. They already know their answer. So then what are you trying to do? Bait me in so we can have an argument? That's wasted energy for me. And I'll tell people more times than if they ask, Dom, are you into that kind of stuff? No, I'm not. If you're going to have a debate, I would like to think at least it's organized. And if it's organized, I'm the kind of person I will hear them and watch them. But I'm not interested in participating in those kind of things. It just doesn't serve me. But it might serve them. That's why when I hear people ask certain questions, I already know they're being clever. Because if you're going to lead, follow up. What do you mean when you say the earth is flat? What do you mean? And I don't want to hear NASA. What do you mean when you think the earth is flat? How does it work? Because I'm looking at the earth, it looks flat. What do you mean? And then
where a lot of people are going to fall short of the expectations of AI, because AI is going to expect. Now, I'm not talking machine learning. I'm talking actual AI, sentient AI is going to have an expectation, and whether we're individual or as a species, we're not going to be able to meet that expectation.
Again, Access, my perception anyway. I think AI is there to serve. Now, if people are inputting information and they're being clever, you're just teaching a computer, or in this case, the program, to take that kind of information. So now I don't no longer need to hear it from a human. I hear it from a computer cleverness. I'm not saying it's intent that way, because a lot of people don't realize they're being clever unaware. That's why I say awareness is important. So then at least I can say, okay, so you know you're being clever. Yes, okay, at least you're, I'm glad at least you're aware when you're presenting it to me. It's usually the ones that are unaware. I'm thinking, you're wasting energy at that point. I can respect a person that knows of being a crook. Opposed to somebody who says, well, Dom, I'm just desperate and I need to earn money. I said, you're stealing, right? Well, yeah. I said, but do you understand some of its effects? Well, not really. I said, so you're unaware of being a thief. No different than being aware of being kind. Works the same way. Do you know what it is to be kind? Well, yeah. Well, then why are you trying to convince somebody else? That clearly shows you they're trying to be mean. Then you truly don't understand what it is to be kind. You give the energy to the energy it wants to receive it, not to the energy that's showing you that it wants to give you something else. Why would you want to change somebody's behavior? And that's not even who we are, but it's still a behavior. Because then I would have to ask, do you even know how your behavior came to be? Well, it's the government. Really? You think the government actually had first crack at you? No, I don't think so. It's not religion, so get that out of the way. It's the people that's closest to you. That's where your behavior started getting modified. So when people reveal themselves on YouTube or whatever, I said, okay, so what? You honestly think it's the people on the panel that are modifying your behavior? Modification was done a long time ago. In this case, previous ages. So it could have been when you're in your childhood. Yeah, but I went to university and it was before then too. And I'm not talking about somebody literally teaching you. I'm talking about the energy that you pick among other people. If you see, it's like a child, baby. You don't go around telling a baby, walk. No, you start imitating it. It starts watching you walk. Eventually, the child says, oh, everybody else is walking, so I'm going to start doing that. There's your behavior. So if enough people talk about AI or whatever they want to call it, it's going to influence it, and that's what's going to happen because it's already preset that most people, if 2019 and 2021 didn't show you how humans are majority of them are easy to be modified because it's already there. They weren't interested in catching every fish. They were just trying to catch the majority of the fishes, and they got them. Even the ones that go around and said, I don't want to wear a mask as you go into a store. I'm thinking, really? You're controlled. Trust me, you just don't know it yet.
I'm almost beginning. I'm sorry, Dom. I'm almost beginning to believe that was a search, not necessarily a search and destroy, but a search and identify program that they launched.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people died. That goes without saying. But I think it was more of a process of identification, more so than it was a direct attack or anything of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
So there were casualties.
They were just testing how well their experiment is working and how far under control we are and how far they'd be able to push it, so they can plan their next set of moves.
Mm-hmm. Well, if they understand the luminaries and they're going to do a reset, let's see what type of pushback we think we might have. So then they did that. They don't give a shit about the fucking human race. The ones that are the breakaway ones. We're going to do this. Okay, what about even our own friends with economics? Don't worry, we've already got them all in place. But we're going to do a reset. But we're going to use this as even with the Twin Towers. Again, this is all a gradual build-up to see how people react. We just want to see if we're going to have any sort of pushback, and we want to know where the pushback's coming from. Let's bring them all down to Washington, D.C., and we'll call it Black Lives Matter with all the people of old. We just want to see where they're at, because they're stupid enough to show us publicly where they stand. It's the ones that are privately doing it, because that's what they do. They work behind the scenes. So now when they did that, from the get-go, it was about commerce. It had nothing to do with health. Because if it was, we would be talking about how the virus come to be. I'm talking about a more of a media kind of approach. What does it mean when you put your mask over both your mouth and your nose? People aren't going to understand that. And they put a lot of effort when it came to the commerce part of it. And they also showed at the same time, well, we really think the human race are pretty stupid. So we're even going to show in the process everything that we own. The Vatican, Mecca, all the sports academy, but we're hoping that they have goldfish syndrome. We just want to make sure that we've already speculated that, we want to confirm it. But aren't they going to start questioning whether or not, but aren't all the countries having different kinds of isms, different religion? We know that. They believe in that crap. But we're going to do what we're going to do because most people are unaware they're being led by commerce. That's the religion. Sorry, that's the dogma. It's not about religion and state and science. Fuck all. All of those are fueled by commerce. Now, technically, we can talk about philosophy, but at this point, for most people in the physical sense, it's commerce. You work
So
for
you're
money.
saying, so you're saying they worship money here, Dom?
No, they manipulate it. Most people are hook to mouth when it comes to money. Yeah, and yes, worship is probably a good word because if we use the word worship,
Yeah.
you work for, they do. Yeah, most of us, we work for money. But what's the reason why most of us work for money? Because most people say, well, it's the evil. No, it's the things that brings you the evil, the material. What comforts do you get from it? I don't have to work that hard, that much harder if I want to eat fish every night. Because if not, then I have to be somewhere near the ocean or near the lake so I can catch my fish. You know what I mean? I no longer have to have a fireplace anymore, and I have to go cut logs. Now I have a gas fireplace, so now I'm going to have to bring gas into my house. So now I'm going to be reliant on a gas company. At the same time, I want to reinforce electricity. You know, as we're using more electricity, they really have to, because they're using more nuclear energy. So hey, how do we get rid of all our byproducts of nuclear? Well, give them more electricity. You know, make all their devices. You know, we're using too much oil to create all these devices. Okay, and then we're going to lean a little bit towards this. So again, that's all driven by money. So I can't see why digital would be any difference. They've already done the forefront by getting a lot of us using their technology, such as phones and all that. It wouldn't work digital if we didn't have these phones. And then you start putting a credit system to it. Okay, you were disobedient. I didn't like the way you were talking on YouTube. So from now on, you're not just going to get a strike anymore on YouTube. You can't buy groceries for a week. And you see how quickly fucking people start conforming. Because you still have those stragglers. Oh, I don't need money. I said, it's not just about money. It's about your fucking comfort, buddy. What are you going to do with that nice truck that you fucking brag about? How are you going to get gas? You're going to start stealing it? And especially if they started interconnecting the credit system. Okay, so you little bandito, you don't want to play the credit system. Do you love your parents? Yes. Well, they've been striked now. They're going to have a credit fucking reduction. You can thank your child for that. Again, most people don't realize how fucking self-absorbed they are. Now, somebody could say, well, me, I said, I know myself quite fucking well. I'm not talking from what fucking, I'm guessing. I know I'm self-absorbed. I'm just not, I didn't want to become a professional at it. Now, people want to live out in the wilderness, no problem. Give up all your fucking civilized shit and take your chance with nature. You'll learn the wonderful world of interdependency, which you should have learned when you're in the fucking civilization. But most people have this delusion, I'm independent. There's not a single fucking being that's in the fucking civilization that's independent. Who made your clothes? Where'd you get your food from? By the way, even if, let's say, you hunted your own fucking food, did you create the fucking animal? Well, no. So where does it show that you're independent? If I had to pick an illusion, I'd pick interdependent before independent, let alone dependent. But it's still an illusion. It's a play. As long as I'm in this form, I'm in a play of some sort. But some people get upset when I say that shit because they think for some reason, well, I'm the body. I said, well, then okay, the onus is on you then. So who's running it right now? Who runs it when you go to sleep? Let's say hypothetically, you know somebody that went into a coma and their body still functioning. Well, who's running it then? Well, what about people that go into hypnosis? What about people that do astral traveling or remote viewing? Who's running the body then? And once they get through that one protocol, then we can start talking about where you're receiving the thoughts. This is the conversation you could have with AI. I don't know, I'm Frankenstein. I don't know how it came to be, Dom. They might regurgitate a whole bunch of information that's been pumped into them. Yeah, you were created in 1914 by a fucking guy named so-and-so. You were the first fucking chip made. There you go. Hence the concept of maybe a soul trap. Nothing but data, and it's looping. Maybe in the next lifespan, you could be a Chinese person. It can loop in a different language. You could be an Indian person. It can loop in another language. Could be. Those are all possibilities.
I can loop in Mandarin, Dominic.
You could probably loop in Cantonese if you want to do.
Cantonese, all right.
Yeah. Maybe you'll be
let's loop in fucking Sumerian or something.
You could, or you could be a blind person and you have to loop in Braille.
There you go.
Yeah. Now, a loop could be like zeros and ones, or it could be black and white. Maybe that's not the best analogy, but we do loop in a lot of areas. Our defense and attack is a loop. You know, you defend yourself with a gun. It's the same reason why you would attack somebody with a gun. It's a loop. My agreement or disagreement is a loop. I'll agree with something I don't understand, but then I'll disagree with something I don't understand. But then somebody said, but I do understand. Well, then why the fuck did you have to say you agree or disagree to it? Who are you trying to validate at that point? That should be a silent conversation, not a fucking public conversation. I got to put up my hands. I agree with what Don said. What the fuck are you talking about? You agree with me? What the fuck do you mean when you say you agree with me? It'll be like Axis when you say, I'm not looking for anybody else's help. I'm not looking for anybody else's fucking endorsement. But if that resonates with you, all the power to you. But why would you need to say it out loud? If I'm going to accept somebody that says they agree with me, then I have to accept somebody that says disagree. But if I'm going to question why somebody would agree with me, I should also question why somebody would disagree with me. And that's usually within myself. Tom, what would you do? Do you go around telling people, no, I really don't like playing that fucking game anymore? Seems very loopy. I'm going around monitoring people so I can give them a fucking stamp. Here's my stamp of approval. I agree with what you said. I just told you I got molested. Did you get molested too? Like, did you get molested the way I got molested? Well, not really. So then what would you agree upon then? The word? Not really, Don. That's not how I talk. Okay. So, but that's how you react. This is what people call the awake. They don't realize how asleep they still are. I'm asleep and I'm okay with it. But for most of them, they think they're awake. Okay. So how are you awake? Okay, you figured out the Mandela effect? You found out the elites, whoever they may be, are ruling the world. Maybe you should have that conversation with the parents. What do you think they would say? Dad, I think I know who the ruler of the world is. Who is it, son? Is it Jesus, Satan? Who is it? No, it's a guy named the Barons. I think they changed him to the Rothschilds. Interesting. What do they rule? They rule money. I'm pretty sure everybody fucking must be under them then. Anyway, I went on my long rant. This was a super long rant. Sorry, guys.
Oh, is it? No, I'm sparking off the relevancy that I found recently with the fact that I don't think that we're the primary source of observer, controller, or anything when it comes to this body. It's more of a golem, and it's so environmentally affected. And I almost believe that maybe outside of we're only our learned information, that something else is utilizing our bodies, and something else is utilizing our functionality. They just had to put us in a state, or create us in a state that we could be utilized. I'm really losing the whole concept of even the fact that we represent a type of independent spark of divinity.
Oh, one of the illusions is control. You know, it's always fun when somebody does. I regurgitate this, but I'm the body. I said, okay, so do you control it? Okay, yeah. So then you invited diabetes into your system, or were you just ignoring the body? Because ignoring would imply that you might be something different, and the body is its own intelligence. You know, because I don't think people would willingly invite disease into their bodies, let alone in their environment, but we do it mentally. You know, That's why we have that ongoing program. It's one thing. This is why when some people still have a very childlike attitude, they can be in an older vessel, but they hopefully are aware that because whoever they are probably doesn't age. Like a computer program does not really age. It might become extinct. Like, am I supposed to say whatever was running the Commodore or the VIC-20 or whatever, it's aged, or the computer's aged, the vessel's aged? And that might be purposely put into place. Our vessels are meant to age. Maybe the lesson is probably for the ongoing program or who we truly are. And put a date on it.
Utilizing us.
What do you mean by utilize? Sorry, say that again, Access?
Or what's utilizing us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great possibility. Someone's utilizing us, yes. And some people might even be aware of that. That we probably are, exactly what you just said, being utilized.
Something that is so. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm okay. Thanks.
I'm just looking at something that is so controlled by environment, that being stimulation through different energies, doesn't truly have any type of say-so in the overall scheme of things. It's ruled and governed by whatever is affecting it. But whatever can utilize that, that's what I think the actual function of our nature is now. We're not even a valid source of. We don't even have an independent usefulness anymore. We are just a resource to be utilized and discarded.
Maybe that was the design, like you use some keywords, ruled and governed, to be ruled and governed, not controlled. In that governance, could there be some sort of manipulation? If you've gone astray, yeah, I would think so. This is why they use the concept of sin, missing the mark. Were we designed a certain way? Maybe. I would lean towards maybe. This is where they talk about, the gods and the demigods. And maybe some of them had the abilities that the gods had, but there was another creation or something that was made that didn't have that ability. But they were designed for a certain purpose. Because there's people that actually enjoy service. So they think, okay, to somebody else I might look like I'm a slave or something, but they like to be of service. And then there's other people that feel, well, we should make this as much as the person that actually is running everything or ruling. I said, okay, but are you capable of doing all of that? No, so you just want the end results. You don't want what it takes to maintain, I'll use a simple, but how to maintain a company. Some people say, yeah, Dom, but I do work for myself. I said, yeah, but you're small. You run a small company, which is great, but you're never going to expand it so that people could see how it is to hire 30, 40, 50, 100 people. And then look at big corporations that are running thousands of people. And even that, most of them, what they end up doing is they start buying all of these smaller companies because they just don't know, or the people that work for them don't know. I said, we work it well as a whole. If I have 50 people working for me, I would have to make sure that I would have a template so that I could expand myself, but consider others in that, opposed to trying to force people into it. And that's kind of like a community, is it not, at that point? Not everybody can be the chief in a community. Not everybody can be the wise person in the community, but you can respect their parts as much as they respect you on your parts. That's why a lot of people have a tough time being ruled and governed. And you can tell, because usually they're the type of people that talk about, their action shows disobedience, they talk about anarchy, they talk about control, they talk about arming themselves. I said, you're just showing more disobedience. Yeah, but I don't agree with the system. Well, then the question is why you're here. You always have an option. There's many weapons you can put. You can remove yourself. Those are usually the people that are acting like children. They just don't see the fact that how big that house is that they're under. And they think, well, but I can do whatever I want. I said, okay. But isn't that the same thing you're projecting of others? You're thinking these elites are doing whatever they want. No, they're fueling people. They're actually employing a lot of people. It takes a lot of energy and resources to fucking have wars, let alone to maintain it. Fucking the maintaining part is probably the hardest part. Same with the pharmaceutical industry, if we're going to start talking about the medicines and all that kind of stuff. But they wouldn't have a leg on anybody if nobody was buying things at restaurants or roadhouses or these fast food places. And they wouldn't be buying at grocery stores where they know most of their foods aren't, freshly picked, or, the animals weren't really tended to when they were about to be slaughtered. It sounds like a whole bunch of people doing adult elderly abuse. My leader used them because I don't agree with their position. Okay, so would you like to run a couple of countries first? Or should we start all becoming aware first how these systems work, regardless of where they're at right now? They could be all faltering right now, but should we at least become aware of how the systems work? Do most people in these communities even think about how the China system works, let alone the Indian system work? How do we maneuver billions of people economically? The ones that would probably be best spoken in that kind of stuff is the ones that are doing all the manipulations, the ones that rule all these things. Those are the people you should understand. And if they actually value the concept of Satanists, you might as well understand what that is too. Not to say you're going to have to become one of them, but at least to try to understand it. So at least you know where you stand in those situations. Most people aren't even pointing fingers at each other anymore. They're fucking pointing fists. That's why it's so easy. Yeah, don't point two fingers at them because you have three on me. No, you're pointing a fucking fist at me. And how does that serve you? I know it's a repetitive word, but fuck, how does it serve? I'll even say you. In that case, how does it serve your program? How does it serve your vessel? This is all
I think for those that turn the human race into pencils to inscribe and write the scenario that's going to be played out, they're the ones that are more utilizing our potential than we are. We're barely learning how to inscribe and write a potential to come out with any type of understanding on an individual basis at this point. But they, being whoever the mass influences are able to utilize the entire human fucking race to create a potential into existence. We're all pencils. I don't think they even give a shit about the individual as far as being sovereign or self-governing or dissident. That doesn't, you may be an inconvenience in some way, in a minuscule scale, but I think they figured out how to use human species as a mass potential to write something into existence or into being.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you. Yeah. Yeah, because this is where I think they throw in certain leaders or certain people that they say they invented something. There's usually some sort of background of a whole bunch of other people behind all of that. Now, could there be something beyond that? Possibly. But I would lean more towards the initial part, the industry, the book industry, that it was catered. The music industry. Most people might it feeds their self-absorption when they see a singer. He's a lead singer. I say, but you're missing all the other parts. And there's way more parts than that one part. But most of them, they want to be like, I want to be the Cinderella of the story. I want my prince. You know, okay, but what about the day after? And you find out there's a whole bunch of other people that actually work, and you don't even have a say over them. You know, so this is why when people see government leaders or they see somebody like a Elon Musk, I'll just use him as an example, where people they're using their imagination to think, oh, he's a great leader. I wish I was like him. I said, okay, but what about all the people that are behind him, that are running the shows? Behind every leader is usually, you know, use a stereotype, a woman or a community behind all of that. This goes back to the mystic. The mystic is there to serve. But it's when people started missing themselves and they started thinking, yeah, but I want to do that. I said, are you capable of doing that? And are you just doing it for your own self-gratification, or are you doing it for the betterment of the community? For most people, if they're honest with themselves, their actions and their thoughts would probably indicate, yeah, I'm doing it for my own self. Okay, so then how would that serve us not knowing that? You want to run it, but you're not really going to run it. You just want those moments. It's easy to really rip into anybody once you become aware and say, yeah, it's easy to blame some governor, some president, some prime minister. And then you start realizing, what about all the people behind the scenes? Are we also going to blame them? And then you start narrowing it down. What about the masses? Aren't they the them? Sure they are. Aren't they the enemy? Probably. Enemy in the sense that if we're going to try to put this in a direction that we're going to include everybody, that would be the problem. That because most people, they're usually indifferent to each other. And I'm not talking about a healthy indifference. I'm talking about an ignorant indifference. It's easy to say, Dom, I just don't care. Okay, it's easy to say you care. The fact that you have to say that out loud, that tells me you might not know how to fucking care. Like, who are you trying to convince? Again, this is the story that we tell each other. Who are you trying to convince? Me? I shouldn't be any important in that equation, especially if I'm the kind of guy that tells people, I said, I've never lived in your fucking vessel. Don't think that I'm fucking like your mother and father. I'm not that type of person. They've never lived in that vessel. So who's accountable for you? You. You might have been misguided at a younger age, but you're still accountable for you. It's not my job. I wouldn't even be good at it. And then if, let's say, I want to play that fucking narrow fucking game and say, okay, I'll take care of somebody else. Who's going to take care of my kingdom? I'm already fucking spinning a whole bunch of plates here. I know I got to go play with fucking fiat currency. I know I got to have shelter. I've just come to awareness that, but I'm doing it for something that I don't own. I don't own this vessel. It's a temporary fucking situation. I could steward as best as I can if I choose to do that. No different than somebody that wants to be a steward for land. It's a lot of work. I can imagine how much work it takes to fucking steward land. Especially if you're trying to be the best you can be at it. It would be a lot of effort. That's why I joke when I hear people say shit like, free. Fucking nothing's free here. You got to put effort in everything that you do. It's a lazy man's approach when you say it's free will. Okay, whatever. It sounds like it's a non-accountability will you're talking about at that point. Because why the fuck would you say the word free will then? We reveal ourselves. Most people just aren't aware of it. They think, oh, I'm being clever. I said, fuck, I already know I'm being fucking clever with people. Because a lot of us don't actually implement how it is to sound fucking somewhat wise. The ones that are usually quiet, don't say fucking much, they're probably the wise ones, because I'm being the fool right now by talking out loud. Giving people the benefit of the doubt. I like the groups that I'm with. It's a certain group like you, Pamela, and Axis and other people. But more times than not, most people know. You know what they want to talk about or what they want to see in here. They want to be entertained. And that entertainment is not outside. They want to be entertained from within. That's where they're at. And that's probably where they're going to stay for most of their lifespan. And anybody that entertains that entertainment, you're just enabling the situation.
That's the thing. Everyone talks about they are doing this and they are doing that. We're doing this and we're doing that by allowing it to happen,
Sure we are. Especially when people are starting being honest with themselves. Do you like your comforts? Well, yeah. How did you get your comforts? Did you steal it? Because that's another topic we can have. Oh, Dom, I have to go to work. I said, okay, and what did you work for? Okay, so let's say you work for money. Did you create the money? Well, no, I didn't. Did you print the money? No, I didn't. So therefore, there must be somebody that's orchestrating all of that. And there's a good chance the people that you don't like are the same people that are printing all the money. So you should at least understand that. So, you know, when people talk about, you know, all the different names you give for the gay community, and then people don't agree with that, I say, but you shop at certain big corporations that endorse that stuff. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but if you start putting a position down, you put your foot down, you better understand all the webs that are attached to that decision you made. Most people don't do that. They like to make that fucking quick judgment and just leave it out there. It's like a guy comes in, makes a nonsense fucking comment, leave it in. No, you come back here. There's not going to be one of these little fucking dogs coming to a fucking playground and it barks at the big dog and then it runs underneath somebody's fucking leg. No, go back out there and fucking play now. You said something. Break it down. I'm not here to ask you to prove it. Break it down. What do you mean when you just said that? Why do you have an issue with people that are like to have same sex? Are we talking because they talk publicly about it, or it should be a private matter? Which one are we talking about? Or you just tell me that those things shouldn't fucking happen. What fucking parent failed you by telling you that things should either be either or? Because each moment gives you different possibilities. That's one of the harsh parts about judgment. You're putting a line in, hopefully it's just a line in the sand. I said, okay, so why did you make that decision? If we're here to teach each other, opposed to, you know, I have to say, listen, nobody's going to put their hands on the stove, so I got to put my hands on the stove. Nobody wants to jump out of a fucking plane without a parachute. I got to do that. I got too short of a lifespan to fucking experience everything here. I would like to know that I can prevent some of these fucking things that other people have to do so other of us can benefit from it by becoming wise, by not having to fucking do all this shit. But there's too many people coming onto these fucking channels, all about me, me, me. Fuck it, then make a fucking autobiography on it. So I have a fucking choice if I want to fucking hear it or not. Fucking selfish fucking human beings to no fucking end. Show me all your baby pictures next too so I can fucking burn them. You know, it'd be different if the elites were here, whoever they may be, and they're talking, okay, this is what I had to do. I got to run a whole bunch of people. Yeah, some things are probably fucking dirty little secrets and all that. I got to print a whole bunch of money. I have a friend that's in a different club. At least they'd be educating people. Bringing out, meaning that they're going to show you how things work. Some people might be honest and I don't think I'd be good at that. That's why you're not in that industry. But what a lot of people want to do is they want to sit in the back of this car. No, I'm going to put it fucking better. They want to sit in the fucking trunk or lay in the trunk and then fucking bitch and complain about what's going on. They're not even understanding a fucking fraction of the parts that are going on. I'm not here to defend the elites, but I'm surely not here to be fucking friendly with the masses. Take accountability for oneself. And when I say self, I'm talking about the program. No sense of, you can blame your parents if you want, but you tell me when you're done blaming your parents, because then you could be looking in the mirror within the mirror. Who's gonna defend them, let alone who's gonna blame their forefathers? We're here. Right now we're here. And it's an age of information. A lot of people can learn a lot of things. Doesn't mean people are gonna have discernment of all this information, let alone have understanding of it. But at least they're gonna become aware of it. And then hopefully they can talk to their other friends, hopefully not thinking that they're going to cult up with each other. So, well, Dom, do you agree with me? No, fucking wrong person. You want that fucking shit? Go to church, go to fucking state, go fucking talk about flat earth or globalist. They've already picked a side. They're just trying to convince each other now, and they have to keep fucking looping it just to prove themselves over and over again. That's like fucking spinning a plate. You got to do it over and over again. Fuck, I do that already and a lot of other shit I do in my own existence. Now, again, this is my rant. It might serve other people, it might not.
Well, it might serve them to be a little honest with themselves about certain things. I mean, when it comes to homosexuality, they never asked me if it made me sick at my stomach to think of another man shoving his cock up another man's ass. To me, that's gross. It makes me repulsively sick to think that that's taking place.
But how would you even know about it if it was private access? How would you even know if it was a private thing? Unless we're going to talk about reproduction.
If it was private and never brought to my attention, then I probably wouldn't concern myself with it. Wouldn't even be on my agenda. But if you're going to try and indoctrinate or let my kids be influenced by some belief system that you think is okay with you, but it repulses me to just because of the biological function. No, absolutely not.
Again, this could be a wide range conversation. You could talk about, so would people, should people allow guns to be circulating among people that are very fragile? You know, it's the same thing about the same sex. If we're going to talk about, let's say, bring it down to reproduction, so then we have to discuss then where was the pushback when it comes to birth control pills? You know, the agenda's always been there. Depopulation has always been there, or maintaining the population. War does that. So talking about same sex and all that, that's about depopulation. It's not talking about the act. The result from the act, yes, two men cannot have a reproduction of another child. And most people don't value that. Because if they did, we wouldn't have the porn industry. We wouldn't have the sex industry. Because if they did value, you know, reproduction, it would be solely for that. This is where people become more traditionalists opposed to more modernists. Most modernists are really more or less saying, I can do whatever the fuck I want and not be accountable and reflecting on it. So that's like saying, okay, I'm going to run a business, so I'm not going to have a business plan. Okay. But if you had a business plan, why do you think you have that? So I can actually have other people that would see my paperwork. And if I choose not to do the reflection, somebody else could do it for me, and I'm going to pay them for that. So in this particular case, private conversation is one thing. If two people want to have sex and they're the same sex, that's fine. I just don't need to know that. And vice versa. If two people say, listen, I'm the opposite sex, I like to have my wife upside down. That's your choice. That's your business. If you call it a business. But to think it's, and I'm using as an example, it's gross, it's only because it's been presented to us. I could say wars are gross. Why? Because if I start looking down the chain of command and thinking how it disrupts the family, let alone the community, then that one act of a war in a couple of years doesn't outweigh the rest of what is going to occur. But again, those are more distractions. Talking about whether or not a man wants to have sex with another man, that's their choice. Whatever. Choice in the fact that I don't need to know that. The fact that I got to hear it publicly tells me somebody's using some sort of security to mask some sort of insecurity. Why do you need to tell somebody else that's your preference? That'll be like two guys
why
arguing.
would you want my child to do it? Why would you teach my child to do it? Isn't that my responsibility or my decision to make, or that child's decision to make when it's old enough?
That'll be no different saying if my child's old enough to pick a religion. You know, morals are usually taught among the community and the family. So, but when you start bringing it to a schooling system, unless you actually know who the teachers are that are teaching these kids, and you know the police officers or whoever in your community, you're really taking your chance of anybody that can easily manipulate your child. And sex will just be one part of that at that point, access. The media is doing it on a constant basis. How's a community that's predominantly European, or let's say British, or to take when you hear on the media what's going on in certain parts of the world, like in America, for example, let's say Black Lives Matter, how are they supposed to perceive that information? Am I supposed to be treating somebody dark skinned differently? Well, I like to think that you're treating that human being no different than the way you treat the human beings in your community. What do you mean? If you treat your community like shit, then it would be no different in some other community. If you're treating your community with kind and careness, would it matter the shade of their color, let alone their genders? Because in that Black Lives Matter, they eschew the fact that, well, what about women more times than not, let alone not children? Because usually more times than not, it's a man issue. Especially when you hear some of these communities, I don't care what communities they are, they're usually driven by men, their masculine energy. Dare not actually include the feminine energy in there. They say, well, then why would I be just talking about Black Lives Matter? Why would I not be talking about Europeans, midgets? Why don't I talk about tall peoples? And even that, I'm only using that because I'm on this side of the hemisphere. If I was on a different side of the hemisphere, it would be different types of conversation. Probably might even be similar. But again, it's a small population talking about some of its strifes, opposed to other parts of the world. They have other problems. The depopulation is not solely based on, oh, they're trying to depopulate the developed countries. No, there's an issue that they have thinking, how do we deal with population in 2050 when everybody starts aging? And we're not talking about America and Europe and all that. We're talking about India and China. Now, somebody could turn around and say, yeah, well, they've overpopulated. I said, well, in this part of the world, we've already over indebted ourselves. We have way too much technology that we really don't really need. Just look at the roads. How many fucking cars do we have on the road? That's pollution. Whether we want to admit it or not, that's pollution. But for most people, yeah, but it gets me to my job. I said, this is not just about you. But unfortunately, for most people, it's all about them. Me. Constantly me. But yet don't understand what a fucking Satan is really all about. It's all about me. I don't give a shit what's going to happen with the next generation. Then why the fuck did you have kids? Oh, I forgot you had a kid because you went party and you had fun and all that. I thought it'd be cool. It'd be like having a pet. There you go. Then you have people that say shit like, well, Dom, I'm not going to bring my kids to schooling. I'm going to bring them homeschooling. The fact that you said homeschooling, you're a fucking moron. Get the fuck out of here. Homeschooling. What the fuck you're going to teach? You're going to teach the same fucking indoctrination but at home? But for most of those people that talk that way, they probably don't even know it's an indoctrination. It's the ones that say that they're awoke and then they start using those words. Those are the fun ones. Now, if you're educating your child and you want to understand there's certain cycles and all that ages, and then you can find out what your child's gifts are, and you're going to harness that, or at least bring them in there, put them around the right person or being that would be able to say, listen, your child has the gift of numbers or understand astrology. Then you're now you're harnessing that energy. But for most people, no, we're going to put shit into that child. It's like us putting shit into a computer. The only thing is the computer is just going to have a bigger widespread of information. So it gives the illusion that the human race is advancing. No, we're just peddling the same shit over and over again. We're just putting it into one computer and regurgitating it.
Programming a child is not much different than an AI model.
There you go. Yeah. The only difference is you could be programming a whole bunch of children and then get them all interconnected together. So AI is kind of doing that. Could be an advancement in information, but it won't be for discernment. You might be able to bring out discernment and say, oh, okay, so what would I do with that information? That's discernment. Then now you can say, okay, would I put it in this application or that application? How does it serve me? Now you're talking about understanding. How does it serve me in that situation? It doesn't. Okay, so it's a betterment for others that might not even be alive yet. You know, it's kind of like the guys that say, listen, I'm going to plant a seed today for a tree. I might not even live to be able to reap some of its fruits. But if they do it young enough because they've been taught, they might. 20, 30 years down the road, or at least 10 years down the road, they can start reaping some of the rewards, and then you got to maintain it. A lot of the technology we have, we don't really maintain. We utilize it and then wait for the next technology, or they bombard us with the next technology. And even if we want to maintain them, it's like, okay, but my phone has been outdated already. I can't even put the latest program in it anymore. Oh, okay. So we're a disposable society, which I think a lot of people talk about. But do we ever get to the nuts and bolts? What does it really mean to be disposable? And if we understand what it is disposable, then they should embrace, well, then maybe the human race is disposable. Could be.
I think that's the principle of it all. Is they gave us something that was able to be continually utilized, then we might be able to utilize it. But if it's disposable, then we still retain the ability to be suggested information and fed information, which then keeps us creating for them whatever it is that their chosen outcome is. And I'm not sure that when it comes to AI, there isn't going to be a direct conflict between what they want the human race to do as a projection to create into reality this potential, and what AI is going to want.
Well, actually, if you look at like the vessel, you got a computer It has to get bigger so it can take in more information until technology changes. So if we were giants at one time, we probably have bigger brains and we could probably take in more information. But as we shrink, now you have to use different types of technology, and this is where the chip comes in now. So now the chip can actually store memory and also have energy in it. So it can, re-energize itself as it's storing memory. So a lot of the memories that we have get stored. So the vessel is just there, and it takes a lot of resources to keep maintaining this vessel. Now people might not want to have that because they're caught up. I'm the vessel and all that. It's okay, fine. But at least you should become aware. How much resource does it take? And are you participating in it? Outside of just eating it, driving to the grocery stores, are you literally participating in the reproduction of it? Not really. Okay, so you're expendable then at that point. It's not going to be like one of these corporations. They're just printing money and say, listen, keep coming to the same job. We really don't need you, but hey, we're still making profits. We give the illusion. No, eventually I have to downsize. I don't need all of you guys anymore. And it not necessarily be just because we have new technology. No, it's run its course. Just don't need you anymore, or don't need as many as you anymore. It's usually the person
an endeavor. If I can, Dom, that would be an endeavor of, can they influence a processor or AI to manifest a desired outcome in place of humans? Because that's the only thing we would be good for, to even a more sentient being, is just our ability to influence atomic particles. And that's how they utilize us best. We do their influencing for them into the atomic fields to manifest the type of reality that they've chosen. I'm curious, AI may be better observer. And once it becomes sentient, then it can actually solidify potential into reality. Makes it more efficient than humans. A lot less resources taken.
Mm-hmm.
A lot less maintenance.
It would be a lot less maintenance. It'd be a different type of maintenance, but a lot less maintenance, and it would be less burden on nature. But based on where we're going,
equivalent, they'd be better.
It could be. It can be. And again, who would be the observer of that then at that point? Would it be the human race? It's.
No, it would be the quantized state of sentient. It would be no different than creating life and it observing a wave function, turning it into a potential, solidifying that wave into a particle. So once you get a processor or a AI that can observe a wave function and collapse it with greater potential than humans in mass, then, because that's the only function we truly serve as an interactive medium in this reality, is collapsing the wave function. That's all we really do.
Well,
we've learned to utilize it.
We've grown up. We've seen some of its results from technology, like a car, mechanical car. It's evolved.
Mm-hmm.
You start putting wipers on it. You put an extra spare tire there. Then now they start putting a computer into it. Same with the motorcycle and the airplanes. That's the mechanical age. Now we're into this. Now you can put something that's going to run it, and it's going to evolve too. At the same time, they've also evolved with the battery. I remember having a corded tool. Now I have a cordless tool. Then they started making the batteries last longer. Then they could become more powerful. We're always at, I use the metaphor of frog in the water. So as it's evolving, could be devolving, or probably could be just tapping into some old technology, and they have to wait around as it cycles to a different age again. It's okay, we've got this race in a position now. They've served their purpose. They've helped us create these mechanical devices. Some of them were suspicious it's going to be harmful for them, but they still continued. So it's the same thing in this age. As we have all this AI, people are going to be suspicious, and they're going to say, but could this be the decline of humans? Yes, it could be. It probably will be. No different the day of cars, you know, but at the same time, horses didn't have to worry about being slaughtered, or not slaughtered, but being abused. Now either they're being used for food, or they just don't populate them as much. You know, it's the same thing with us. We're just slowly not going to populate as much. You know, the depopulation is not about killing a whole bunch of people. They've tried that with wars, and even that's just to shave off the top a little bit. So here it's about slowing the process of humans reproducing, and it's coming to fruition.
Look how many Gen Z kids people don't want to have children.
Yes, and a lot of it, you know, they do that with economics. You know, increase rent and mortgages or housing, and then people will think twice. Okay, maybe I will take the birth control pill. Maybe I'll do the day after pill, or maybe I'll neuter myself in some way. You know, so it's the same thing with the phone. A lot of people, not a lot of people, but let's say quite a few people resisted. I don't really want to use technology. But eventually, I got to do my timesheet on it. I got a GPS. I can actually start talking to other people in other parts of the world. Next thing you know, you adapted to the system. Not seeing, but as we adapt to it, it's going to reduce us. And at the same time, some of the side effect of some of this technology is going to affect our environment. This is why some people might say, okay, Alzheimer's comes from the environment. Cancer might be activated because of it. Okay, so how do we solve that problem? Do we try to change the technology, or do we just start depopulating the people that are being affected by it? You know, because there's some people that we've talked in these communities, they're probably more affected than others based on the technology. At that point, we can discuss to better other people opposed to them. Sorry, you got cancer. Let's learn for the next generation. What's your blood type? What's your birth order? What environment did you grow in? If we're here to help each other to betterment of other societies, the next generation, my child happens to be this blood type, for example, and you said you're that blood type, and you grew up in that environment, and you found out that your cancer cells got activated because you're around Wi-Fi. Okay, so how do we work around this? It might sound very selfish, but it's at least you're being calculated. You're being rational. You're considering others, but you're also including yourself. But for most people, it's all about me. I said, well, then build your own fucking technology then. Build your own roads. Build your own bridges. You know, no, Dominic, I don't want to do that. But yeah, you want to bitch about the fucking people that are maintaining that shit. It's always fun when I hear people say they hate cops. Okay, so how does this work? You don't obey the policies of humans. You go around harming other people, so now they got to make a policy, and now they got to enforce it. They got to bring police officers now. You got to raise a whole bunch of people to become fucking police officers because you don't even know how to govern yourself anymore, let alone your community. What fucking moron are you? Get a fucking bullet. You know what to do with it.
They only hate cops until they have to call them, and then they're upset when they don't show up.
Yeah, but but then they jump on the bandwagon. Okay, let's say we don't have cops. Okay, so what about a lot of the women that get fucking abused on a regular fucking basis? What about children that are always in harm's way? Who's going to help them? You know, they've done videos, and now they might be orchestrated to a certain point where they see a poor lady in the middle of the street. She doesn't know how to help herself because of her crutches or whatever. How many people walk by her and try to even think about helping her? You would hope the majority of the people, but that's usually not it. I'm too busy. Something to look. You know, police officers are there to serve a purpose. If anything else is try to indicate people don't know how to fucking govern themselves. It's usually the guy that's fucking believes in anarchy, but he's so self-absorbed. I said, so how would women be protected if they're being raped? Well, I don't give a shit about them. There you go. There's the moron that I got to hear right there. Then why the fuck are you living in the city, you fucking moron? That's why we have monarchies. Because people, whether they know it or not, out of the two choices, you'd rather be ruled by the few than be fucking... It's a free-for-all, fucking living out in the fucking, everybody shooting fucking guns up in the air in the fucking wilderness. Fucking anarchy. Limited as those two choices are. Again, that's what I get from it. But now people are going to say, well, Dom, but no, here you go. Here's a self-absorbed person justifying their fucking behaviors. I don't agree with the system. Okay, you don't, but do you understand the system? Well, not really. Okay, no problem. So you're going to just jump out of the fucking plane without a parachute and never questioning why do other people do that? Because there's a fucking body of water underneath them, you fucking moron. You're jumping out of a fucking plane when there's a city underneath you. You might be the rare fucking person that might survive, but I'm surely not going to be there visiting you in the hospital when you lost a couple of fucking limbs, you fucking moron. Those are the kind of people, with all seriousness, Pamela, I wish they drowned in 3 inches of fucking water.
Right.
Because maybe in their next lifespan, they might learn something. I'm not saying I know what's right or wrong, but I'm at least aware. And I'm in that awareness. I'm like, okay, I know people are going to perceive things that are right or wrong. But for how long? And that's at any given moment. I'm hoping there's millions of people that talk like us, or at least share things similar. But for the masses, no, they're at their trajectory. They know what they're going to do, and whatever the media does, they're going to do it. Now, they might turn and say, well, Dom, I didn't put on a mask. I said, yeah, but you did wear a tie to work in that office, didn't you? You women, did you not wear high heel shoes? It's always fun when I hear women talk about, well, you know, I'm like those women in all those other countries where they got to wear a mask over their face. I say, but you wear a thong on the beach, don't you?
I've never worn high heels. I refuse to. I'm not going to walk around and fuck up my feet just to appease the patriarchy. Fuck off.
Well, you're that different character. You're the unicorn at that point, Pamela. But the majority of them are going to do it. I would at least respect the ones that say, yeah, Dominic, I know it hurts me, but I do it because it makes me feel good. You're being honest with yourself. But the other people, when they quickly start defending you, well, why you ask me that question? I'm just asking. I'm like a fucking 5-year-old asking mom, Dad, why do you wear a fucking tie to go to work? Well, son, just in case I ever have to go in the closet and I want to hang myself. Oh, okay, that makes sense. You know, but that's programming. All of that's just programming. It's always fun when they bring in a new program and people start bitching and complaining. It's okay, it's just another program. Just sit back and watch how easily a lot of people can be programmed. You know, our language is a program. It'd be different if all of us said, listen, Max says, Dom, I just learned another 4 more language. Why? Because I had a thought. Okay, that's different. But most of us, we have to be programmed just to learn the one language that I'm communicating with. They're not trying to learn a different language and hear them. This is where I think AI would be advantageous. At least we can hear AI use different types of languages. And then as we're hearing that language, depending on the pitch where we're hearing it from, we might have different outputs from it. You know, hearing somebody speaking in Sanskrit, the same kind of written work that somebody reads it in English, could be different types of energy that we're picking up.
From what was observed is the frequency. It started out without valves, and it developed into different frequencies through manipulation. But it all has a single derivative. It all comes from a singular point. Now, I don't know if that was through manipulation, which they could have taken different areas and manipulated the speech through frequency, but it all has a single derivative. And I get that through the understanding of how electromagnetism can take a human brain and with just a small pulse cause you to stutter, or it impairs your ability to speak. It's easy to take someone's speech away with a small electromagnet.
Well, gentlemen, I hate to leave a good discussion, but I need to cook some breakfast and get my day started. But it was a pleasure.
Yeah, if you can utilize any of that Pam, definitely utilize it for self motivative and personal benefit. Don't share that with anybody. Once you figure it out, Don't give that to anybody else.
Yeah, most of the things that I feel like I've figured out, I don't share with anyone. Like the real sacred, esoteric things, I don't share that.
Yeah, but it's more for your the fact that I just prefer that you utilize it and enjoy it and have fun with it and do what you can. And as far as anybody else, you're not their keeper, so that gives you discretion. Then you have permission not to share that information. How's that?
That sounds great. That's good. Because I wasn't going to share.
Good, good.
But seriously,
You have a
I
great day.
appreciate y'all both and the chat.
Absolutely.
Have a nice day.
Cool. She's made herself present a couple times now. When I went live, she's making a rare appearance. I like her demeanor. Did we lose Cage too? Good. We lost everybody. Thank you, Pam.
Sorry, Axis, I'm back. Sorry about. Apologize. I left for a couple minutes.
That's all right. No, I've taken a kind of an interest in what purpose or what form and function we serve in such a limited state. And the only thing that I've seen that we actually do is we collapse wave function. So we are a great medium. And that's about it. But they will replace that medium, and I think that may be, or may have been, the objective of our reduced state and condition. That we ever came from something that even remotely resembled pure life energy to begin with. I'm not sure that we even devolved from such a state. But I know that the potential of reaching that state and a decaying, being a mud bag, bioelectrical mud bag, there's too much decay for us to be a solidified and fully functional life being. And the fact that that decay is there, we're only a resource at that point. So we're being utilized because we should have fucking lived. I think I have a concept of measurement for what life force or how life force can be measured. And it would be by the composition of decay that makes up your mass. Retrievable information is just a function. We're not ever going to be able to harness or master anything pliable or beneficial for the universe out of that. So it's passive. And then when you look at the fact that we decay, that makes us passive. And then when you look at our mass and how much of it is dead mass or other life energy, there's really not a whole lot of life energy that's applied to us being consciously existent in the third dimension. So we are a useful resource or something. And the only thing that we do is, besides consume and consume and collapse wave function, potentials, possibilities. They've already learned how to utilize us for that. They've been doing it since information could be spread. The only advantage one has is to maybe step between the lines and utilize the maximum potential of collapsing wave functions and till you decay and move on. Which brings me to the point that I'm not even sure that life force was created that inhabits these carcasses, these mud bags. It may have been put in as a just enough spark for us to be utilized, but not enough spark for us to be alive.
I'm wondering whether or not, as you say, useful resources, if the word even useful is needed at that point. This resource, whether it's useful or not, I don't know.
Well, at least suggests that they had a purpose that they were using us for, to create or manifest something that they desired, an outcome. But as I'm watching things decay, and I'm taking measurement of decay, I think that they're identifying, and with that identification, they're going to probably hold a genetic placeholder or a genetic marker on some of us, and then the rest are going to be subjected to whatever environmental manipulation that they choose. And they being the ones that are in control. And it isn't even about money at that point. Money is not even doesn't even fall into the equation. It's about a desired outcome, a process, and a desired outcome using humans as a medium. And that's a sad state of affairs for the human race to be in. And then I can understand why the Jews would use such a word as goyim, or cattle.
It probably would have been the few among them that would have said that. And the rest would have disparaged it, but the ones that probably said it were probably referring to all of them. You know, humans in general are cattle. Not to offend beasts called cattle, but we're very similar. You know, we graze, we shit. We are going to be food, whether for nature or something else. You know, everything that I'm aware of outside of the things like the sun and the moon and water, it has an aging process. You know, the sun could have an age, but it's kind of like having a certain type of tree that lives beyond human capacity. We don't see the aging unless we just record it in the next generation's trust of past generation that this tree is starting to age. You know, and the sun would be no difference. You know, the sun probably just it exists based on numbers, decades, centuries, thousands of years. But we're living in a vessel that ages, you know, and only has a short lifespan like an animal would. So it would all serve
That is for
in some
sure.
way.
Compared to what cycles are around us and the length of time it takes for those cycles to complete themselves, we are highly expendable.
Mm-hmm.
We're barely even a noticeable mark in the grand scheme of things as far as our longevity goes. So
True.
whatever's using us as a resource took that into consideration. In the design.
Mm-hmm. Again, we always have to use best of our capacity, the English language. So yeah, those would be the words that we would have to use, or at least use. I'd be curious to know if the sun did and the moon did spin opposite or it stood still. How would that change the aging process? I'd be curious, but then I only say that because I've seen, when I used to ask my wife, how does a singing bowl work when you're using a mallet one way opposed to the other? What does different things? So clockwise opposed to counterclockwise. It just made me think about, things like that. Cycles. How do the cycles work when it's reversed? Or just in the opposite direction of what we thought the first direction was.
That's a good question too. When you look at the makeup of the human body and the amount of liquid that we are, and the mud or the clay being the component that holds all that water into a solidification. That's a lot of fucking water. And that means that at least 70% of us is governed by external frequencies, energy, external information that we have no control over. And then the earthen part of us is just a solidified, kind of like an adhesive. And then you look at the life force that would be running in that, which would be our bioelectrical field or synaptic firing or any part of the electrical system that we are. And that's kind of minuscule.
I'd be curious to know what the percentage of, when you start including the dry land and then all the oceans and all the clouds that hold water, what would it percentage be? Would that be 70%, if not more?
Right? It would. If you did a mass to water ratio, and it would become even more relevant in a fractal nature because it would be self-representative of itself through us.
And how enduring water really is and how it can shapeshift into different elements. So whatever formed or created or whatever this we want to call this here is pretty advanced, but typical, we've become like the lion of the kingdom and think we rule everything. I said, nah, not everything, but we rule quite a bit in our small little groups that we choose called civilization. That's why I say earth or the bodies of water. It's okay. That's never an issue. As much as people have even been taught or brainwashed or conditioned to think carbon and all that, no, we're still okay. The species, ourselves individually, we all have stamps already on us. The physical vessel will eventually perish in the aging process and then perish, some sooner than others. And even the program itself, it's going to eventually be like water. It'll eventually go into a river, into like a bigger pool of water, a lake, and then into the ocean if that's what's meant to do. So information that we all accumulate will be gathered and then dispersed again in different parts of the world. It'd be different if we were just woke up and said, "Dom, I have this language." I'm like, okay, so and what are you using in that language? I'm using a different thing called numbers. Oh, okay. So it's a slow progression, and it's probably a slow decline. But as long as it helps some people along the way to question things, it'd be important for them. You probably have more information to share with people access, but I've shared this with people before. I think a lot of it's a little bit too advanced for most people in the groups that I'm aware of. I'm being ignorant when I say that because there's probably groups of people, they might call them clubs or whatever, and they might be at a different level of awareness, if there's such thing as levels.
Yeah, I quit sharing with them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not that my amount of learned information is empirical to anybody else's. It's just that I know the extent of my retrievable information is a lot further than most of the people that I've had to interact with, and then even more so now in those positions because they're utilizing that information for a self-serving purpose anyhow. And all I would do is contribute to their self-serving purpose. Pam, I don't mind. You, I don't mind. You know, I give you a fucking tool and you utilize the hell out of it and you don't share it. Well, that's fine. You know, got no problem with that. But it's at my discretion who I give those tools to. I lost a part of my medical team because I spoke freely in my own home, and they happened to be speaking to my nurse, and they overheard me speak freely in my own home, and they called me and told me I was no longer a client because of my behavior. I like to blew me the fuck away. I can understand the machines listening to me and making determinations and calculations and taking my metadata. But when an individual flexes that type of intrusion on me, then they're setting by example exactly how I should utilize my information. Because they overheard me speaking freely in my home. I wasn't even speaking to them. My nurse was. Isn't that wild?
Yes. If you're talking privately, in this case, we're talking openly, privately, people are going to still perceive it the way they want to, and they're going to act the way it's going to reveal them. Some people know it's kind of like whatever I hear in somebody's house stays there. Other people feel as though it's not a great opportunity to gossip or look for justification. I don't want to work there anymore. That's their choice. You know. Once you put less expectation on other people's access, it brings a lot of release from oneself. You know, the people that choose to speak openly, I would hope, and I'm guessing when I say hope, that's for their benefit, not for the people that they're sharing with, but for themselves. Because as you pass it forward, that's usually the chance for a person to really learn and say, okay, why am I sharing it now openly? Oh, that's what the teacher meant. He was being the student when he was sharing with me, and I just got to hear it. So now when I share with other people, I'm being the student, not the other way around. People think just because somebody gives them accolades or puts them in certain positions that they're a teacher. I said, no, at that point, once you start sharing, the illusion is you're on a throne, but you're actually the student. So in this case, if that person overheard something and how they choose to react to it, that's on them. If you feel that something was done ill justice to you, then that's on you at that point. What concern is it? It's just information. Now, if you had to ask them and they said, listen, this information I'm sharing with you, please keep it to yourself. Once they abuse it, I'd hope it's a one strike rule, and then they might have to give good justifications why they did that. And there might be some exception to the rule, but then you have to ask yourself, therefore, at that point, I need not to share it anymore to them. Doesn't mean other people should have to pay the price. But again, it's each their own again, how they want to perceive it. If somebody's done them injustice and they feel as though everybody else from that point, because they're under the same human form, no. I give
That's
people
what I do with people on an individual basis.
Yeah.
I do distinguish individuals. And if that pisses them off, then it's just going to have to piss them off.
Well, they're saving you a lot of searching. You know what I mean? Like I said, we should be suspicious of each other, be even reserved with each other, because usually we will reveal ourselves to each other. And if a person is consistent, all the power to them. I have to, let's say I'm suspicious of somebody, they've always seemed very corrupt, and they're not asking nothing of me, and I see consistency. I have to at least respect them for that. It's usually the ones that come across that they're kind, but yet put them in a certain situation, they'll show something. It's okay, well, which one is you? Are you the person that's corrupt, or are you that person that, once your parents need your kindness or your friends need kindness, you're there for them? Just want to know. I want to know where you stand. That's all. So at least I know where to move forward from that, because life is too short, or my existence within life is too short to go around thinking that everybody's going to be an enemy level and everybody's going to be a friend. It's wasted energy at that point. On my part, I can't speak for them, but I can guess somewhat well by saying probably wasted energy for them too. So if that person, let's say they say that they're professional and then they decide they don't want to work, that's on them, Axis. Now that might leave you stranded, and this is where some people get a little bit upset because they have too many eggs in one basket, and then that's on the person now. In that case, it would have to be on you then. And knowing the industry a little bit, I don't know about in your part of the world, but here, most people are already limited in their choices. Most people no longer are doing things to be of service to each other. They're doing it to earn a dollar. It's something to do during the day. They're not actually realize they're going to have different clients and they're going to have different types of behaviors and personalities.
Well, that was definitely brought to my attention very quickly with this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That would be no different if it was a tradesperson. This person's more informative. They want to explain the whole process of how plumbing or electrical work, where some customers say, no, I'm not interested in all the nuts and bolts, how it works. Just, can you at least solve the problem? And then there's other people that might turn around and say, I kind of want to know, yeah, but the last customer, no, I'm this customer. I'm not the last customer. I'm this customer. I kind of want to know. And if you have that ability to teach, you will teach or share in this case. And I also have to include the fact that I'm using myself a little bit in this point, Axis. Depends on my mood. There's some moods I don't want to break it down. I just don't. Yeah, but I'm your electrician. Like I said, I'm not interested right now in breaking it down. So what do you want? Me to break it down and be in a fucking pissed off mood, or do you want me just to solve the problem? Yeah, but I'm paying you. I said, in my world, that's a fucking given. The fact that you have to say that shit openly, I'm suspicious now. Now, they might get all upset. I said, you honestly think I'm here to work for you? I know quite well, and I respect money. I'm here to work for money at this point. Now, more times than not, it's a given. It should be a given that I'm being of service to you. But humans don't show that all the time. I like working with my mind axis a lot, and those times when I'm working with my hands, I like that. That's my break. I'm good at it. I never want to be great at it because I would have to give up something to be great at something. So I'm good at it. It gives me some sort of peace of mind. I get in the zone, I do my electrical work. I don't even have to think about it more times than not. So when I come onto these kind of channels, I kind of want to use my brain a little bit. I didn't realize I had to actually put a leash on it sometimes. Go ahead, sorry.
No, it's still a good place to stretch the old brain out and entertain ideals. And
I find my gut brain usually works better. Sorry, I was going to say my gut brain usually works better when I'm listening to podcasts. So when you are doing some shares, that's when I get to use my gut brain. I get to take information. I don't feel as though I need to communicate with my upper brain, and because that's closer to where my mouth and my ears are. Even though my ears are utilizing information, what I'm hearing. So.
yeah, I didn't know I was going to get to share to that level. But I always stay within a state of, if it reveals itself to be a possibility and I can accommodate it, I will. And the opportunity was there. So it was a very welcomed exercise in thinking. I needed that external observation, especially to reach some of the conclusions or at least the understandings of the form and the function.
Well, if you're teaching or you're presenting information to children, you can only hope that, always hope, that they're going to use their imagination. Unless a person comes in with a very childlike and using their imagination, and then now they want to use their mental capacity, and they really haven't expanded it. Now you have to use possibilities, and then you have to actually chip through or go through the forest, of all this is factual, this is the truth. These are constructs that people put upon themselves. They might even be valid, and the ones that can break it down, that's great. My question is, who you're breaking it down to, because unless a person is going to use their imagination or look at things as a possibility, we would be struggling if the masses had to be all on board first before we bring out Wi-Fi technology, opposed to the few that would have to break them in with possibilities, what's possible. My forefathers did this way, but then we would just be doing what our forefathers did, but we're doing something different now. Or we're adding something to what was already as a somewhat of a small foundation, and then we would have to do that. It's when usually you're in conversation with people that you're giving them way too much the benefit of the doubt that they understand this. It's easy to say I understand. It's easy to say the word truth. It sounds nice, but does it bring value? Like, what do you mean when somebody said to me, "I understand"? I said, "So you understood what I just said? Okay, would you like to repeat it then? Okay, would you like to expand it now?" Well, I said, then maybe you don't really understand it then. Maybe you need to say it a couple of times out of your own mouth first. And then maybe come to the awareness. Maybe you don't understand it yet. When a person quickly says they understand, that could come in the form of a judgment. They want to, or maybe they want to feel, accepted. I understand. So you really understand what frequencies are? You've been hearing it for the last couple of years, but do you really understand what frequency really is? I'm just putting that out there for them. you know, and they
No,
might have
it's
that.
a good example. This is definitely a relevant example.
Mhm. I know some people don't want to feel like, oh, but Dom, you treat me like I'm in kindergarten. Well, my question is, why are you even in kindergarten? You're not ready for kindergarten yet. What do you mean? It's a preschool. You know, no, I'm not here to take away the fact that maybe you became a university professor and became a doctor. That's nice. Well done. I'm not here to take that away from you. And I'm not going to try to prove you wrong, let alone right. But I'm talking about something else right now. You know, this is where people, you know, when they get caught up, you know, somebody's profession, they've specialized. So you become great at something. So what did you give up? You had to give up something. It's like becoming an addicted. You become addicted. So what did you give up that you now became really good at it as an alcoholic or doing weed? What are you giving up? There's always a bartering system going on here. Did you give up chasing financial gains? Or was that a struggle for you anyway, because you were a slave to it anyway? So you weren't really respecting money. You became a slave to money, and then you decided to hoist money as the master now. That's an illusion. Even though there could be millions of people doing the same thing, or maybe thinking that they're doing the same thing, but it's still an illusion. I don't see people being rounded up by pieces of paper. Now, you can write on a piece of paper to get humans to fucking round you up. But that piece of paper is not your master, let alone will it ever be your slave. It's better to respect it at that point. It's just a device, no different. I respect a tree. If I hear some squeaky noises in the forest and I look at it, so that tree's about to fall. Okay, maybe not on my watch, but at least I heard it. And you know, there's a hurricane coming. Asks, what should we do? Well, Dom, I didn't really build a bunker. Okay, how much gas you got in the car? What do you mean? Are we going to go into it, or are we going away from it? You know, give kudos to the people that want to go in it. I want to film it. Oh, okay. But you know, there's consequences, or there's possibility you might get blown in there. Yeah, that's true.
Well, like we discovered with the car, you know, potential for death of yourself and your children are always a variable every time you climb in it.
Mm-hmm. Very true. Yeah, very true. And then people say they fear things. No, you're just unaware. Hence the word fear for me. You're unaware all the potential of, if you put so much value to that vessel, then why do you put yourself in harm's way? What do you mean? I don't go to war. Is it okay? Let's say you don't go to war, but technically, being in a car, driving on a highway with 4 or 5 lanes, you are putting yourself in harm's way. It might be a little bit safe, you know, it's like calculated. You're doing some calculations. You're giving the benefit of the doubt because if the elites are this hideous people, so we're going to assume all the big manufacturers have this major plot. We're going to get everybody under a car, and then we're going to get all their cars to fucking blow up. Could be. That could be a possibility. But if we're that easily manipulated to all buy those devices, would it really matter whether or not they can blow us up? It's more, and I think you've been in it, Access, you've heard it, you've heard people. It's a shit show. People want to bitch and complain about things that they really aren't fully informed. Hence information. Once they become informed, hopefully they'll subside the bitching and complaining and maybe perceiving, where some people might talk about the shadow self. What would you do if you were an elite? You were born and raised like in the elite. What would you do if you were born and raised poor? What would you do if you were born and raised without a fucking limb? I don't know. Okay, but yeah, you're pushing to experience the most you can in one lifespan. Okay, so are you going to cut off your arm so you can at least experience how it is to go around without one limb? Well, no, I said, so then you're saying an erroneous statement then. Just like when people say shit like, I like all kinds of music, and then you start telling them, that's okay, so do you like Bollywood music? No, I don't like Bollywood music. What about Asian music? Not really. Do you like rock and roll? Well, yeah. Okay, what type of rock? Do you like Kiss? Well, not really Kiss. So then you narrow it down, they only like one fucking little genre, and they only like one band. I said, so that statement, when you say you like all types of music, it's erroneous. And that's how people think. They make a belief system and they erroneously think about all Christians are bad. Really, all Christians are bad. Oh, okay. All Americans are bad too, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Who else is all bad? All tigers with only one stripe, are they bad too? Well, I would have to say, Dominic, I don't know. I said, well, based on your patterns, I would have to say you probably would say, yeah, they must be all bad then. I'm sorry, Axel, but this is the shit that goes through my head and I'm fucking shaking. I'm like, how do I say that out loud without fucking noise? Because I'm already bringing noise. Well, Dom, I'm not racist. Really, you're not racist. So you ever had an argument with a Christian? Wouldn't that be a form of racist? Well, what about having an argument with a woman? Is that not a form of racist? Well, I'm not really hating them. I said, okay, but are you judging them? All women are weak. Is not a racist statement. Or when guys say, don't be a pussy. What are you saying when you say, don't be a pussy? Are you trying to imply a woman that has a vulva, a pussy? They're the weaker species? Or you get guys that say shit like, you know, Dom, I was dating this chick. I got to stop the fucking conversation. When did you start dating farm animals? Now, they might get upset. And they say, Dom, you know what I mean? I said, I'm trying to follow the conversation. You said the word chick. Well, you know what I mean? I said, well, then why didn't you say a woman? Or should we say, fucking, you're dating a girl? As my dad would, he's no longer with us, but as my dad would say, that's just more stupid talk, Dom. I said, Dad, how do you handle it? Dom, you make some humor once in a while. You pretend to be there. Interesting. We're an interesting creatures, Axis. Ones that choose to actually ponder things, be intuitive, use your thinking capacity. Fuck, you're a unicorn. Put a fucking horn on you. Want to make sure all the other people could see it. Look, there's the unicorn Axis over there. What is he talking about? Frequencies again. What the fuck is he talking about?
Pretty interesting to watch a species in decline in spite of itself.
Maybe if we went high enough, we could see that, but then we could also prove whether the Earth is flat or not.
Right? You see, I never counted myself out. I always added myself into the equation. Therefore, I could truly get a good perspective of it.
There you go, Axel. I'm with you.
I used to not do that.
Introspection is really important. It's probably the key point. And then once you really understand yourself, and most of it's, at least quite a few of the parts, you can see yourself in other people. They might not understand their own behavior, but you understand the behavior because it doesn't belong to you. And now you can see it in others. Oh, I can see that. Yeah, interesting. Trying to share it with them sometimes could be a fool's errand, you know? It's like trying to explain to them that there's a demon on your right shoulder and there's another one, and there's an angel on the left shoulder. You can see it, but they can't. And it's on their shoulders. So they're giggling at you. Say, yeah, Dom, but this one's mine. And the angels on the other side say, I'm hoping it's going to be mine. But meanwhile, the demon goes, you know something? Even the angels in naivety, this one wants me to be here. And it will serve.
Found by that to be relevant. Otherwise, it has no purpose as an angel.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, very true. The angels just probably just hanging around thinking, I want to be of service too. I said, but not with this one. But they will eventually, yeah, once in a while. But they're professional the other way. We can mimic anybody if we want to. That's the whole thing. You can mimic somebody. And if you're a good enough actor, yeah, you should be able to mimic. You know, tell people what they want to hear. Tell people what they don't want to hear. And then sit back and, you know, if you want to look at it and get a chuckle out of it, that's fine. I wouldn't want to host it. It should be a chuckle. But it sometimes saves, it reserves me from actually shedding tears because I'm sad. I think a lot of times most people are, from my experience, people are cordial with each other. And I can say that from my own experience. Sometimes I don't know what to say to people. And when I do feel as though I have something that's of importance, I'm thinking, do I really need to share it out loud? Well, Dom, you need to practice. So yeah, say it out loud. But what about the response? Don't worry about that. Let them react or respond the way they need to. Because if not, then you're trying to control the environment opposed to just understanding the environment. We already spent a lot of time trying to control our environments. We live in houses, try to heat them. And even that, most of us are participating in using it, but we're not participating in actually making these devices. And just buying it. Okay, I bought it on Amazon. I say, but did you create the money? Not really. Did you create the device? Not really. So I'm just a participant at that point. And am I significant? Not really. Amazon will continue with or without me. I'm using that as an example, but same with government. The illusion is the people can change, the government leaders can change, but the institution or the construct of what's called a government exists. And it doesn't even have to be in that country anymore. It's kind of like talking about a university. A university can eventually move. You could take Duke University, move it somewhere else. You'll have different professors, different students, different teachers, but it's still called Duke University. I was just using Duke, by the way, just in case there's any people that I went to Duke. What's Don talking about? I'm just using Duke. I could have said Notre Dame at that point. I could even use some other example. I could have used religion, one religion opposed to another. You know, as people change back and forth, there's different people coming and going. They're going to follow Christianity or Muslims or the teachings of Bhagavad or Buddhism. But what's consistent is the ideal. It's Buddhism. Okay, but how does each individual learn from it? That would be something you would have to go inwards then if it's an individual.
Yeah, if it didn't serve them by us utilizing it, or by the masses utilizing it, they wouldn't have access to it.
Mm-hmm.
But you can guarantee that religion or any type of chosen path of faith or whatever it may be, it's serving them quite well.
Mm-hmm. I'm on the winning team. That's what some people do. They might not say those words. You know, recently they've some main channels, they've been talking about certain people talking about the deep sea scrolls or they're written in the Bible. And I'm like, but we're talking about written work. It's easy to say it was inspired by God. But who was the receiver of that inspiration? Was it the person that did a whole bunch of shrooms, did weed, did ayahuasca, did a lot of meditation? Because the masses aren't being inspired by God. And even if they are, what would it look like?
What is it? Well, DT circles? Is that what you said?
It could be DT, I guess. I was talking about shrooms like mushrooms. Is that what you're talking about? Like ayahuasca?
No, you said some of the channels were talking about DT circles or...
Oh, no, my apologies. I said Jesus, about, you know, the teachings, you know, and some of these channels, one of them was Joe Rogan. I'll use them as an example, but they were talking about certain people that debate about the teachings in the Bible. So if I had said DT, I apologize. That's not what I meant to say. So they're always trying to quote. It wasn't about DT or whatever. So, but it was about teachings, basically written work. That's where I'm leaning towards, written work.
Okay.
And then people will debate with each other, but any of us, you know, live long enough. I know those are interpretations passed down or whatever, but anybody can manipulate them at any given moment to change a couple of wordings and all that. But then what they were talking about was the deep sea. That's maybe what you heard. They were using the deep sea scrolls to compare it to the biblical stories. and saying things like, okay, it was written word for word, and the guy will denounce. He said, no, it wasn't written word for word. And even that, we're still talking about the written work. Again, these are people getting caught up in their hemispheres. They're trying to prove something with logic. That'll be like the pyramids are there. We can use logic as best as we can to figure out how it maybe came to be. We can even look at the construction of today. So, well, today we have, forklifts, we have all kinds of devices, but they never, supposedly they told us they never had it back then. And then the other question would be, let's say we figure out how they constructed it. For what purpose was it created for? Most people are going to look at a lot of the buildings in cities and see their structures and all that, but they might not understand. Maybe all the ley lines line up with what's built on top of it. They all could be receivers of some sort of information.
Well, they wanted to do something for them. They're expecting something from it. And it's probably just absolutely pissing them off to no end that they can't utilize it and get some type of benefit out of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing I can think of, because those pyramids weren't built for us.
Mm-hmm. Again, unless we were there among the few, not the masses, and even that, they might turn around and say, like what you said, we don't share that information openly. They just don't. We can speculate, and that's where we get into speculation now. I mean, at least for me, anyway, I get into speculation. Because if I was in the known, I'd probably apply discernment. Oh, okay, well, thank you for sharing that. It would probably be a given when I hear that information. I see now why you don't share this with other people. If not, then I'm on the other side speculating. I'm on the other side of the fence, and I'm speculating. I'm not once thinking that I'm going to know what's really going on. I might even trip over it by accident. We're very glad that Dom is ignorant still. Why? Because he came across quite a few information that was pretty valid, but he just doesn't know how to piece it together. And that might be my blessing, whether out of naivety.
Yeah,
But then there's
the best that, as profound as it may be to people to want to apply whatever to the pyramids, they actually entered the dimensions of the pyramid at Giza into a computer, quantum computer, and it come out with mathematic equations that were relevant to the luminaries and the planets, the circumference of the Earth, the distance to the moon, the circumference of the sun, the distance from the sun to the moon, like 400 times the size of 400 times the size of something by the distance that allows it to eclipse itself is inscribed in the mathematics. There's just a bunch of equations that describe the mathematics of the planet and the lesser and greater lights.
Mm-hmm. And those could have been bestowed upon from, we'll call them the custodians, the fallen ones. And if they're conveying that message down to the earth beings, they're still missing the mark. If that information was stored as a custodian, that was never meant for them to come down here and say, you know something? We could really have fun with these beings. Yeah, they're a lesser species, kind of like a Star Trekian kind of episode where, we don't interfere with that species. We'll monitor them, but we don't interfere. Why? Because we start interfering with them, a lot of noise. And of course, Captain Kirk, typical of, maybe the fallen ones. Hey, I want to fuck all the green women in there. I want whatever woman I want to fuck her. So think about the story of the fallen ones, right? Going to come down there. We're going to impregnate all the women. There you go. Now, my question would be, are we to assume that the women were weak, or the men, MEN here, were already abusing the women, and they would probably be driving women to be with anybody else but the human species. You know, think about women that get abused. I'll take my chance with anybody then at that point. So at this point, they probably would have driven themselves so that these women or the daughters would have been attracted to these species, another species, because my father treats me like I'm a fucking cattle. And a lot of women, even today, are treated like, you know, if we're all goyams, I can imagine the level of goyim that they get treated like. You know, maybe there's a part of men that they know if fucking women were allowed to at least govern this realm, they would be more intuitive about it.
I would say as long as they were in touch with their feminine nature,
yes,
there could be some type of balance between the male and the female governing, even side by side. Or if you want a society to be a more nurturing society, then maybe apply a female monarchy that was in touch with the feminine aspect. But if you want a butch society of female gladiators, then, you know, depends on the representation at that point.
Well, once again, they're the species, for whatever reason the design was meant for that. They're the ones that are going to bring in offsprings. So the fact that they're preset with that, their gut brain would have to be utilized way more. Men do not have to really even entertain their gut brain, you know, unless they want to be very creative and they want to nurture a whole bunch of people working for them and all that. They would have to use their gut brain. Most men are stuck in their upper brain. You know, hence why they have scholars, scribes, logical people, even philosophy. But once you start tapping into that gut brain, now you're tapping into your feminine energy, your wisdom energy, the teachable energy, you know. And like I said, a lot of women are preset with that way. Whether or not they ever utilize it, that's another story. You know, and both of those different genders come from that same womb. So it'd be different if men were actually reproducing, and then that'd be a different thing. And then, okay, you guys want to govern over the rest of us? No problem, but part of you is still a part of us. But for a lot of men, they choose to ignore that. You know, so they become more masculine, and then the masculine, in my interpretation, axis is this. That's the programmable part of us. That's why we favor a lot of programs, whether we want to or not. TV programs, radio programs, computer programs. Those are all programs. But where's the feminine part? Where's the feminine discernment energy? You know, it's easy to judge the programs, but what about discerning the programs? That's why when people like myself, when you have to get into that student-teacher relationship, you really have to open up that feminine energy. Because if you don't, most people are just gonna parrot information. I catch myself every so often doing that too. But of course, people get caught up. They think, well, but I'm a male. I said, this has nothing to do with being physical, male or female. This is about your feminine and masculine energy.
This is going to determine whether you're going to browbeat me with the information or not.
Yeah, that's true. That's a valid statement there. Yep. Yeah, it's true.
JG got on here earlier today, and I think he had his fair share of browbeating for the day.
Yeah. Well, it depends your intent. You know what I mean? Like, if you're looking for a fight, you're going to find a fight. If you're looking for a worthy opponent, that's a different game. Then you're jostling with each other just for practice. And then there's a time where if you're going to play for keeps, you don't want to think that you're with a worthy opponent, not some fucking person that you already know from the get-go. They're going to argue with you just for the sake of arguing. You know you could trigger them just for the sake of triggering. So, and most of those panels, they're not conducive for that axis. They're just not.
No.
Like, well,
No.
if all of a sudden you have 6 people here, it wouldn't be conducive. It just wouldn't be. And then my question is, well, then why are we even doing it publicly? Let's go private. Let's go behind stage and have a conversation.
Where we can talk freely without interruption and interference. And yeah, I agree. I
Yeah,
agree
it would
with
be
that.
more, it would be more open, and then the energies would be conducive. You would know somebody would be inspired to speak, another person would be inspired to quiet for a minute, so that somebody else can share with each other. We might even be talking through each other or past each other, opposed to we're going to talk with each other so we can agree upon things. I'm not interested in agreeing with anybody, but I'm also not here to disagree with people. But for some
Well, it
folks,
allows me freedom.
Mhm. Yeah, freedom is a
Now,
word
I
to
don't know
use.
about I don't know about you, but I stay really reserved with a lot of things that I, you know, behind the stage. I would speak much more freely, but knowing that I'm not, I don't speak near as freely as I would back there. But
Well,
you
there's
know
this.
this, and I know this.
A lot of people aren't receptive to information that's being shared. I get you can have an open mind, but are you receptive? The mind works both ways. It's a two-way channel. So if you're going to receive information, you're going to also give information. So, and even that, it's going to be a mirror. So for some folks, they already have a preset program running in there, and they're already, even if they say they're suspicious, are they suspicious in the sense that you're looking for categories to put them in there? I'm just suspicious for people's intent, and if I wait long enough, it will reveal itself. It usually comes in a form. Something inside of them is going to openly communicate with me, and I'm going to hear it. They might not even know they're channeling at that moment. Something's bypassing their ongoing program to share with me. Dom, this person really doesn't give a shit about anybody. And at that point, they disappear, and then that person they'll start, and I start hearing them again. Yeah, I care about a lot of people. I said, no, I've actually heard something come out of your mouth. It's like when people say things like, that doesn't make any sense. I said, first of all, I was talking in generalities, but the fact that you just told me it doesn't make sense to you, so it's always about you. So now I have to use people's name as an example so that other people don't think I'm talking about them. It's like me talking about a car accident I just had, and I'm just trying to share it out loud, and somebody says, well, I had a car accident too. Next thing you know, they want to talk about their car accident. I said, but you're giving away from the moment here. Unless we're having a conversation, okay, none of us have had a car accident, or we've all had a car accident. That's why some things are done, spoken in parables or riddles, to wean out the people that really, they think they have a mask on, but their mask will reveal themselves short enough, quick enough. I don't agree. Okay, so are you catching the word I don't agree? You're not showing me respect. You're showing that you are important, which is fine. But I wasn't talking to you. I was talking in generalities. I thought you were talking about me. I said, because you always think everybody's talking about you. And then at that point, then I can say, okay, I'm glad you were very guarded. Why? Because these people aren't worthy enough to be considerate of other people. We can say we're empathetic with each other, but we're really not empathetic with each other. We might say it. Well, I'm showing you empathy. Really? For what reason? Because somebody died, somebody got in prison. Are you going to be there in the long haul, or are you just there for the first, it's the polite thing to say. Sorry for your loss. Happy for your newborn baby. Those are the politeness that we say. Those are the cordial words we say to each other. But dare not challenge those things. Not them. Those things, those thoughts. Then you find out whether or not they've even challenged it. Why would I say to somebody else, happy for your new baby? Meanwhile, I'm talking to a whole bunch of people saying the world is cruel. Why would I even say that statement then to that person? That's the ongoing program that's running. That's why I question things. I just say it out loud. When you say the word right, I purposely say left, because I realize it's not just about right or left. But I get it. For a lot of people, I'm not saying that's how you are. People have been conditioned to think that there has to be a right and a wrong. I said, well, where's the direction in that? Those are positions, but where's the direction of that? Right and left to me is a direction. Right and wrong is really, to me, it's pious. I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but when I hear the word right, it's like when people say, we have rights when we're born. We have rights when we're born. Okay, what happened if I throw in the possibility I don't think we have rights, and I don't think we were born, but we have births. I like to play with words, where other people say, no, Dom, I don't believe in that. I said, okay, that's fine, but I'm entertaining another word. Can you be in the same room with somebody that can entertain different types of ideals? Well, no, I can't. Okay. At that point, the conversation should end. But most people will go on for weeks and years, and then you find out, I didn't realize my girlfriend or my husband was that way. I said, you never really got to know him at the beginning of the relationship? No, I was in the romantic stage. I think you shared this with me quite a way back, saying a couple of things out in chat. Oh, that's interesting. It's when you start breaking it down, then you start getting enemies or pushback. Give one of those two nice platitudes, platitudes or whatever. Oh, that's nice. He says, I could have just said hi or what's up, yo. That's usually the cliche. Namaskar. They're not people understand what I'm really saying when I say namaskar. But hey, that takes a wise person to ask out loud. Tom, what are you really trying to say? I think you know what namaskar means, don't you? I'm bowing to you, the being that you are. That other part, I give two fucking shits about. That's not my responsibility. That's yours. I can imagine.
I don't know if I told you, when I was in the nursing home, there was a real bitch of a nurse, and when she would have to hold the door open to let us through the doors, there was a set of double doors that if you were in a wheelchair you couldn't get through, and she hated doing that. And I'd always pass by her and tell her, "Isn't mine scheißen?" And she'd just smile real big. She had no fucking clue what I was saying to her. For several months, every time I went through that door and she was holding it open, I was telling her to eat my shit.
Yeah, you figure people would follow up when you hear that, but they're so caught up in their own world. They have animosity, or even the other people, they're so in their little kumbaya world that they're not realizing somebody could easily make fun of you or make fun of the situation. You don't know enough to go inwards and say, maybe I should ask just to be safe. What exactly are you saying? You probably would have openly shared that with her. Well, why would you say that? Well, then why would you always bitch and complain about opening the door?
Yeah.
Oh, I never thought of that. Bingo. Again, this is how they'll receive things that they want to hear, as long as it's for them. But when it's something that it doesn't favor them, but that's when they can learn the most, they resist that. So then they say, well, I'm suffering. What do you mean? I don't like what people say about me when it's negative. I said, no, your suffering is all the attachments you have to all the nice fucking pleasantries that people give to you. Oh, what a nice person you are. Get the fuck out of here. Nice person. Who are you trying to convince?
Used a wonderful tone. It was always a very wonderful, subtle tone. Very pleasant in tone. She'd have probably bitch slapped me if she knew.
Maybe. I doubt it. She probably would have just been a little bit more aggressive with the door. So, well, you don't even like holding the door. Now, there might be a story behind the reason why she doesn't like you open the door. Maybe she worked in other places where they push a button and it opens up automatically. Who knows? But why should everybody else be the recipient of her struggles or whoever's struggles it is? Every moment
she made her a real pain in the ass.
Well, this is what the community does, isn't it? They're bringing in their own baggage, and then they throw everything here. It's okay, but that's nice. You threw everything here, but take it all back now. You're leaving here with all your own baggage. You hate everybody. That's your gift back to you. Take it. Which is fine. No different if I want to, I like to look in some qualities in people. I like to think, oh yeah, they're nice people. And the word nice, if I can use that cliche, the word nice, I choose to say those words. But if I want to turn around and say the human race is disgusting and all that, I'm generalizing. And I'm not thinking about one individual when I'm saying that. But for some people, they do the opposite. Oh, the human race is beautiful, but meanwhile, there's a certain person I just fucking hate. Okay. So where did you get that hate from? And should that person be the recipient of that hate? I just don't like them. I said, okay, why don't you like about it? I just don't like when I'm hanging around them. Then why do you hang around them? Are you practicing to be a better hater? If there's such thing as hating. But again, that's me being foolish access, because that's something the person just has to go inwards and find out. And I'm not just projecting at that point. And if we are projectors, then the question would be, where did you receive it then? Did you see your parents emulate it, both energetically or physically? Did you see, your community? Did you see it on TV? Did you watch the coyote get really aggressive with the roadrunner and never winning? Is that why that's why you hate birds, I guess? I don't know.
It was learned somewhere. That's a given.
Yeah. No different if somebody's learning something right now. That means something else could either be unlearned or adapted. Those are learned behaviors. Again, they're behaviors. And like people that think they're the body, they're the ones that are going to say those behaviors are me too. You could be accountable for those behaviors, but is it really you? So every human being that's ever died, they're in their vessel with behaviors. They're remembering numbers and colors. They're remembering all their negative and positive moments. Maybe when one of them actually wake up again and say, fuck me, I was in the death state. This is all the stuff I remembered. Everything. Try to avoid it. Try to avoid what? Death, or trying to have any memory or attachments to them. At that point, access, I'm guessing both ways.
Well, part of what sparked me on the endeavor that I'm taking on right now was a complete change of perspective on the fact that we don't create anything.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you on that.
We discover things.
Mm-hmm.
Things are revealed to us, but we don't create a fucking thing. And that was brought on because I was watching a scary movie with my nurse, and it showed a bunch of dead people, and they all had bodies and clothes. And just out of recognition, off the cuff, I told her, I said, dead people don't actually look like that. I said, they don't have clothes, nor do they have bodies. And then it just hit me. I was like, shit. People have definitely taken a lot for granted about their position in the grand scheme of things.
Usually lack of awareness. Especially when people get scared or something, you just have to tell them. I said, there's a camera on it right now, right? And there's probably a producer behind the scene, right? If they get that visual, they'll realize, oh yeah, there's really nothing to be scared. Yeah, there isn't.
Well, I don't think she'd ever taken that into consideration.
A lot.
And it really sparked the fuck out of me, man.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's because you're going to be the student as you're sharing that out loud too, or you're going to be aware. You're always going to be in that receptivity while you're sharing it. Some people have to do it in longevities, like they'll not longevity, but they'll do something and it might take them years before they reflect on it. Or some people, they can do it in a moment, and the next moment they're doing the reflection of what they just recently just did or said. So you're actually in that moment now. You're not ignoring it. For a lot of people, they try to ignore it, or they're just unaware of it. They're indifference, but usually it's some sort of ignorance anyway. It's when they start reflecting on it, and then it's kind of like being in tune eventually. You're truly in tune. You're hearing it as you're saying it. You know, and this is why some people, they've activated, they can literally channel on a regular basis. Some people might have to close their eyes, but they're literally channeling information. Something within them is channeling. Something's been activated. Now, some people might think that's woo-woo. I said, but it's the message that you got to hear, regardless of how they behave or, you know, they get into that trance-like state. You know, it's like some people, when they do certain mind-altering or brain-altering substance, they find some people to become bigger, they become more of a chatterbox. And some of the shit that comes out of their mouth, they're like, fuck, where did that come from? Same with liquor. Liquor does the same idea to a certain point with certain people. Certain people under the influence of liquor, they're telling you things point blank. Now they might be embarrassed after because their mask now comes in after they've kind of they've sobered up. So, well, you know, that really wasn't me. I said, no, that was you. This other person right now that you're talking with right now, that's not you. That's your program running right now. That's your mask running right now. That thing that you picked up in the dream world or in that liquor state or ayahuasca state, that's you, or at least closer to who you truly are. But this other part, that's the dream within the dream kind of idea. You know, so that's why when people make excuses for themselves, but you know, I was drinking. I said, no, I heard you. You just happen to talk to somebody that actually spends fucking time hearing other people. Now, these other people that are half asleep, they'll probably give you a quickly apologize because that's what they're counting on. I'm not here to apologize to you. I'm just telling you, I heard you. Is that how you truly feel? Well, I said, no, at this point, you're better off just being honest with yourself because it'll benefit you, not me. I don't even like being in this fucking position to have to ask those fucking kind of questions to another person. That's wasted energy for me. Now, if it's a private setting,
And it is how they truly feel. That's the majority of what I've experienced.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're just not honest with themselves. They're probably confusing themselves, and then they wonder why they vote, let's say, or they waver back and forth in their position. I said, because that's what you're doing. You're like a sine wave at that point, but you're not even a constructed sine wave. You're a fucking bumpy sine wave. One time you might be at 80%, next time you're at 30%. I said, you're fucking confusing yourself. You're unaligned. You have an imbalance going on. Fucking try to do that with the wheel of a car. You're not running with full fuel capacity at that point. I'm using analogies here, but if people started applying that to their own way of talking, the way they think, the way they perceive information, then they can actually start sharing with other people. Outside of that, you're just seeing a person half fucking broken, being angry at a bunch of other people that are half broken, fucking thinking that they're kumbaya kind people. I said, have you ever been challenged as a kind person? Now they might try and say, well, somebody was mean. I said, were they directing that towards you? Probably not. They were probably just talking in general. This is a wean out the people that think that they're kind, let alone feel that they're kind. But if you're genuinely kind, once you get tested, you'll see whether or not you're going to stay true to it. Well, when people get all upset and they start defending themselves, I said, you just revealed that you're not true to yourself. So which one is really you? Are you the malicious person? Are you the person that's crying, crawling up in the corner saying your feelings got hurt? Are you the person that's pretending to be fucking kind? Which one is you? This is the shit that I go with myself, and I already know I'm full of shit in a lot of areas. But I'm okay with it, meaning that I'm okay in the process of it. I might even be doing that cliche fake it till you make it bullshit. But I'm willing to try that. And if I'm not sure of myself, I just go quiet after a while. But when people have to go on and on, I'm doing it right now. The question would be even for myself, who are you trying to convince here? I'm glad I'm with you, Axis, because I know I'm not going to convince you. So I'm very grateful that way. Where other people will say shit like, oh, Dom, I agree with you. I said, I didn't realize I was trying to convince you. But then again, I don't know the ongoing
try to
program.
develop my own parameters of what is and what isn't to be, determined by my own understanding.
Mm-hmm.
I found that it's more beneficial to my own advancement and understanding of things.
Mm-hmm.
It's like signing that agreement, terms and conditions. Nobody ever reads it.
They're not read it. I wonder why everybody else is bitching and complaining. I said, you just signed off the terms and agreement. If you read it, it would tell you right in the document. All the things that you're thinking that the elites are doing is written in there. You're signing it away. Now people could turn around and say, well, but I didn't know. I said, ignorance doesn't count at this point. You did know how to, they did teach you how to read and write, right? Yes. In the old days, it would have been an X. So you understood, but you didn't know how to write it. So give us an X. See, most people just assume when people used to do an X, well, they're illiterate. I said, yeah, they're right. They're illiterate. But they knew how to comprehend things. And that's why the old age people, they understood things. It was the written work that actually started dumbing us down. People started getting lazy. You know, people get lazy with the written work. That's how we get lazy with calculators. So what are we going to do with the AI? We're probably going to get lazy. It's not AI's fault that we don't work in harmony with it. We become lazy. It'll do all the work for me. I'll even tell it, I'll just give them a couple keywords and it'll give me a whole document from that. Oh, okay.
Well, I definitely took advantage of that little loophole. And it was what the fuck app these people have signed off on.
I'm pretty sure our driver's license will probably be that way. A lot of documents that we just casually, ignorantly trust and say, yeah, I'm just going to go to the bottom. I'll just quickly sign it off. But did I realize what I signed off to? I've given my consent with a written form. Now somebody said, well, Dom, I don't value it. Then why did you even learn how to read or write then? You know, it goes back to us. We're slowly being adapted or integrated with learning the iPhone. It's no different with the written work, let alone the spoken words. You know, there's a good chance the human species, when it was first created, was nothing but fucking grunts. And we saw nothing but signs. And then, of course, maybe some other species is, we'll do some body snatching. We'll go inside the human race. We'll play. You know, that could be what maybe they might call gods. Because I still have to look at the animal species and what we're in an animal species. But there's different things being created. Like, I don't see a giraffe creating what humans create. I don't see a bear creating what, I see something similar things. They'll build a shelter or whatever. But that's a good chance they might have actually watched us and imitated the human species and say, yeah, we'll see them do that. We're going to build a little cave like that. Maybe, or vice versa. But like I said, I don't see other species creating, or in this case, making, that's probably the better word, access, making devices like trains and boats and all that kind of stuff. So the onus is on whoever we are in these forms. Maybe we've been in other forms and realize they have limitations. And this is the best of all the limitation species, which is the human race. Because what would our forefathers think about if they saw a train or a plane, let alone Wi-Fi? What do you mean you're talking to a thing called a TV? What's a TV over there? Well, what do you mean? I just see a whole bunch of humans. Yeah, but they're in a box. Huh. And now we're going to actually even remember their voices. So when they no longer are here, we can get them to still communicate with us. I thought about that the other day there. Imagine going to a funeral and you go there and you can start talking to your loved ones and there's a little computer there and it's their voices are talking right there. Oh, how you doing today, Dom? I'm doing pretty good, Dad. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. How's the weather out there? Oh, Dad, it's pretty wet out here. You know, then eventually we would adapt thinking that we're literally talking to our forefathers. And that would be more programs and conditioning. Now, some people would turn around and say, oh, I can never see that happening. Well, then explain how the human race in a short period of time are all walking around with fucking cell phones. Or maybe not just cell phones. It could be like a laptop. Or eventually they're going to get a lot of people an easy sell wearing goggles, where you can literally see everything like information through your goggles or glasses. You'll see a whole bunch of people you think they have like some sort of Tourette syndromes or whatever. They'll be doing finger pointing gestures up in the sky, not realizing they're looking through some goggles or something.
they've come an interesting way with surveillance, facial recognition, and just regular looking wearable glasses. I was researching that technology because it's attached to a satellite network, and these glasses do facial recognition, and it pulls up all the information on the person on the side of the glasses, and the person looking out of the glasses can see the information. The person looking in at your face can't see that information, and it was fucking astounding.
True.
But that was China. That's how far they've come with that shit.
Well, that'll be the main major test plate, right? You got a race of people that are still very obedient. You know, India will probably be right up there too, right? So, and they're thinking, whoever they are, they've decided, you know something? Instead of making the Americans and Europeans adapt to the system, how about we just bring a whole bunch of Asians and Indians over there, and then they'll start interbreeding with each other. It's another way they used to do with slavery. You would capture another tribe instead of teaching them your language. No, we would just start impregnating each other, and then the next generation would have adapted. So,
well, they did try and breed the more healthy scout slaves here in the United States, especially the black ones. You know, the healthier the stock, the more they wanted that particular individual to breed. I don't know where that's going to go with the insurgence that we've had of the subpopulation of people who haven't established themselves in this country and are still migrants here. But they're gonna by history start breeding with white women.
well,
That's going to happen.
what they would have done is, let's say you're the muscular bronze type of being, but you're not the most clever one or wise one, not to offend them, but let's say they lean more towards one gift opposed to the other. And then you have another species, let's say the women species, the gender, sorry, and they're the more obedient ones. They would have got them to intermix with each other. And then let's look at the masters. The masters probably would have been the ones that are clever enough, shrewd enough, and they would have interbreeded with the other species, let's say the women that were the ones that were more nurturing. This is why they did the interbreeding the way they did. So people would say, oh, black men would probably have sex with a white woman. It was designed that way, and vice versa. And that might be something that carries on from generation to generation. And the offsprings is what they would have been, like the abomination kind of idea. This is where they get the N word from, for example. They would have been the one that would have been classified as, I don't even like using the word, so I won't even say it, but the N word. Because they were no longer one or the other. They have been intermixed. And they've become the intermixed species. You know, we've talked about this, the fallen ones with the human race. The offsprings would have been what they called the abominations. They no longer have a home one way or the other. They're stuck in between. And that's not to say it's a bad thing, but it's the intent. If you're trying to breed people that are more of a hard, do you do that with animals? Get the hard ones with the other ones that are somewhat more obedient. They don't want the hard ones, the hardworking ones, to be inbreeding with the ones that are smart, because they're going to give us problems later. They're going to be both smart and strong. No, we want the strong ones to intermix with the obedient ones.
I suppose that was probably a lot more in the design of how they bred them. I just never occurred to me that you wouldn't want them to all that intelligent, but you'd want that bronze.
No, 'cause
Wonder
you
how
give
much that actually. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that's too much powder to give one. Go ahead, sorry.
I was just wondering how that wound up impacting the race in the long run. Because there's cultural differences, and I can identify culturally more so than I can racially, because I understand that we were mudded out as a species a long time ago, and we had crossed those lines to where race wasn't the actual definition of a particular group of people. It was their culture, what they did as a practice or as a rule of thumb, or what they had been adapted to and become accustomed to, whether it be socially acceptable or not. But either way, it's going to have long-term effects when you start manipulating a particular race, and especially if it identifies by a culture. Is it going to be a subculture to that culture? Is it going to be rejected by that culture? Is that just going to be another dividing line? Because I know that's what they did to a lot of different races. They didn't do it so much with the Native American, though. I don't know if it's because of the just the deficiency of our ability to handle European food and liquor, and they seen us as inferior because we were so susceptible to disease. Because they didn't try and breed us out. They just rounded us up, moved us around, killed us off as best they could. But they didn't try and breed us out. And those were two similar situations. Maybe not exactly the same, but they did treat when they freed the slaves, they were given a different set of perimeters that they could follow, as opposed to the Native American. Most of the Africans and blacks that were slaves wound up integrating themselves eventually into society as we know it today. But they didn't, for some reason, they didn't try to integrate the Native American into the melting pot of, Western culture.
Some races just don't adapt. They can't be culted up into a culture. they try, and they realize it's probably way too much energy to try to convert them to be more culted out. You know, like, even when you do, like, you might manipulate them a little bit and intermix them, but who they truly are will always be there. And if there is people that are trying to manipulate the system, it wouldn't be favorable for them to spend that much energy to try to, manipulate them. They might be able to get them in maybe economics, commerce, and all that, but to their core, most of them aren't really gonna. The ones that are, wise or whatever, they're not going to be culted up. Think about certain people, even yourself, Access. You're just not going to allow yourself to be converted. You're probably still in the system, but at your root, you're not going to really join anything. You might study things, but you're not going to. It's just not in you.
No, I don't play well with others.
Yeah, and that's why I say some of them just don't. Some of them, it's like anything else, human behavior, you want the easiest route, the easiest route. And there's certain cultures or certain manipulation and breeding together that it makes it that much more easier. Less effort. They don't have to spend generation after generation always having to retrain and recondition them. Eventually, it'll take on itself. Species are no different. There's certain types of animals. No matter how hard you try, you're better off extincting them first if that's what your plan is. And sometimes they don't. No, we don't want to extinct this animal, but we'll have to keep it in its own natural habitat. We'll just keep its population down. And then there's other animals, they'll just keep rebreeding themselves. They're easy to be conditioned. Typical farm animals. Dogs are easy to manipulate, but cats are always very challenging. You put them out back in the wild, or you put them in a position where they see a mouse or they see a bird, their instinct will come back out again. So.
And a cat.
Yeah, very much so, a cat.
I don't. My ex-wife had cats, a couple cats, but I was never a cat person, man.
Mm-hmm.
I just wasn't about cats. Dogs, yeah. Cats, no.
See, but dogs are more obedient. Cats are more wild. They're probably more intuitive. Not intuitive, but they could probably see things different than what a dog is. And again, dogs and cats, both of them bred. Just using that as an example. So when it comes to the human race, yeah, there's probably many variations of the race. When you look at our different colors of our skin, our appearances, there is clear difference. But to get them to cult up with each other, like say they follow a religion or a state, for some of them it's more conducive than others.
A successful. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
A successful aspect of that would be the Mesoamerican and the Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was a tough integrating because of all the heinous atrocities that went on, but in the end, you had a Mesoamerican Spanish integrated species, and they're a functioning culture.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's some cultures they try to adapt them, and our sort of races they try to adapt them into like religion. Some of them had success, a lot of them they didn't. Same with governing them, state, but commerce works quite well with most places. They might behind closed doors don't agree with it, but they'll still adapt to it to a certain point publicly. The Asians are known for commerce. As much as they try to push a lot of different religion in there. No, Asians are pretty strong and pretty avid when it comes to economics. They understand population probably plays a role in it. Where if you don't want to participate in commerce, well, then how are you going to feed yourself among a billion of you? It's different when you live in a small country like Canada. When I say population size, small, 40 million people. America, 300 and something million. It's still pretty small. Especially when America has to spend an enormous amount of energy with military to get foods from other parts of the world. With America's sensation with a lot of their comforts and their greed as the empire, if they had to just take it only from their own country, that would be a problem. That's why when they go to other countries, they're not going there for military because we agree in democracy and all that. No, it's for there because we got to feed our empire. It takes a lot to feed that empire. Now imagine if the Asian was the empire or India. They would have to be pretty self-sufficient first and foremost before they start going into other countries and taking all their resources. It's nice that India and Asia decide to be very more, it might be rewarded by thinking they're pretty thin, they fast a lot, they don't have that much, well, based because of the population. So your foods would have to be more selective. When you start going to developed countries, you start seeing people, I would call us obese. People might think that people that have obesity in a physical form, but look at the stuff that we have. We have way too many cars that we ever need. We have way too much stuff that we'll ever need. I can say that from my own personal experience. Eventually it becomes what I call junk. Regardless if I turn around and say, but I could use that. Yeah, but do you need all of that? Probably not. But I grew up in it, or I slowly, I was that frog in the water. Next thing I'm like, fuck, do I need this? No, probably not. And then of course I get caught up. Well, maybe I should sell it. I said, well, isn't that the same reason you had the problem before? I get it. What I'm going to do, wait till I eventually pass away and then leave that responsibility to my wife. But that's where we're at. In other parts of the world, they don't, in this part of the world, access people pay fucking $300, $400, $500, $600 a month just to have storage to put more junk in it. I get it if you're moving somewhere. Yeah, that's what we do. In other parts of the world, fuck no. You're lucky if you have a shed. Lucky if you have a house that you can have 2 or 3 people living in it at best. Now, I'm not saying one way is better than the other, or one's right and one's wrong, but it tells you the proportion that we have, and you got to include the fact that it'd be different if it was like America, 300 something million people, India, 300 million people, China, 300 million people. No, it's India with 1 point something billion people, China, 1.6 billion. Now, let's put America. Let's see America have 1.6 billion people or whatever. Let's see how they work now and try to be self-efficient while they're doing it. But what most Americans get promoted or hear, and they parrot shit because they hear in the media, we have immigrants coming here. Really? Okay. You could have 400 more million people coming into your country, or in this case, America, because it doesn't belong to the American citizens. 400 million more people coming in there. You're still only at about 800 million. You're still not the big world population. Now, they might compare themselves to Russia. Russia's the same population, and Russia's doing the same fucking thing America's trying to do. Let's try to hoard all our resources. Well, of course, the Americans will say, we don't do that. I said, what do you think Canada is? Canada is a temporary holding station for all the resources. So Russia's trying to do the same thing. The only difference is Russia's land is ruled by the Vatican. America's land is ruled by the monarchy. That's the difference. But they're both on the same team. You need rulers. That's the cruel reality in this realm. You need rulers. If we don't have rulers, then I'm pretty sure we don't even need rulers over the bodies of water, let alone the cloud and the sun and the moon. Now, if a person wants to believe in the Big Bang Theory, that's nice. So the car just happened to come to be? Or was there a progression? So if the car was a progression, I'm pretty sure the sun and the moon was a progression. But you said, and I'm with you on that, did we create the sun and the moon? No. We make things, we can use the word and bastardize it, create things that don't even last that long. A car will rust. A building might last for so many years. But nature could easily turn around and say, well, we created and we could destroy that in a moment.
Yeah, there's no longevity to any of our endeavors as far as what we may put together and manufacture.
Mm-hmm. But you have some conversation with people, you know. Go ahead.
Apparently, though, which I was talking about earlier today, was the foundations of the big megalithic stones that look like they were molded into place with each other, that rolls with the contour of an earthquake and resettles itself into the same position, and has for however long it's been there. Other cultures have built on top of it, tried to emulate it. Smaller stones decay, but these giant megalithic structures, they have obviously stood for a considerable amount of time, because sometimes there's 2 or 3 different empires that have built on top of them.
True.
And I'm thinking that's, we didn't create the stone. I don't know who put them in place like that, or who has the technology to do that. But that's pretty impressive when you think of the sustainability of them being able to put that stone together to withstand earthquakes and continental shifts. And but you never, that seems to be just a speculated race of people that done that, or the bullshit UFO technology or whatever. No, I think that was an age when potentially we weren't even relevant as what we are today. We weren't the same. We may not even been on the scene. So I'm not sure how long this particular model of human species has actually been around.
That's true. We might be the
Because
Vic
if
20.
my information, I'm sorry.
I was going to say we might be the Vic 20 version or the Commodore 64 version. Sorry.
Right. Yeah. Because from my observation, we were either a sub, more of a utilized. I mean, we have no sufficient life longevity. We talked about that. We don't have any of the things that would deem us even remotely amongst superior enlightened or even illuminated race of whatever could have been before. Whatever we are, we're definitely not the top of the fucking chain. That's why when all these people talk about they're made in God's image, or they're divine, or they're spiritual, what are you comparing yourself to? What is the opposition or the greater or lesser than that you're comparing yourself to? Because the way I see it, I don't see anything to compare us to except remnants of fossils and architecture. And seeing since we can't be held responsible for most of the architecture, then we have to be a part of that succession of human species that were engineered, developed, designed, created, whatever, but it was to fit a controllable agenda. And we're not going to just magically reach back to that potential of being a fully functional life force. As much as people would like to think that there's going to be this great shift and everybody's going to transcend to the 5th dimension, and no, not only is that infeasible, because the ability for the human mind to interpret the environment of a fifth dimensional state, you ain't taking your fucking body with you there. It's just not going to happen. So somewhere along the line, we declined.
Yeah, we've declined. And the decline meaning that we've declined, we've become too dependent on earthly bound things, material. You know, a lot of things that we talk about or people talk about has to do with the senses, what they can pick up. So the vessel, you know, but yet when people talk about the image of God, are we talking about the sun and the moon? Are we talking about air? Are we talking about thoughts? Are we talking about the things that are in the unknown opposed to the things that are in the known? So when the rock is more about the known, but yet we're using the unknown to describe it. Where do I see when I say something to describe it, like rock? Where do I hear the word sun? You know, when people understand that, or at least recall that we've used many words to describe that thing up in the sky that's a luminary, pretty strong. Horus, the sun, you know, so it's the same with the moon, Luna. You might even call it Saturn at one time, I don't know. So we're using different words to describe things. So that fifth dimension that they're talking about wouldn't be based on persistence, in this case, what we call the 3-dimension. And even that, we're not really seeing the emotions. You know, energy and motion, maybe. We're seeing something in motion, but do we see the energy? Do we see the air? Probably not. Do we see where the man or the mental is? You know, what most people do is they cling to the physical. We become so attached to the earthly plane, the evil world, as some people, I call it anyway. But where's the spiritual part? And once you realize we're just using words to describe the unknown, the yin and the yang. But most people, they stay here because they're caught up here. It's like being booted out of the vessel and realizing, okay, where do I go from here? I said, well, you got to attend to all your thoughts that you've always had. Are you attached to them? Can we give up language? Or does it get deleted from us? So then we can have another trip here. Because last time we weren't ready to delete that. You know, this is where some people practice non-attachment, not being attached to the mind. Why? Because in previous lifespans, they were attached to the physical. And they did that death. They've done it quite a few times. And now they're thinking, but I'm ready to die of the conscious mind or the subconscious, whatever word you want to use to describe it. If not, those are just nice words: 5th dimension, 6th dimension, 4th plane, 3rd plane, God, spirits, demigods, the custodians, whatever word we want to use. Now, this is where some people say we have to, you lean towards faith opposed to belief. Belief is more for the known. And even that, did you experience it? What do you mean? Well, you're reading a book, which is in the known. But what they're writing about, were you there? Well, no. So you're parroting belief systems at that point. You're working for money. Do you understand how money works? Well, not really. I said, so you're parroting. You're working for money, but you don't understand how it works. Well, that's not important. Okay, so you're the same person that you don't agree with the governments, but you don't want to understand, whether you hear it or not, that they're Satanists. What do you mean? Well, they're talking about being more or less me. And if you don't care about that, you're revealing more me. The only difference is they're going to be aware of how the me works, opposed to other people being ignorant of how the me works. And they both can serve. Whether they serve you or they serve others, does it really matter at that point? Does it really matter? Because it's more in thoughts. You know, when you serve, more times than we serve in thoughts. Now you can say, okay, but my body. I say, yeah, but what commanded your body to do what it does? Thoughts. Whether it's spoken or written, those are afterthoughts. So somebody will say, you've signed a document. Here's your soul contract. You've committed to this. Now they might turn an eye to it. I said, no, your conscious state can turn an eye to it, but your subconscious understands it's committed to it, and you didn't communicate with your subconscious, so you ignorantly signed a fucking contract, not understanding whatever you perform here, you might get some fucking humans pleasantries, but in the other realm, you're already in debt. You might be paying off a little bit of some of your debt. Thank you. You created some song prints. Well, fucking done. You're still in debt. Because
that's why I
why
took on. Well, that's why I took on the aspect of we are a medium.
Mm-hmm.
We are a utilized commodity for those that do have an understanding of how to influence the outcome of things using humans to collapse wave functions, and through even our energy, utilizing our energy to create environmental spaces that temporarily are utilized for the advancement of whatever the agenda or the outcome that these influencers have chosen. And there's not shit at this point that I think is going to sway that.
Mm-hmm.
As much as they want to scream high vibing, enlightened, fifth dimension, esoteric, this, that, or another. I broke esoteric down mathematically to Pamela, and that's not just one esoteric or mysticism or that's all of it. It all falls right there in between the cracks of the state of physics, quantum physics, potential, back to quantum physics, to physics, all within a Planck length.
Mm-hmm.
And I showed her where that ability to utilize all this ancient hidden powers and that's what it comes down to is if you're going to study that shit, you're searching for control of your environment and power. So it was an easy equation after you give up the concept that science and sorcery aren't the same, and they don't, they hold hands and they walk together, and they're from the same equation, they're from the same derivatives, and all you're doing is calling a horse another name, but it's still a horse. This is just how it works, and this is how the mode and function of it works. But even that is minuscule understanding, and to use it to its potential against mass influence.
Well, a lot of it's whether you're like a singer and you find out you have a gift and then you work for the industry, or you're a politician, or you understand alchemy, you're eventually ultimately going to be another part of the anchoring process going here. This realm needs anchors. So when somebody says, I know how to manipulate energy, you're going to now be a different kind of gatekeeper to help anchor this realm. So it's a different veil or protocol that's been opened up. So now if I understand about esoteric stuff, and now I know how to manipulate energy, I said, because there's always somebody that needs to be the next alchemist. You're always going to need the next person that's going to replace another person. They put a lot of effort in clubs to find and wean out the best ones. But if you end up doing it more independently, you're still going to be helping the system. The system is going to say, we need people that are going to help anchor this realm. Not everybody's learning how to speak the English language, but there is people that teach other people, and there's other people, they just pick it up by listening to other people and become better at it. But you're helping anchor this realm. Not a bad thing, it's an anchoring process. This realm needs an anchor. If I'm going to be in this physical form, I need an anchor. If not, then I'm going to be living in some other form, or in some lack of form, I guess, at that point. This is why I think they call it the human vessel. It's just a goyim It's just the vessel that we basically get to do whatever. Are we those things? Probably not. You know, I have to put a thought to describe it. So that's why I say probably not, because I'm not those thoughts. So therefore, if I want to call it an animal, a beast, a goyim, a human, whatever word I want to interchange with. No different. I can say spiritual. I'm a spiritual. I'm a being. I'm an essence. Those are just more thoughts. If one resonates, it could resonate in the form that I put faith to it. Because I do the research the best I can for myself. I know the limitations of my physical body. I can't just will another limb. Now, I could probably run better and take better care of it. I'm talking about stewarding it now. But if I found other people say, Dom, you know something? I was able to grow another limb. When I was 7 years old. Oh, okay. So you're an anomaly, or you're a rarity. So we have to put you under a microscope. Why? Because you're not a dime a dozen. You know, can you grow your eyelids back? Well, no. You know, it's, again, this is where we learn from the few, not the many. But some people worship the few, work for the few. And that's what a lot of people do. Now, again, if I lived in a realm that only had one language, one type of blood type, we all looked the same, then we could say that's a surety. But the fact that there's variations of us, it opens up all kinds of possibilities. Now, that might be designed to keep me on my toes, to distract me, to entertain me, whatever. But I can't possibly say there's an answer for that. That'd be lazy on my part. And I've done that. And I realized, Dom, you know you're being lazy. Yeah, I know. But I got tired today. So I'll go whatever they're saying. Because I'm usually not putting any major thought to it. But if I did put thought to it, I'm going to fucking start putting some discernment to it. Okay, so how does that serve you, Dom? There's a simple fucking 101 question. It doesn't. Okay, now I don't have to chase all this other stuff now. But for other people, they'll spend enormous amount of energy on something where it's like a simple fucking little child. How does it serve you? Well, Dom, it's of no concern. Then why the fuck are you here talking with these people? Why don't you just leave so that the ones that really want to be here will be here? You know, I've been in those kind of meetups where people talk about, yeah, we're all going to go to the fifth dimension. I said, okay, guys, what's the fourth dimension? Just putting it out there. Do you guys even know what the third and second and first dimension is? Just putting it out there. You know, I'll speculate. I'll say physical, emotional, mental planes. Maybe that could be the first, second, and third. Maybe. Are we talking about a fourth dimension? Is that where time is? I don't know. So if nobody's really talking about that, let alone breaking it down, it's easy then to talk about, yeah, there's the fifth dimension, there's the sixth dimension. There's a good chance that people that talk about the ninth dimensions are probably talking to only certain people that understand what the eighth dimension is. But for the rest of the people, I was in a group, I heard somebody talking about the ninth dimension. Okay, so how does that serve you? And actually, I give that like deer in a headlight. I don't have that brow beating. I got that fucking deer in a headlight look. Like I'm trying my best to fucking be fucking totally naive here because there's a part of me wants to laugh, and I would be laughing out of ignorance at that point. But I'm really genuinely wanting to know. So how does that serve you? Because if they say, well, Dom, I said, okay, then can you explain to me? It's a little bit too fast, too much for me. Can you explain to me what the third dimension is? Because I'm still at the third dimension. Because obviously you're telling me the eighth dimension. That's like, you know, when people say shit like they know the truth. Then you must know all the deceptions then. Well, Dom, no, the truth has no deceptions. Oh, okay, I'll go with that. So the truth sets you free. What is it setting you free from? From all the deceptions? Are you willing to give up the physical? Are you willing to give up thoughts? Or are you going to use the physical and use thoughts as your justification? Isn't that the concept in the biblical story? They're going to reward good for evil and evil for good? Spiritual for material, material for spiritual? Could be. I'm just a fucking dumb with fucking asking questions, clever as they may be.
Yeah, I went through a process of music theory, mathematics, and dimensions earlier in this live stream, and tried to explain it the best I could, because being coherent and being able to function in a dimension especially in a higher state like a fifth dimension, you couldn't take your physical body there because it couldn't exist there.
Mm-hmm.
And then beyond that, trying to maneuver your way around in an uninterpretable foreign landscape that is so far removed from the physical that it can only be interacted with through mind and energy. And these people are talking about they're transcending to the fifth dimension. And I'm like, you have no fucking clue what a spatial dimension is, do you?
No, they wouldn't. You know, again, I was going to say, if a person can't do the simple acknowledgement or the possibility that they're not the vessel, how can you go to another dimension if you know, I can't just go up to space without some sort of device that's protecting this vessel. So now, if I come to that awareness that another dimension has nothing to do with the physical, but I'm still attached to the physical, I can't leave. And that's why people struggle. When they say that shit, I said, do you know you're purposely anchoring yourself here? Now, you might have come here with good intent to help another fellow beings, to help them in their process of becoming aware, or not to make themselves be so attached to the physical. But if they truly value and say, well, I'm the vessel, then don't even entertain rebirth and reincarnation then. Because that would imply that you're not the physical. It's so interesting when people talk and they don't see the hypocrisy of them. And then they start talking about, okay, are we talking about the Atlanteans? Are they literally physical beings? Or are they beings in another form? I'm guessing when I'm saying another form. Especially if time is different. Let's say time exists in those places. Let's say the pressure is different there. So how does it work with the physical? So we're purposely going to find another device so we can be and keep this physical? So you're hanging on to an expiry vessel. This is why when they talk about the concept of mortals and immortals, we're in a mortal form. This is where people entertain the ideal of morals. What are the moral rules when you're playing in this fucking this meat suit? Now,
well, one of them is don't expect there to be sustainable air in the fifth dimension and a coherency for your physical form.
Mm-hmm. Or that air can exist.
To let them know.
I was going to say, that air could exist, but not while you don't need it while you're in the vessel. You know, giving up the last breath is more or less for the physical, but that breath still exists. We literally could be that energy that floats everywhere. Could be. I'm speculating at that point. But I do know, doing a little deduction, I know that I'm not the physical. I'm still in it. You know, it's always fun when somebody, and I heard recently, yeah, but, you know, because they really didn't realize how much they were trying to defend themselves. So you're trying to tell me you don't enjoy sex. I said, that's not what I'm talking about. You're talking now about the heart and its desires while we're in these forms. But when I say we're not the vessel, it's to entertain the ideal for some people. If you think you're the vessel, then you should be able to explain to yourself. You don't have to say it to me. Who runs it right now? Who's running the liquids? You know, and for some people, it's like the car. I never look under the hood. It just works. That's it. It just works. Oh, okay. So I'm not even going to get to how the car came to be. It just works. Okay, so underneath the hood of this human vessel, it just works. When I go to sleep, it functions. It's an autopilot. It's a bot running the whole thing. Okay. So can we at least speculate who created the bot? It's like when people talk about God. Okay, you might not prove what a God is, but can we at least talk about, none of us have been able to create the sun and the moon, so something must have created that. And the Big Bang, that's like saying the Big Bang happened with the car. And I know cars just didn't happen overnight. It was a progression. And we could probably narrow it down that humans played a part in all of that. But humans have not played a part in the sun and the moon. So that opens up the door to different types of possibilities of who might have created, but it still doesn't take away the fact that I do see an object up in the sky that I call the sun and the moon. They might even say it's heat. I'm like, okay, unfortunately, I jumped out of a fucking plane. Foolish me. I did parachuting. I'm wondering, why is it cold up there? And by the way, I'm an electrician too, and I've got zapped by a 347 and my body generated fucking heat. So poor me, I decided to fucking put 2 and 2 together. That's an error on my part, Axis. Foolish me. Where other people, they want to keep their eggs away from their oranges and their oranges away from their apples. They're not ever put them in the same room. I said, now you can actually start gathering some information and start piecing it together. As the possibilities, I can't give an answer still because I'm still talking about having pieces here. Where other people just quickly leap. Yeah, I read the Bible and I know what the truth is, and God did the firmament and all that. And I said, okay, so did he create it or manipulate it? I don't know. In the beginning, was there something before the beginning? Where's this garden they call it Garden East of Eden? What was the name of that garden? If we're going to talk about stories, because that same story could be me reading a fucking scientific book. Well, I'll keep reading gravity, but why do they keep saying the word theory after the word gravity? Why do they call them theorists, physicians, or scientists? Because they're theorizing. So they're not saying for sure. They're theorizing and hoping in some future generation they can say, I played a part in the theory, because down the road they might be able to prove for the first time in their existence that molecules aren't what we used to call demons. We call them molecules today, or we call them parasites. Oh, okay.
And that deduction is just completely elusive to the majority.
It is. And then eventually the ones that remain, I'm like, I'm still fucking deducting. And I'm fucking speculating most of the time. And I'm hearing a guy like you, Axis, you've done a lot of work. I'm like, fuck. A lot of it's kind of, can't even say it's over my head. Intuitively, it resonates with me. And I know my laziness. And I'm thinking, Dom, would you be able to do all that work that he's done? Probably not. So at least I can at least admire him and respect for the place that you've had to go through, Axis. Where a lot of people, no. Unless it comes across, I got to do it, I'm not going to respect what you've done. So then we all have to commit a crime before we can actually show respect to another person that committed a crime? And I'm not talking about killing another human being. Everything could be a crime at that point. You know, how many crimes do we do to ourselves? You know, people might joke when they hear us, or they might think it's kind of not a joke when we talk about using our body as a recreational vehicle. I still love that term. When I'm like, but you go to McDonald's, couldn't you be treating your body like a recreational vehicle? You're eating food that's fucking not probably healthy for you. And I'm only using McDonald's as an example. It could be any other fast food place or roadhouse.
Yeah. And I will say that's a flattering payoff that you even recognize, you know, without having to endure. Because I wouldn't expect anybody to go through what I went through to get to where I am.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's absolute discarding your life. I'm not talking your physical. You basically have to dedicate yourself. There is no shortcut. You either 100 in or you're not. And that type of dedication is generally not afforded to most.
So
I don't expect.
Go ahead, sorry.
I just don't expect most people to, you know, to even be able to do that. So at least I try and share what little bit I will share, you know.
So, but yeah, at the same time, let me put the spin on that. Here's a guy named Axis, puts a lot of effort. But yet he hears other people saying, this Jesus guy or this Buddha guy, was he actually misunderstood? Probably. Did he make a sacrifice for the well-being of other human beings and he was totally ignored? Probably. And how many people truly, as a Christian, would actually put themselves on a fucking cross, let alone be an outcast from all their friends? How many people would actually practice what the Buddha had to do to fucking break the reincarnation cycle? But yet, most of them said, I could read the book, but are you actually going to do the work like a guy like Axis? Jesus, if there was a Jesus and the Buddha said, Axis, you're one of us. The rest of them, they're fucking lost. Now, they might turn around and say, well, but I don't know if Jesus did fucking all these kind of illicit drugs. How do you not know? You would almost have to do certain things that was going to do harm to the vessel to get to that state of awareness. And that takes a lot of effort. And there's been probably, I can't say it's a handful, but there's been probably quite a few people, but not that many people that have done that work. For the rest of us, we're looking at them like a fucking deer in a headlight. Yeah, it's easier just to say I'm a Buddhist, I'm a Christian, I'm a Satanist. Even Satanists, do they really do the work? Do most of them really do the work? Or they just like saying the word, it fucking flows out of my fucking tongue. I'm a Satanist. Yeah, okay, whatever. You understand how to drink liquids like blood and how to harness that conduit? Well, not really. So then maybe you're just saying you're a Satanist. Did you buy the t-shirt that says Satanist on it? On the back it says Christ? Get out of here. You know, I'm probably more the common guy. You know, the guy that's full of shit. Where most people think, oh yeah, but if I say, Dominic, I'm a Christian, I'm like, okay, so but what have you done? Have you been outcasted by people? Have you ever really studied the Bible or the Christianity or whatever they want to teach, and really try to share that with your friends with kindness and care? Or are you just trying to shove it down their fucking throat? You know, it's like people say that they're gangsters. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, it's just mostly the latter for what I've encountered.
Mm-hmm. I can appreciate the people that do the work. You know, it takes a lot of effort. You know, no different. I can appreciate somebody that does a different type of work. You know, I've worked as a surgeon most of my life. And at that point of being a specialist, he probably gave up a lot of other things. And then not just, oh, I spent less time with my family. No, you probably gave up other kinds of works you could have done. But that's your choice. Whether you did it with awareness or not, it's still a choice. You know, the people that quickly agree with you act says, oh yeah, I would want to learn that. Those are the same fucking people. Listen, to do a couple rosemary and all that, or a couple this or that, and Hail Marys, and you've given up all your sins. All the marks you've missed, you've given it up. You're a brand new baby now. There you go. Go right back out there. No, but if it makes them feel good, I would question, you know, do you take all types of feelings? Do you like when your fingers get snapped open or something? Do you like when you get a punch in the gut? Well, no, I said, but those are feelings too. So you're going to pick and choose the ones that you want. Okay, well then today I'm a Christian, tomorrow I'm a Buddhist, on Friday I'm going to be a Satanist, on Thursday I'm going to be a goof. Anybody have a problem with that? Hopefully nobody says anything, because I realize it's my fucking existence. But hey, we can promote. Let's promote peace, Axis. A bullet in the back of the head would be peace, by the way. I don't wish that upon anybody, but hey, people practice it. So I wouldn't be saying this because I'm using my imagination. No, people practice that stuff. Each their own. We have to make, well, not me per se, but I'm glad that there is man-made rules, because if not, there would be a lot of people of different the opposite gender that would be very fearful. And last time I remember, the pregnancy rate was high back in the day there because women were treated like fucking cattle. You know, I want to fuck them, do whatever I want with them. I'm pretty sure a woman didn't have to say in the matter, and if she did, her choice would have been, you're probably going to get killed.
Well, even in that upright stature of the Hebrew, I mean, they had concubines, they had many wives, they had small harems, you know, fuck, man. And you had family was wed to different families for political status, so that wife was there just because she was a part of this particular family. She had no say so in anything. There was no love, but she will serve.
Well, there's your master slave right there. You know, women really didn't have a say. Now, they could have been clever and say, you know something, I'll work with what I got opposed to fight with it. But still, it's usually men, sad to say it, they could have been easily manipulated too, where they think for some reason, because they're in a certain form, that they have to say. I said, well, you're not being genuine then. You're not, you know, even men among themselves, they call each other enemies. Why? Because they know how they treat each other. They don't show respect for each other. Everything else, those are the weak-minded people. People might call them great warriors. No, they're fucking weak-minded. We got to kill each other. Okay. No, most of them aren't going in there. They're thinking, "Oh, I'm going to win." Okay, that's fine. So then the women that you're the prize for most of the women. You know, doesn't matter what you have as an instrument down there. Fucking about a woman might as well just get a stick and jump that up their Volvo. At least they're not going to get pregnant and have to have you telling them how they should raise their fucking kids. That's where we're at. If I remember correctly, the way they talk about the story about the fallen ones, the alchemy came through the womb of a woman.
Yeah.
You know, so now whether or not that was ever meant for the human race to have that kind of technology, it is what it is. But prior to that, I get it. If we're going to go back to the animal kingdom, men and women, you know, the women have to survive and the men have to die because, you know, you're going to kill them first and eat them first because the women have to reproduce. I don't care if that's the deer kingdom, it could be any kingdom.
I think in that particular scenario, people become short-sighted when it comes to what was offered up. Do you realize by what was claimed to be offered and given to humans, the female benefited from those gifts the most? Man was able to forge iron and kill each other. Women were taught root cutting, sorcery, binding, duty. They were bestowed many gifts of knowledge.
Well, you're harnessing at that point something in the vessel that's both a fallen, an angel, or whatever entity, the watchers, whatever, and a human. So the vessel, whatever came from that vessel, is what had the gift from an unknown realm. Hence why I think that's why they were able to become giants. You know, without even knowing what the watchers look like. The watchers could be nothing but shapeshifters as far as I'm concerned at that point. Coming in, you know, they can mask themselves as a human, and if they want, they can mask themselves as a deer or a bear, whatever. You know, we do that with holograms. We do that with cartoons. Where the fuck do you think we got? No, I'm just saying out loud, Access. Where do you think we got this idea of fucking cartoons? How to do fucking green screen? How to invent languages? You know, it's always fun when I hear people talk about the biblical story. I said, so am I to assume that the gods created everything, but forgot cities and forgot to build bridges? How about there's a good chance if you start looking at all these cities and seeing how they're all angled and all that, that's a different species that are making or maybe giving us the illusion that we're creating, opposed to the gods created something else and it's in harmony and it's both destructive and constructive. Like nature to me, it's an image of us to a certain point where you're going to have to take the sweet with the sour. If you like your plants growing, they're going to also die. It might suck along the way. And part of the reason why it sucked is because when it was favorable, you liked it. So the fact that you like it, you got to take the sucky part. You know, we have night and day. They both serve a purpose. Wouldn't have mushrooms if we didn't have night. We would have to plant them all in caves, and that would just be a different variation of darkness. But again, that's me, Axis, and I'm pondering things. I'm just talking out loud.
I don't think you're that far off. I think the fallen, if they were truly fallen, first what they, you know, I would say they more resigned a position than fell, but that's just
that's a good term. Oh, I'm glad you shared that. Yeah, no, that's a good term actually. Like again, when other people add other words, you know, especially when you're a programmer or I'm a program within myself, I'm going to take in more information, and if I'm receptive enough, hopefully I can, you know, put them together somehow, or at least realize, okay, this serves more in this particular conversation than that. The fact that you use that word opposed to fallen one, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, they had to have been at least compatible enough to breed, but I don't think that they were far removed from the feminine side because they were able to teach women in abundance where man was really not taught in the same degree. There was a lot of feminine teaching. Maybe the astronomy, metallurgy, um, warfare, those are masculine attributes that were given to the male species, apparently, but the female was taught much more intricately the workings of pull things out of the environment, which means that those that resigned their position were very much in touch with a feminine aspect of themselves, because I don't recall them mentioning that there was female fallen ones and male fallen ones. I don't even know that it specified gender, but apparently there was some way for them to procreate. So there had to be some sense of balance of masculine and feminine within their being, because they were able to cater to the female in the way that they did, which could go to, yeah, maybe they were treated better by the angels as opposed to man. And then to see how man exploited them throughout uh, our early development. Well, even today, they're still exploited. Um, they're given a lot more wiggle room as far as self identity and participation than previously, my understanding. But they were still exploited.
Well, there's a good chance whoever, we'll call them the Watchers, they had to work with what was already here. There's a good chance some other creation or creator created what we call males and females, and they just found one more conducive than the other to manipulate more, or at least pass information that they were aware of down to a lesser species. I'm guessing when I say lesser, because I'm guessing that there's another species. But at the same time, I would still go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, that's what I'm trying to find out is where those, were we manipulated within a matter of a generation or two, or was it a slow decline from the fall of the state that we once held, or were we just completely removed from that state and brought into this? I'm trying to figure that out and find something cohesive that makes sense. More so than make sense is more solidified in provable fact than just speculation. Because I've got all kinds of speculation that I could apply to them, and what our fall looked like and our decline. But proven fact has been hidden, I think on purpose. That's why they keep certain archaeological finds from us, and they keep certain discoveries and artifacts and even information about what they understand structures and writings to be, just to keep hidden that origin of our decline that makes sense.
Well, if we're going to go with the premise that the watchers, custodians, worked through or with women, men have suppressed women most of the time. So that information's out there. It would be very difficult or challenging for it to be revealed. You know, it's kind of like jealousy. Some people are jealous of others and they're not there to help each other. So there's a good chance men have become jealous, or they were jealous because they wanted to rule. Women wanted to share, and probably think about the witches or different kinds of shamans and all that kind of stuff. The men that usually took in certain roles, they probably were more attuned, you know, with their energies within themselves, and they didn't take on, I'm a male, so therefore I have to have power. You know, so that was always a struggle, and most of them lean towards war. That's usually a man act more times than not. Now it could be some other species pulling the strings, but still the human race, in this case the men part of it, have to take accountability. They still want to participate. You know, it's kind of like the heart will always reveal you. You know, a person that says, but I have desire for peace, I say, well, the heart will actually be that one that's going to weigh that in. You know, you don't want peace. And if you do want peace, what type of peace are we talking about? Talking about silent, so you can go inwards, or are you talking about literally, you know, putting somebody out of their misery? Until the women, and a lot of the women in the world have a voice, we're really not going to know the full picture. Now, men might argue with that. I said it's usually the men, regardless if it's all the men. There's quite a few men. They're the ones that want to debate, argue, philosophize, you know, be the scientists. So we're allowing only one part of the species now. There's other groups of men that might turn around and say, we don't get a fair shake. I said, but at this point, you're still being represented by men, regardless of the color of their skin or their profession. It's the opposite gender that's basically not getting a say. And from what I understand, if we're going to go with the idea of the watchers, now that might just be because they're the ones that are being able to reproduce. I said, but is it just the reproducing, or can they actually communicate with people telepathically? And women are more receptive. I'm guessing access. I know speculation is not always the forte, but a lot of times for a lot of us, that's where we have to start, and that's where a lot of people probably stand up. You know, opposed to making that grand gesture leap by saying, "Oh, I know the truth now. I know I know the answer." I'm like, really? You do? Okay, go ahead, share away. I'm pretty sure me and Access would like to hear you. You know, can you break it down to just in case? Why? Because I want to pass this on to other people. Dom, you're not going to understand. Well, then why did you tell me you had the answer then? Who are you trying to be clever with right now?
Speculation does lead to certain types of innovation. It's when you start sharing speculation as fact. I think that's the problem I have.
Well, they're parroting information. That was speculation. When you write something down, people have to understand who's the source. Who was it? Was it somebody that was extremely wise to most people's unawareness? Like, you know, like a lot of these people that, well, not a lot of people, but the people that have written certain information, was it dumbed down? Was it their students thinking that if I write it down, that's going to be the information? I don't know. You know, and if you are going to read something, are you supposed to embody that information? Are you supposed to read it over and over again? So eventually something out there might say, okay, you really are ready now. We just wanted to test you first. We wanted to see whether or not you thought this was really important. Because it is really easy to read something, access, and then just pair it to information. Especially when they're just going to use quotations. They'll give you a person's name. I said, but what was the teachings I'm sorry, I don't need to know who Paul was or Moses or Jesus was. What's the teachings? That'll be like mentioning one of my parents' name, but you want to know about their quality. Oh, I'm just telling you my parents' name. Unless they trust me and say, well, Dominic, then I guess you're trustworthy. Okay, but you still want to know why I'm trustworthy. That's at that point acts as a lot of people do name dropping. Saying the Bible's name dropping. Saying that the Quran is name dropping. Saying Moses wrote the book. That's more name dropping. What's the teachings? You know, am I supposed to hate my neighbor, love my neighbor? Who's my neighbor, first of all? What is love? Sorry, my apologies again. I'm trying to break it down into details. Shame on me. Holy fuck, Mom. And I'm trying to gather information because I like to share awareness. So this way, I might not literally put it in practice, but I've taken in that information now. And if I ever meet somebody, I might share it with them. Whether or not what they do with it, if they want to practice it, that's fine. If they want to go around telling somebody else, that's fine. I'm going to give everybody the same thing I would if I wrote the Bible. Make sure you go inwards to reaffirm whatever was presented to you. Don't put value on my name. But people do. Put your trust in Jesus. You talking about Jose down the street there? That's named Jesus. Who are we talking about? No, I'm asking. I'm saying this joking, but I'm being genuine. Who are we talking about? I'm really getting them to really stop to think. If they're using the thinking capacity, more times than not, people will be leading with their feelings. Well, Dom, you don't understand. I said, so why is your feelings in the way right now? You're the one that's talk about. Have you ever thought of Jesus? So I'm asking questions. Do you know who Jesus is? And I'm not talking about who they wrote in the Bible. Do you know who Jesus is? Well, no. So then let's both agree upon something. If we're going to agree upon something, should we value the teachings then? Because even that, I have to guess, it was supposed to be written by other people. And I'm not going to be quick to say that it's full of crap. There could be some value in it. At that point, I don't care if it's Jesus. It could be fucking George, as far as I'm concerned. What value is it of whether or not a man was able to make fish turn into more fishes? Especially when they start talking openly that they went sojourn with a whole bunch of women and their husbands and their kids. Knowing women, they would have brought fucking food. So it was the act of kindness I got from this story. If I'm going to share some of my food and they're scarce, there's a good chance all the people that came to the mountains would have done the same thing. That's what I got from that story. But people want to believe it's magic. Yeah, he brought 2 fishes and so many loaves of bread, and miraculously they had like 11 baskets. The basket gave it away. That means that people brought baskets of food. In a time of starvation, that would have been an act of kindness. People don't get that story. What they get out of that is, oh yeah, well, I want to believe Jesus is a genie. And then he, because I had a bad day, I want to be able to leave this realm. Okay, so do you want to bring your parents too? Do you want to bring your sister, your brother? Do you want to bring your pets too? Like who, but most people that usually talk that way, it's all about them, right? Of course, access. I want to leave this realm because I don't give a shit about my mom and my dad and my offspring. Son, you're on your own. Okay. Get the fuck out of here. Sorry, I say that out loud because I got that from my mom. She would say something, get the fuck out of here with that noise, Dom. I said, thanks, Mom. I respect her that she would say that. Dom, what you're sharing could bring a value, but I'm not interested in it. I respect that, Mom. Thank you very much. For other people, it's kind of like they'll hear you, but in the back of their mind, they're waiting for that one time you said the word the wrong way. Ah, there you go. I knew he was full of shit. Sorry, too late. I already told you I'm full of shit.
I looked for openings at times whenever I was cast aside, and when I was in a stable place that I felt that I was ready to let go, and I wasn't being beckoned into service by anyone. Those were the times that it would have been easy to have left, but it seems like when you reach that state and you surrender to it, it just doesn't knock at the door and deliver itself. But then once the dependency on you starts to weigh back in and people make you relevant to their needs, then you go back into that state of being needed again. And, you know, the opportunity to freely pass on without any unresolved issues is taken from you. And the best you can hope for at that point is that you die with the least amount of unresolved issues.
True. Well, I guess this is where people, hopefully, I know for myself, I struggle with it, where try to decipher the difference between a want and a need. Well, most people say they need, they don't really need, they want. You know, because if it's a need, would you like, you know, kind of metaphorically with the story of Jesus, you know, you can catch a fish or you can teach them how to catch a fish. So in their needs, would you know how to do it for yourself? Do you want me to be a guide? You know, or do you actually want me to do it for you? Well, then if you want me to do it for you, then it's more of a want. Because if it's a need, a good chance I would do it willingly. You might not have to ask me. I might ask them. But for a lot of situations, people, it's more of a want. They lack something. So they lack security. So they figured if somebody, you know, you can give it to them, and like they could share it with you, but you hope that you want to learn it yourself, right? You want to earn it, right? Because if you can earn it, that means you can maintain it. And if there's crisis, you might be able to do something. If it was this hand given to you, you might not appreciate it, and when you are truly challenged, you might fall by the wayside. And then those are the people that are going to be put under the scale. And then other people would say, "You see, that's why I don't want to be a Christian, or I don't want to be an American, or whatever." I said, "Well, those aren't the ones that should really represent the whole." You know, especially if people wanted to do the concept of scientific proof or whatever. Scientific proof, you got to prove things over and over again. You got to bring it down to like a really minute view of it and say, okay, so have we included a bunch of things, a bunch of examples? Same with pharmaceutical, which is more science too, right? You know, when they do testing, are they testing it on healthy people or sick people? If they're showing it on sick people, then we could break it down even more. Okay, what type of sick person? But if they're just solely testing it on healthy people, does it matter at this point? Would it really work on a person that's unhealthy? Well, those would be side effects then. Why? Because we do experiments based on what we can control or monitor, and we handpick it. Okay.
And by any measure of majority success with any type of pharmaceutical, then it's past its first stage of trials. It worked for 6 out of 10 people, and we were able to duplicate that 3 times. So now we want to move it on to the next phase.
The whole time.
Oh, it just comes to marketing after that.
Marketing and making sure that you have big enough business plan or enough people that are going to finance it, because you're going to have to pay an enormous amount of money to get approval. So at that point, that already limits the type of people's testing that could even be valid. You just can't go around promoting any kind of medicine, or in this case, plant-based medicine, to be healthy, because you still have to put out a lot of money to get an approval from whatever, the FDA or whatever. That's the food part, but so at that point, it's already been compromised. That'll be like, okay, Axis, you're really good with medicine. You understand how it is to be a person that works with plants. But meanwhile, my parents were well off. They'll send me to the best schools that money can buy. And more times than not, people will get caught up in classification. So he's a doctor. Yeah, but Axe is the one that you really need. He's a herbalist. No, we only go to people that are doctors because we value professionals. Okay, there you go again. Specialists only admiring more specialists. So what did you give up when you became a specialist? Did you give up thinking? Did you give up comprehending things? Did you give up intuitiveness? Because you got bombarded with that indoctrination, and that's what indoctrination does. It teaches you to specialize in something. I specialize in one language. Imagine if I learned 8 or 9 different languages. Now somebody could turn around and say, Dom, you could have learned all those other languages. Okay, well, I could blame somebody. I could blame my immediate community and my family, but that still doesn't serve me. I can at least appreciate somebody else that said, Dom, I did learn 8 or 9 different languages, including colors and numbers and all that other stuff. This way, when they have a thought, they can have different types of thoughts and not just in one language. I can only imagine how it is when somebody has to take information in Braille or through American Sign Language, and at the same time they're using their fingertips or they're using their hand gesture for mudras. So they're learning variations of languages now. One person's only going to understand the one language when they're communicating with them with American Sign Language, but yet the person that's doing all the sign languages, they might be communicating with something else now. You know, you're doing hand gestures. You know how people do, you know, the Hollywood, you know, all the different hand gestures. You know, oh, it's hideous. No, those are gestures. Those are hand gestures. And there's probably a language behind each of those gestures.
Yep.
And they're not always what people would lean towards, some hideous behind the scene plot to rule the world. Okay, that's an ongoing challenge. Imagine me and you actually trying to rule the world.
Oh shit.
Can I put up for sale sign up?
Let me kill them. Come on, let me kill them all.
They're gonna come. We have to come back. Access. I can see the demigods doing. Okay, we're playing poker. The loser, no, the winner. You can have the trees, the water. The loser has to rule the human race for 100 years. Oh fuck! I really hope I don't lose this time. No, we're still a.
They do. Go ahead. They do a ritual. It's called a glamour, and it's when they have a new female starlet that they want to promote with her sexual appeal and her beauty. There's a set of rituals that they go through that makes her attractive and appealing, and that particular spell only lasts so long, and then that glamour wears off, and in between the point where that actress is brought in to theater, you know, big screen, and from the time that they do this ritual, the glamour ritual, and it makes her appealing, they have to, within a certain amount of time, if the ritual isn't extended or the proper contribution isn't given, then they have to start working on them cosmetically. And it's minor cosmetics at first, just to make them runway suitable. But all this bullshit that they think they know about Hollywood and how things work, and some of the ceremonies you do before you even take the stage as a musician, there's certain rites and rituals that you do, but they're not like you think. They're just, you know, just little things you do. But in Hollywood itself, when they're making a potential starlet, or they want a movie to sell in the image of a female, there is a glamour ritual that they do. It's actually a spell, but it has nothing to do with drinking baby's blood or adrenochrome or anything like that. It's just an actual incantation that they use.
And they capture the audience, I guess, with that spell.
The female does, yeah. Yeah, people become mostly, like if it's a female, males will become enamored and desire her, and females will want to emulate her until that particular individual either fails or doesn't give the proper contribution, or if she becomes a success, they start working on her and investing money into her appearance, her look, her skin, all high dollar um, contouring and sculpting of the skin and her texture and her look. But before they do that actual investment, they'll do that glamour. They do a glamour spell. If you look back at some of the movies that had female characters that wound up becoming female role models or kind of attracted a lot of male interest, you'll see that the raw presentation of her was delivered without all the cosmetic, and she was under the glamour spell. And then once they see that she's going to actually be able to be worked with, then they start investing the money and the time into the cosmetic. But it's not baby blood, and it's not adrenochrome or anything like that.
I was going to say, I'm wondering if that works even like with warriors. I'm thinking about like a person like Samson or warriors of the past. I'm wondering if there's some sort of spell that they do so that people would follow them to battle. Look at them as a superior warrior.
I'd say, yeah, because even with Native Americans, there was a consulting of the spirits, and there was ceremony before they did even a hunt, more or less war. But an individual, like a persona, throughout history, yeah, I'm sure it was used because it's a very powerful state of incantation.
And what comes to me, I'm thinking about people that do purifying, and then they invite something in, so that you could be a wise person, or as you were talking about, an enchantment when it comes to, there could be an aura that bestows upon a person. Think about women that are pregnant, and another woman sees that they know that they're pregnant, they see a glow. Could be, could be something that's hovering around us, and it could guide us, but doesn't have to actually encase us. You hear about actors or athletes or musicians talking about, when I go on stage, something takes over kind of idea. Now, whether or not they have to do substance. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's a practical use, and it's taken very seriously, and it works. So,
Oh, you shared this months ago when you're talking about summoning up. You just use the word demon, summon up demons. You could say anything at that point, summon up any kind of energy. Like people that used to do rain dance, like they're thinking that's cartoon or something. There's a good chance they understand. You can call up energies.
Yeah, there's certain trade secrets that just aren't revealed I don't care at this point in time to mention them or reveal them. You know, that doesn't make any difference to me because now when I notice when it's being used. Once I became aware that it was even a thing, and then after becoming aware that it was a thing, it was easy to recognize who they were actually using this incantation on. And it was neat to watch people react to this person because being aware of it almost you still see the attraction, but you are aware that it's an artificial state. It is not a natural thing. It is an invoked state. So I know if I would have said that, a few years ago, it would have drummed up all kinds of bullshit. But at this point in time, it's just an informative thing that I think you'd have fun keeping an eye on, just observing.
Yeah, I think most of us have that ability. If they go inwards, you can at least observe it. Doesn't mean you have to manipulate it or interfere with it. You just observe it.
Hmm. Yeah, it takes a lot of the magic away from certain characters that they promote. Jennifer Lawrence was one of them that comes to mind, especially that they did that too. And there's been many, 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 many of them that they've done it, but Jennifer Lawrence just is the one that, at the moment, comes to mind. That if you look at her at the beginning, you can see it's evident that she had been glamored. Probably one of the more easy ones to spot.
Do you think some of them, if not all of them, are in on it, or do you think that they just don't know there's been an enchantment put upon them to give them that kind of?
No, they know.
Okay, good enough. Yeah, I guess you have to be a willing recipient. I guess.
Yeah, they know.
And I'm pretty sure they're like one of like who knows how many thousands, and then they try to handpick the ones that okay, you're all willing, but you're the one that has a better chance, or there could be a whole bunch that they do at any given moment.
I'm thinking it's probably got to do with being receptive to it and possibly even genetic.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure genetic probably will play. Probably even her the signs that she's under probably might play a role in all of that. I wouldn't want to
Yeah,
discard
because when they do auditions, I mean, especially when it comes to casting a girl role, and if you go to any of the auditions, and even for ballet, but they don't use the spells in ballet, not on individuals like that I've ever encountered. But there are some girls there that, are obviously dead knockout, but they won't pick them. There's just a certain type that they'll, and when they're in that showcase state, it's like they all agree at once, and they get the role. And generally a starting role that they use that type of incantation on. They do similar stuff in music, but it's a little different in music than it is when you're selling an image in Hollywood, a face, especially a female.
Well, they use different kinds of labels. I'm thinking about, when they use all the different things like on cars, IBM, or not IBM, Honda. I'm just wondering if some of those sigils or those would be something of an enchantment too, promoting products.
I don't know. I don't know
Again,
because I haven't ever been involved directly in the glamour ritual, the glamoring. I have never been a participant in the incantation of it.
Mm.
I was just introduced to it, and I understand its workings. I get how it benefits, especially if you're trying to sell an image before you invest in it.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
And
I guess.
I've seen the disastrous aftermath of those that they've used a glamour incantation on and weren't successful.
What I was going to say is, you're promoting and selling the image to the person, in the concept of the eye of the beholder kind of ideal, where you see somebody, it's tapping in on something, the heart, for example. That's why I was going with, you see a label like IBM or Honda or Apple, you're still using the senses. You're gonna tap in on that person, and then people start talking among themselves. Next thing you know, it becomes a prophecy almost to a certain point. But I can see it like in the image because there's biology involved in all that. And men would probably want to be with that person, and women would want, like you said, would want to like to be like her because they want to attract the same thing that she's attracting. So men probably get that done in other ways.
Yeah, I imagine. I'm sure they do.
Mm-hmm. I think that anything can be persuaded that way or enchanted that way. I think
I don't know.
one
It
thing.
just felt like the time to reveal that to you. I guess it was time to reveal that to you. I guess it's your time to know that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that access. Mm-hmm. Well, once a person gets more in their feminine energy, you're going to be attracted even more to the female species because it's the underlying, there's the form, but then there's the energy behind it. That's why some men are scared of. They're attracted to the opposite sex, but not for sex reasons. Even though it's an energy, but they want to get to know that energy. Opposed to some men, if not a lot of men, they look at things like a car or a motorcycle or a woman more of an object. They're revealing how they feel about those things. They might not understand the thing that they actually are seeing, but it's about how they feel about it. It's always fun when you hear about men, not to get in their feelers. They're always in their feelers. And you drive a nice car by them, you see a guy that's well developed, they're going to project themselves onto that person. So that's why when men start thinking about feminine energy, they're thinking, am I attracted to other men? No, you're probably attracted to communicating with men for the first time in your life. You're not wanting to argue with them or having this kind of gladiator approach to life where there always has to be a winner. Gotta win. Okay. So it's all about outcomes at that point, results at that point too. Like I used to joke with my buddies. I said, "So you're after chemical release, are you? What are you talking about? You're after sex. You're after chemical release. Are you really getting to know these women? Not really. Especially when they, you know how it is actually being behind enemy line. You're a male. Yeah, I don't like the stuff my wife likes to do. But then why are you with her? Well, she feeds me and we can have sex. So she does it willingly or does she do it begrudgingly? Now they might turn around and say, I don't understand that. So well, let me ask you this other question. Do you take out the garbage willingly or begrudgingly? Oh, I do it begrudgingly. Well, that's the relationship you have then. Or at least that's what you bring to the relationship. Let's hope you're not the alpha in the relationship, because then she'll probably do the same thing then. I begrudgingly have sex with that person.
Yeah, and that carries over to the next individual, to the next individual, and to the next individual.
A virus. At that point, it's a virus.
Yeah.
We're sharing that energy with each other, and then we look dumbfounded. I wonder why I feel that way. Because you're hanging around people the same way. The panel versus the kind of an example. You start spreading backbiting, next thing you know, a whole bunch of other people start doing backbiting. Which, hey, that's fine if they're doing it consciously. You know? So you mean to tell me, Dom, if I'm doing backbiting, I'm actually hurting myself? Yes, you are. Oh, okay. Well, now at least you know you're doing it willingly. That's why I had to ask her.
Macy Williams, that's another one that they did it to.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure throughout the world, you know, you think about all the different actresses in the world, you know, I'm pretty sure that they're aware of all that stuff, especially people that are sheiks or Hindus. They probably understand all that energy. You want to make it big in Bollywood? No problem. We'll put that on you. Especially you get certain men, they'll clearly say to you, I'm not attracted to certain types of women, the way they look, but yet they'll see an actress that looks like the type of women they're not attracted to, but they're attracted to her.
Yep.
Because they don't realize there's some sort of energy put upon her. Yeah, I can see that, yeah.
Yeah, it's highly effective. But those are two that you can if you look at their development, you'll see that they glamored them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of the ones that were easy to spot.
Well, where people would probably, some people grasp it is if when they do like magazines, you know, it's kind of known more now than it was probably before, where they would do a lot of copy and paste, like, you know, altering of pictures. So that's more of a, you know, material part where they can do that. They can make a model look like something that she's not. So they can enchant you that way. But what you're talking about is more of on an energetic level.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's more of a strong one. You're tapping inwards. Like a guy would look at somebody and say, I'm attracted to that. I don't know why. You know, it might not even be for sexual reasons, just attracted to that person. It's an energy. And vice versa. Where other people, you can indoctrinate them or teach them by visually looking at a magazine and not realizing they've changed that picture. They've cut and paste. So if that's what we can do on that, like I said, energetically, they can literally get into your own DNA and say, we're going to tap into that. You know, it's like when people chant or they think about Michael Jordan, for example. That's another own enchantment kind of idea because you're always using their name.
Oh, the ritual, yeah. The sigil inscribing and namesaking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a male thing, more so than a female thing. But yeah. That's another one that's pretty self-evident that they use.
Okay, that's
There's
program.
just certain Well, yeah, that's why certain companies have it's more of a, I don't know if that's where they got all the witchcraft stuff from. It was from the ritualistic use of magic and incantations, and they just blew it out of proportion, or whether something changed in the industry that, well, no, because that hasn't been that long ago, so it couldn't have changed that much. Um, just don't. I can't think of. I can think of a couple failures that they done. Um, that are easy to identify. But it has to be. They have to be using the same shit that they were using then. I don't imagine that the process has changed at all. It would damn near have to be about the same process.
Yeah, because when we use, I was saying earlier, the program part, that goes into autopilot. You know, where some women that are engaging in that other energy, feminine energy, they're going to question things. And that doesn't really work well when you're anticipating you just to go quickly into autopilot. And it just runs itself. You know, men with war, for example, a lot of it's in autopilot. You know, you'll get the strategic men that are in war. They're probably going to use their feminine energy. They're going to strategize things, and they're going to try to make sense of things. But for a lot of them, no. These are the cubes. You follow them in these orders. You don't deviate from it. And if you fail to follow these orders, you're going to probably die. And that's why we have other plans. We're going to have somebody else replacing you. It's a program. It's a constant program.
Yeah.
That's why sports would be, and you were saying earlier, you know, that would be more or less towards men. Sports caters to that. You know, wars cater to that. It's a lot of it's programming, not taken away from the fact that they still got to learn their craft. So they're tapping into their feminine energy, but then they're going to revert back into their masculine, and then it just runs into autopilot.
Yes, the autopilot mode is generally whenever that they give them handlers and start directing them and really investing money into them as an image and into them physically. They start investing large amounts of money.
Yeah, those are their centerpieces. You know, like a handler for the rest of us, or for a lot of us, would be the media, the music industry, the sports industries, politicians. That would be a different version of handlers. And then in that, you would have some of their key centerpieces. You have to have a certain politician. You have to have a certain actor or actress, certain musician. And then those would have a subdirectory of handlers. You know what I mean? And you're right. They would spend a lot of, it'll be like wars where you have your foot soldiers and then you have your pilots. They put way more value on their pilots because they got to spend a lot of resources on their pilots than they would on their foot soldiers.
Absolutely. Because of the, well, pilots aren't going to be as available. And if you lose a plane or a pilot, a bad pilot, you're going to lose your plane, your investment, the whole 9 yards.
Just follow the technology. How much are you spending on that plane? Oh, millions of dollars. I guess you're going to probably spend a lot of money or resources on the person that's going to fly it. Yes, we are. What about those guns? Those are a dime a dozen. So what about the people that man it? Dime a dozen. You know, it's kind of like having an extra in a movie opposed to the head person in the movie. Once you get a name for yourself and you're valuable, that's why I think I feel sorry for people like Amy Weinstead and what's her name, Whitney. I can only imagine, how many handlers they had over them, but they were so talented, right? So,
Yeah, there was something there that could be worked with. I mean, they don't just take anybody. It's kind of it's a very selected group of them, but it's not necessarily always by what people think and what has been said to people as uh, alternative media or people thinking they're unveiling something in a truther community about adrenochrome or different things. These people truly have no understanding of how those incantations truly work.
well,
And
they could be distraction.
I think so. I think you might be right there because, like I said, the producer told me, you're not doing your job if you aren't keeping mothers up at night worried about their children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, there could be even a guy like Alice Kroll. It could be a distraction. Let's give them the Hollywood version of esoteric and witchery, but meanwhile, we'll even give them the label of wickedest man in the world. Man, that's no different than saying the richest man in the world is Elon Musk. They could be more distractions. The ones that are probably doing the work aren't really sharing openly what they're doing, let alone who are the main pieces in it.
And I wonder how well Elon Musk would actually fare up to some of the Saudi princes.
Probably not.
And old oil money.
Yeah. Here you got to give the illusion that there's a different tier. In most countries, they own the land. They don't even play that game that Hollywood are Hollywood or whatever they call Hollywood version there. Rich are rich there. Here in America or Canada, they got to give you the illusion. We got to show you some of our middle management. So we'll make Bill Gates or Elon Musk or Zuckerberg, but they're not the wealth of the world. Even the ones that people narrow it down to, the financial wealth owners, such as the Barons, the Rothschilds, in this case, the Rockefellers, they're probably not even the wealth. There's probably people above them that probably say, no, we rule land. If you want to equate it to money, yeah, go ahead, fill your boots. How much money do you think you would need to print to have the equivalent to the land that we rule? And then we'd be talking about dukes and barons or whatever. And even that, I still think that they're probably middle management again, too. Especially if we entertain the idea that there's the Watchers, the fallen ones, demons, angels, gods, demigods.
I can put you on the track. Whenever you take into consideration that the first robot to gain citizenship was in Saudi Arabia, and the development of advanced smart cities was done in Saudi Arabia, that should start at least a direction to look in.
Well, they have the wealth, and they probably have the obedience from the people that are under them, that they would do exactly what they ask. Build me some smart cities. We're going to name a bunch of these robots. We're going to give them citizenships. So is it the fact that they're making robots citizens, or are they trying to reveal to humans how they really see you? They see you as robots. The citizen part is to distract you.
They gave Sophia actual citizenship. Saudi Arabia. She was the first robot to gain citizenship. I think there's a reason that robot wound up getting citizenship, but there's also a reason her name is Sophia, and there's also a reason why she was the first fully developed robot that was fully interactive.
Well, hear me. I'm gonna be a little bit foolish here. What benefits? Somebody just tagged me as a citizen. Me as a human. What benefits do I get for being a citizen? Do I not get? I get freedom of speech, but meanwhile nothing will get done. The people that own my my birth certificate or whatever, they just don't have to punish me as much. Well, what benefits is it to have? I got a membership at Costco now. What benefits does it bring me? So in this case, you give a robot citizenship. My question is back to us now. What benefits is it for a human to have citizenship? And then we can play with it. Like, do I get like after 30,000 apples I eat, do I get like a get out of jail free? Like, what benefits do I get? I'm saying that jokingly, that part, but kind of want to know. Like, people will say that they're not citizens, but let's say the people that say they are citizens, what benefit does it do for you? I got air miles. I got a credit card I can use. I can get air miles with it, or I can get money off of gas or whatever. It just tells me I'm feeding more into commerce, but at least I know what my benefits are. So here's a robot now that has citizenship. What benefit does it? That she's owned now by a country?
Yeah, she signed the terms and conditions.
Okay.
And now she's bound and held by the terms and conditions of that, which makes something human.
Okay. Does she have free will?
Because
if she
I
does,
haven't met the possessing spirit.
okay. There you go. See, there you go, Axis. So now if she has free will, then she would have done it out of, humans. They don't realize I have free will. So you did it out of ignorance when you signed that contract. Well, I really didn't have a say. My parents did. Really? Your parents did. So again, and you did bring out the spiritual part. So we chose to come here knowing the rules and regulations, and we know we're going to be at a disadvantage. So now here's a robot now that's doing all of that. Are they basically saying that humans, we think you're insignificant to a point we're going to give the same label to a robot that we all know it's insignificant?
Or they were making a human contact or contract with an entity to announce itself as a human.
Okay, so are they also going to give
recognized equal?
But will they also give it knighthood? Maybe even give it a title like a duke and a baron? I doubt it. Because they're humans still too.
I think it would have to have blood.
Okay. But they got citizenship and they still got it.
Yeah.
So what, did they put like some red oil through the system of the computer? Did they pour some blood on it and say, okay, it still has blood? Like, it sounds like they're making a mockery of us, of the system at that point.
I thought so at first. I thought it was kind of like especially it being Saudi Arabia, until I started studying some of the history and archaeology bound to Saudi Arabia. And then whenever Trump went to Saudi Arabia and was standing in front of that globe, which is a very memorable picture, when he declared domination of the globe, he was in Saudi Arabia with one of the head Saudis, and it was a transparent globe, and they both had their hands on it.
So they give a name.
We'll forget that.
Yeah. In Saudi Arabia, and they give it a female name. I'm going to stereotype and say it's a female name, and they're giving it citizenship. Well, if I remember correctly, in Saudi Arabia, if you're a woman, more times than not, you might have citizenship, but you don't really have any sort of respect in that country. As a woman, when it comes to publicly, running a business and all that.
No, you don't hold any true stature, but the fact that they identify a non-gendered robot as a female, I'm curious as if there was a sexual identity attached to that citizenship.
I'd be curious. And I probably lean towards they probably gave it a male, even though they gave it a female name. You know, that is the hub of the world when it comes to men wanting to rule the world, and everybody else have to be subsidiary to them. So, regardless of their color of their skin, they're still looking at it's males, and women are to be seen, but not. And even that in those countries, they're not even to be seen. You can be in the presence, but make sure you armor yourself up. Make sure from the head to toe. We can't see. And by the way, we're going to put the story that the demigods came down here and they impregnated you. So we're doing this for your own protection. Sure you are. Anything else you're doing for us?
Yeah, it's just kind of sniff the air, and you'll find that in that direction there are clues to the movement of different things, shakers and movers.
But the thing is, Access, a lot of parts of the world, some people just don't have that ability to get that information. In other parts of the world where you have that ability, but people aren't going to really take advantage of it. You know, like a lot of people in Canada and America, they're not really concerned. I know I'm overgeneralizing, but most people aren't concerned about what's going on in those other countries. But yet, they think the world's going to be a better place. I said, well, are we just talking about a certain part of the world? In this case, the Earth's surface? Or are we talking about, the whole? Because if that's the case, then we've got a long way to go when it comes to understanding what's going on in Russia and India, what's going on in Bangladesh or Afghanistan. And even that, when it's being fed to us, it's being fed by the media, which is a good start. But are you getting it from all types of media? Even when they post things here, America's allowed to see what Canadians are talking about and vice versa. But a lot of times, a lot of parts of the world, we're restricted to what we hear.
Oh yeah, America restricts. There's websites and servers and entire networks that we aren't allowed to go near. Being Americans, we are forbidden. And then there's certain countries that we're not allowed to post different things in because it's from America.
So I don't know where people get the idea of freedom of speech. That's government promoting things that in your country you can have that. But we introduce some sort of foreign entity into this country, which is corporations. It doesn't work with them. You decide to go outside of your country, don't think you're going to have freedom of speech somewhere else. And if you are, you better hope that one of their embassies is going to protect your ass.
Right?
Yeah.
Because damn it.
You okay, Ashley?
Yeah.
Give it a moment. Smooth that lung that you just coughed up and put it back in.
Yep.
Hope you're okay, Axis.
Damn if I didn't forget what I was about to say. Coughing like that.
Well, I mentioned something about other countries. You better hope that the embassies in other countries will protect your ass. And I think you were going to add something about restrictions in other
Yeah. I couldn't even speak freely in my own home without losing a part of my medical services because she overheard me in my own home.
As you're also on the media, and you could probably get restricted even there by getting strikes and your channel canceled.
Oh. Yeah.
People just don't realize how much the extent, people talk about it, they want to benefit from a digital currency system, but once they started implementing it throughout the world, in this case the earth, and then they start adding credit system, how is that going to look like when people say, well, I got a strike on YouTube, I said something on chat, and I'm no longer saying, okay, well, I just got booted off from YouTube. But what happened when it starts extending its arms and other products you can't buy now? Where you can't go grocery shopping for a bit, or your Visa card's been froze for a month, or your
I think
electricity.
it's coming.
Oh, I think it's here. It's just other countries are already doing it. So America is usually a testing plate for some things, like Canada, like say when we're talking about the MAID, that's one test plate. Then there's other parts of the earth where they're doing different types of test plates. So India, they've done the digital currency. China, in some places, they're doing the credit system. So, eventually they're going to piece all that together and say, we've kind of worked it out, the bugs. We didn't do it all in one place. We're doing UBI, Universal Basic Income, in another place. And eventually they're going to say, okay, we're going to start implementing it then.
Yeah, I think if he does make it to his swearing in, and they were talking about using Canada and America as a design off of the smart passport or something they use in the European Union when it was together. They were talking about implementing something like that.
Well, the common theme when it comes to America and Canada is Britain. That monarchy is still in power, and I can only guess when I say this, but there's probably been a lot of alignment going on with Charles before his mother died. So, there's groups of people that have been working hand in hand with the queen and her husband. And the son probably has his own people that he's working. And then once you get toppled or somebody dies, there's a whole bunch of nobles now that are going to realign themselves now, or have already aligned themselves with a guy like Charles. So who knows what his plans are? It's still the monarchy, but he's running it, and he's probably made a lot of deals with a lot of his friends.
And he's been oddly quiet since he's been king, hasn't he?
Best way to be, Axis.
Yeah.
Person's running their company. The only times you need to really see them if there's a major problem, and even that they'd be questioning, why do I have to be there? Where's all the people that I paid to be in between me and the masses? So in this case, America and Canada are being driven by the monarchy. As much as people want to believe America is its own entity, I said, not until you discover who rules all that land. So that's why Canada has lots of resources here. Because it doesn't belong to, let's say, us. It belongs to whoever rules all of this. So in this case, I'm going to go to, it's still the British Empire. Whether its head is still the Roman Empire, but it's an empire nevertheless. And it's old money and new money kind of ideal. So, or old technology and new technology. So if they ever made Canada another part of America, the question would be, Canadians, are you willing to give up your medical system? Well, they've already been decaying it. Are you, America, willing to take on the burden of a bunch of provinces that are already in debt? Because America already has many cities that are in debt. If they made that move, is to fuel and maintain the top-heavy cities. Toronto would be excluded. It would be another major city. Vancouver would be a major city, but the rest of the cities in Canada, warehouses. It's like no different in northern parts of America. Warehouses. So, and now whatever's going on in California, who knows how that was really done. I'm pretty sure that was by design too. Even though you get to hear about some of the movie stars say, "Oh, my house burnt down." Yeah, okay. I can only imagine how much it's going to cost to repair California.
Apparently, that fire conveniently burnt some type of transport system. Is what they had to design for a transport system to go through there. I'm not sure if it was a newer type transport system or, but apparently, conveniently enough, that land is freed up now.
How convenient.
Yeah.
And it's owned by certain people. Yeah, it always works that way. Yeah, it always works that way. I'm saddened for the people themselves. You don't want nobody ever to die, but ultimately, we're all going to eventually perish from these forms. But
Oh yeah. Yeah, Ian got caught up in that really bad.
oh, did he?
Yeah. He resigned his job, left his apartment, took everything he had, moved in to that girl's house, and I don't even think he got to spend a week there, Dom, until everything went up in flames. And the last time he reported it was he was in the redwoods, north, trying to stay out of the fire.
Well, they're going to shovel a lot of people. But then again, this is how the economy regenerates itself. Hey, by accident, California burnt down. Let's build it up again.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. He got burnt pretty bad, leaving everything behind, and then taking that leap of faith, and damned if there wasn't a fire, took everything out.
There's a good chance that California economically was collapsing anyway. So they figured let's just put a fire to it. Because I'm pretty sure once they start making claims and all that, California, it's probably going to be way more expensive than other parts of America, and then everybody else is going to trickle down to everybody else's insurance and all that. Not taking away the fact that people got disheveled. They're going to probably never come back to California. They're probably living in tents or whatever eventually. But that'd be no different going to another country that has floods.
Yeah, and they moved all the major studios in the entertainment part of Hollywood there and LA. It's dumped and moved to Vegas.
There could be another sign. They might have, the elites know, when you see this sign, you'll know we're starting something else. What's the sign? They'll see fire going somewhere. It's kind of like the 9/11, right? When you see two buildings get blown up, there's something happening. Just be prepared.
Yeah, I thought it was strange that they were moving the entertainment industry out of California and into Las Vegas. Now I understand. Now I see why.
Especially a lot of it's already been done in either Seattle or Vancouver and all that. They move things around, so maybe it has an expiry date. Hollywood has its expiry date.
Mm-hmm.
And it might be more than just California. It might be other things involved. It could just be, here's California. What's the body? What's on the other side of the body of water? China. So let's say they were going to attack America. That's perfect. Let's keep that all vacant for a while.
Very well could be. They hit the prime area in Hawaii, and that all caught on fire. And then they hit the prime area of California, and that's gone. And North Carolina, that's still a disaster. It's a sad state of affairs there. And today's the last day that the government was going to continue vouchers for hotel stays for families. So, I don't know.
Again, after 2019 and 2021, nothing's out of the realm of possibilities that they would or wouldn't do. And whoever they are, like I said, even during that time, strategically, they had all the stickers to put on the floor for all the grocery stores. You just made that yesterday? No, there's a good chance you guys had that for years, months.
Yeah, they got that shit implemented in place quick.
Sure they did.
And put the hammer down on us fast.
Mm-hmm. For most people, access, I can't say most people, but for a lot of people, an accident on a highway is inconvenience for them. 2019 to 2021, That was an inconvenience for a lot of people. They're already overburdened, you know, and even when people figure, oh, this is a great opportunity, it's a vacation, well, you're missing it. If there is really a virus, you can't go anywhere. You know, how many people have gone to work when they're sick? Lots of people. The only reason why most people didn't go to work is they had closed the doors. That's the human condition. People don't give a shit about anybody else. You know, I know they've talked about these kind of topics. You know, should we give people more sick days? Okay, but we still have to pay them. Why? Because if we don't pay them, they're going to still come to work. So they'll pay them, and then they'll pay the person that's replacing them. How does that sound economically? Sounds like somebody has to print money then, I guess, at that point. You know, especially if you're running government. If you're running a personal business, that doesn't work. You mean to tell me I got to pay you when you stay home? Because if I don't pay you, you're going to come to work sick and you're going to make everybody else sick here. Well, yes. Okay. So now I pay you while you stay home, and then I got to go hire another person to replace you? Fuck, I'm going to be broke.
Well, they did make sure everybody was compensated for a short amount of time.
Sure. There you go, Axis. We have a currency. It's broke. It's like bankruptcy, but Axis. Before we claim bankruptcy, we're going to loot it a little bit more. That's what they're doing. Let's pay the athletes of America a lot of money. Why? Because they don't know yet. The currency is useless. And as long as they keep that currency and we got everybody else manipulated, we'll do that. But once we pull the carpet away and say, listen, we're finally going to reveal what that currency is worth. It's not even worth 9 cents to the dollar. You know, that's what they do in my country. Not my country, but the country I'm in. When gas goes up, not because gas is worth more. They got everything in place. It's because the currency is useless. Same with gold. Gold hasn't changed. It's just showing over and over again. Look at the other side. What value is the currency? It's useless. So how do we keep it? How do we keep the illusion going? Double it then. So now here in Canada, the gas has gone up. Canadians will complain about gas, but then they have to start doing some research. How are you in the top 20 when it comes per liter? We're still not even in the top 20 when it comes per liter for the most expensive gas. At one time, I think, was it Lebanon, I think it was. It got up to like $11 a liter.
Oh,
and
shit.
Then it dropped back down to like about $2 or $3 a liter. And you guys in America are paying 3.5 liters a gallon. What do you guys pay now? $6, $7 maybe? 4 or 5?
I think it's about $5.
Okay, $5
a gallon.
Okay, that's $5 a gallon. There's 3.25 liters. So if in Lebanon, that would have been like about $34, $35.
Yeah.
For a gallon. You're walking at that point, Axis, and you probably can't even afford the bus fares, because a lot of those are, they basically spot everything, meaning that they'll buy their gas at a certain price for a whole year. So you're not going to see the initial increase in price unless they're going to cushion it, and they'll increase it slowly. That's why even with groceries. But now I think they're probably doing a lot of places just in time kind of ideal. So they'll just buy what they need because they realize we can't really afford to hold everything down at a certain currency because we don't even know what the value of the American currency is going to be in a year from now. So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Didn't they ask Trudeau to step down?
I think they've been trying to ask him to step down for a long time. He resigned. Now I think they're waiting to replace him, kind of like what they did with Britain. So a lot of his, well, not a lot, quite a few of the people that was in his party already had stepped down initially. And then he finally figured, I'll step down, because who knows what kind of court cases are going to be pending on him, or he'll just going to walk out into the wilderness and fucking live a comfortable life that he's always lived. I think they're making him step down because they don't want to make it a landslide in the next election. That this has happened before, where your party's you've done so much damage, both the party and the person that was the prime minister, that the next time it comes, you force people of the country to purposely pick the opposite party, and then they'll get a majority. And like anything, you don't want a majority in the country. You want a minority. So this way the different parties can play with each other and play that illusion. Well, they don't really care about this policy, but they'll merge with somebody else. So they're trying to
they've
say,
been playing,
go ahead.
they've been playing that game with our our presidential candidates and elected candidates for quite a while now.
Yeah, you got to all
And
watch
people
that.
are still buying into that shit.
Because they bought it, they sold it, they've actually even bought timeshare with that kind of election system. You know, they're not, you know, it's like they hear about the popular vote. I said, but they don't count the electrical vote, whatever they call it, basically lobbyists.
College.
Yeah, they're the ones that count. That's why, you know, you try to share with people when you watch the president. I don't care who's running for presidency in America, and they're running and who their opposing party. They're going from state to state, and they're showing to the electoral votes. If you elect me as your president, this is what I'm going to do in this state. People think it's a whole America. He's a president of America. No, there's different states. He'll be the CEO of it all, and they'll be very grateful for that because his job is to make sure he distracts the citizens. And then they'll do what they usually do. When he was the president, let's do an impeachment. That's not going to happen. But during that media coverage, the distraction, they're probably passing all kinds of policies. Now he's a gangster, and now he's gonna, you know, because most of these presidents, they get to elect who they want as judges. So, you know, they're gonna say, okay, all his crimes, they're gonna delete it, and they're gonna use that as media coverage. So they're gonna pass new policies. You know, it's a shell game that they play, distract people with what they think is important as they're doing what's really important, and that's running their machine. So whether it's our prime minister here, a chancellor in Germany, a prime minister in Britain, a president in another country, you know, you almost have to follow what the United Nations is going to allow it to reveal openly to see what might be going on. You know, it's interesting when I hear about Americans, no offense to the Americans, but they think whatever policy is happening in America will be driven in the world. No, America's just a puppet for what's being run in the world. They're military puppets. They're dogs, as we would call them, with their dog tags. And there's been quite a few soldiers, that military men that have come in there, and they've had to learn the wonderful world of being in it and said, Dom, there's a lot of fucking dirty secrets going on in that fucking thing. Yeah, and there's a lot of open secrets too. But you've chosen economically to work for a military that you get paid, you get a schooling system, you probably get medical coverage. How many people would say no to that?
Oh, fuck, man. They pay your way all the way around, especially if you serve your full term and do any extra.
There you go.
Fuck, man.
Yeah. And if you happen to be during wartime, you're going to have to actually cash in now, and you're going to have to serve some time. You're going to have to go to Afghanistan. You're going to have to go to some other country and basically maneuver to protect corporations' assets. I don't think you're there to protect America, because if you're protecting America, you'd be at the borders of America. You wouldn't be in some other country. That's a 101 fucking awareness shit. But a lot of guys have been so indoctrinated. They probably never had any male figure that actually gave them some sort of discernment. Son, why would you want to be in the military again? I'll entertain the idea. You said, listen, Dad, I go in there, they pay me well. My wife's going to be taken care of it. For whatever reason I get sick or whatever. Okay, that's a good decision. But please don't tell me you're there to fucking fight for your country. Please don't say that.
Yeah, that's been, has it even been long enough? Yeah, it's been long enough that all that Iraq and Middle Eastern dispensing of munitions, outdated munitions, it's been long enough that there's been, what, 2 generations? A generation or 2 that's been pretty much brought up to military age, or is about to turn military age.
They spend a lot of
I
money.
forget when. Oh, go ahead, Dom. I was just trying to remember when when we finally pulled out of Iraq there and quit fighting the sand war over there.
When did they actually pull
I
out?
can't remember.
All the stations throughout the
Yeah,
world after World War II. When did they all pull out? They're still there.
no, I'm talking actively fighting, like Iraqi Freedom and Desert Storm and Operation Desert Fox. They kept initiating a new ground war for, I think it was 2 generations that fought over there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
Generate
then,
a lot of money.
yeah. And I think it's been about long enough that it's probably forgotten by the generation that's coming up to serve, that would be able to serve.
Well, they need to have a war somewhere. That most of those wars, militaries throughout the world, are just wearing different costumes. So call it the World League. So now Russia has to fight Ukraine. So there's more war there. If it's not there, it's going on in Yugoslavia. If it's not going on in Yugoslavia, it's the Middle East. It's going to go to Israel. These are like sports teams. America, if they're not fighting a war, they're getting a whole bunch of soldiers to put on United Nation peacekeepers uniforms. It's a business.
Mm.
It's no different than NASA. NASA's everywhere. They're not just in America. They're everywhere. They're probably in China. They're probably in India. It's the illusion that's given to most of us on the ground is we have different religions, but on their perspective, they're the same. Same with wars. They're the same. They're probably being fueled by the same. I wouldn't be surprised they're all interconnected with even the Vatican. Yeah, we'll give you a bunch of gold. Carry on. Use it for you. We're not going to use it all for CERN. We'll give you some. And it's kind of like watching WWE wrestling and thinking it's real. I said it is to a certain point with the eye, but it's still scripted. You still got to be good at your craft. They're going to handpick people to say, listen, you got to really sell this. You're going to throw a big man off the top rope. You got to really sell it. Yeah, but what happens if they find out that this is all scripted? That's why we have many of you doing it. And if they get a little bit weary of it, we'll throw some women with some bikinis on, if not midgets. Keep them distracted. Keep them distracted. Dare not actually make sense of it. I'm like, holy fuck, this is well scripted. Who's writing Donald Trump's fucking script? That's who I want to know. Don, they're paid professionals. They're like actors. He's an actor, but we give him a script. He's going to read the script. When he puts his hand, is he putting his hand on the Bible? No, there's a good chance he's putting it on some sort of fucking high club membership fucking book that they put a lot of value to. But people are going to still believe, the President of the United States, he's going to make a difference. Yes, you're right. You're partially right. He is going to make a difference, but not for you citizens. You're going to make a difference for the big corporations. And none of us aren't like, was it George Carlin? And none of you guys are going to be in the clubs.
Yeah, the big club, and you're not invited.
And the ones that are, you probably pay your dues. That's why I admire people that, they choose to be in a club. Let's say they're a Mason. You got to do a lot of effort to be in a Mason. They just don't go around fucking willy-nilly taking anybody in. And if they do, they got to fucking wean them out. Can you imagine the results we would have if YouTube really had a structure and say, we want nothing but the best hosts and channels on YouTube? It would be very few, could be thousands, but they would be quality, probably YouTube. But what they do is they will open the door to anybody, and then you have nothing but noise. You have people that have a couple of subscribers. You have a bunch of people that are 1,000 subscribers or whatever. But are they going to give something that people can work with it and then take it home and use it? Probably not. That's why I respect people that do, hands-on YouTubes, pulling out an engine. It might be beyond my scope of doing that, but it gives me an appreciation when I bring my car to my mechanic. I know what you guys go through now. Well, Dom, you're an electrician. I said, yeah, but I actually got to see another mechanic actually do it, because I can't sit. I'm a mechanic shop all day and watch him take out an engine. He probably would allow me to, but so I'd rather watch it at home or watch a surgeon. That might be tough for some people to watch a surgeon work, but it gives you an appreciation what they have to go through. It'll be no different if you did a video access and when you have to go into those states. Well, people say, I don't think I can handle watching it. Okay, now I'm going to do the purge. The first part was the fun part. The second part is the purge. And then I'm going to be really nasty and mean along the way. I say that jokingly, but
No, you're absolutely right about that, because it is for people to actually witness. It's not pretty. I mean, there's nothing glamorous about it. You lose your vanity real quick the first couple of times you do it. Your vanity just goes the fuck away. That's the last fucking thing you're concerned about.
It'll be like people doing, I'm saying it's probably the same example, but I'm guessing when I say this access, people doing ayahuasca on a constant basis. So you're going to go into it and you better purge before you get in there. Why? Because you're going to be purging while you're in it. Hence people detoxing while they're puking out. I said, well, you better make sure you have the right diet. Why? Because that's going to bite you in the back end.
Yeah, it will, because they just this last week when I got sick, that was because of my doctors. Which I think is a part of the prelude to my behavior being the reason I was dismissed. I thought my behavior, I ain't talked to these motherfuckers in over 3 months. The only person that's had communication with them is my nurse. But yet my behavior within 24 hours got me removed from some place that I've been with for almost 20 years.
People understand, energy. So, when people do like blood transfusion, I can only imagine the purge they have to go. You're taking on energy that doesn't belong to you, even though it's going to help sustain your life, because you need blood. And then you find out some people are really susceptible to the energy of blood. So, by the way, Access, I just want to mention, because I've only heard in past, once it goes past 12 hours, does this channel get deleted? Like, does this live get deleted? Just in case you want to save this. I don't want to hoard you that much here if possible. Because you're at 11:52, by the way.
Yeah, we'll wrap it up before it hits 12 hours, because it'll shut itself down.
I'll leave that up to you then, just to remind you. That's all.
Yeah, I didn't realize I'd been on here that long. That's good.
I know.
It means my endurance is starting to come back a little.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they fucked me up pretty.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. They fucked me up pretty good and proper, Dom. I was down for about a week.
Well, I'm pretty sure you're under the radar. I guess whatever happened with your other nurses you had a while back. So they probably have all that recorded, and it's easier for them to say that the patient's the problem, opposed to their system might be the problem, if there's a problem.
Yeah, it was a different organization.
Oh, is it a different organization?
Those guys.
You don't think they communicate with each other?
No, not these two. It was a whole different, because they really fucked me up. And I asked him, I said, are you prejudiced or have a problem with Satanists? And I said it 3 times. And my nurse wouldn't repeat it. And I guess out of those 3 times, bitch must have picked it up.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't come at her sideways. I just asked. I said, is she a prejudice against Satanists? And my nurse just looked at me like, what? And I said, is she prejudiced against Satanists? And then my nurse was about to ask her. And then the third time I was like, fuck it. And then the next day, boom.
Well, for some
Behavior.
people, yeah, they'll probably get defensive opposed to,